The sickening crunch of mandibles tearing through flesh, this is the sound that haunts my nightmares, a shadow of death dripping with acidic hunger. Endless razor-sharp claws rip my body to pieces, a mindless swarm of horrors devouring me alive in the suffocating dark. I cry out, coughing up crimson as my vision blurs, the agonizing pain cementing a truth I never wanted to face. But before the darkness can fully claim me, my mind drifts back to the moment my descent into this living hell truly began. It started at the entrance of a forgotten tomb where my guild stood debating our next reckless move. The promises of easy wealth in an uncharted dungeon were too tempting for them to ignore, completely blinding them to the obvious dangers. Hyun-chan was leading the charge, driven by a desperate, ugly greed to escape our low-ranking lives at any cost. Despite my growing unease, the decision was made. We were going to raid the forbidden depths ourselves, keeping all the spoils. I reached out to grab a sleeve, every instinct in my body screaming that this was a trap we wouldn't survive. I begged him to reconsider, trying to make him see the sheer recklessness of stepping into the unknown. But instead of listening, Hyun-chan turned on me, his grip tightening on my shoulders as his voice dripped with harsh impatience. He hissed in frustration, accusing me of humiliating him and undermining his authority in front of the team we were supposed to lead. I shrank back, stammering an apology as my mind flashed to the terrifying insectoid beast that had nearly killed us in our last raid. He quickly masked his anger with a patronizing smile, brushing off my genuine terror as a childish phase. His sweet words turned cold and threatening, reminding me that as a weak C-rank tank, I was nothing without his guild to protect me. I swallowed my pride and nodded silently, convincing myself that he only acted this way because he cared about our future. He leaned in close, his shadow casting an ominous shroud over me as he whispered sweet, manipulative lies of love. I offered a weak, trembling smile, desperately trying to ignore the sickening twist of fear in my gut. Without wasting another second, he ordered me to the front, using my role as the tank to push me straight into the danger zone. Clutching my heavy wooden shield, I reluctantly stepped forward, leading the march into the dark abyss. The ancient gates groaned open, revealing a damp, overgrown cavern that felt entirely devoid of life. But as our boots sank into the wet soil, silent shadows began to shift in the canopy above us. Suddenly, a horrified scream echoed through the cave as the shadows descended. There were far too many of them. A massive horde of screeching, armored mantis monsters surged forward, their ruby eyes glowing with primitive hunger. Chaos erupted instantly as our front line clashed with the chattering beasts, weapons swinging wildly in the dark. Hyun-chan shouted over the din of battle, commanding me to hold the line while the others prepared their offensive magic. I slammed my shield forward, raising a magical barrier just as a colossal claw crashed against the energy. The force of the blow rattled my bones, but I gritted my teeth, knowing the lives of my teammates depended on my defense. A jagged blade of chitin bypassed my shield, slicing deep into my flesh and painting the dirt with my blood. Suppressing a scream of agony, I braced my feet and pushed back, begging the group to keep their composure. My allies fought desperately, piercing the monsters with spears, but the chattering swarm seemed utterly endless. Panic quickly spread through our ranks as the creatures overwhelmed our defenses, their numbers growing by the second. Another brutal strike slammed into my barrier, cracking the magical shield and sending a jolt of pure pain through my arms. Waves of monsters crashed against me, their relentless claw slowly breaking my resolve as my energy began to drain. In absolute desperation, I screamed for Hyun-chan, begging him to cast a healing spell before my defense collapsed entirely. When I glanced back, my heart shattered. The team was already retreating, abandoning me to the swarm. A sickening realization washed over me as I watched them run, leaving their vanguard behind like useless bait. Far from remorseful, Hyun-chan cursed my name, using my struggle as a cheap distraction to secure his own escape. Another heavy impact knocked me to the ground, my shield splintering under the weight of the encroaching horror. Dragging my bleeding body across the dirt, I scrambled toward the exit, sobbing for the man I loved not to leave me. Behind the heavy stone doors, a lone voice pleaded for my life, but Hyun-chan viciously shoved them aside, demanding they seal the exit. With a deafening boom, the massive stone slab slammed shut, locking me inside the darkness of the tomb. I threw myself against the cold stone, hammering my bloody fists against the immovable barrier as I begged for mercy. Through the thick stone, his heartless words echoed in my ear. He had deemed my life completely expendable. The chattering of razor-sharp mandibles closed in behind me, sealing my doom in a dark corridor of death. Tears streaming down my face, a cold ember of survival sparked within me. I couldn't afford to die crying in the dark. Turning away from the sealed door, I dashed into the depths of the glowing, eerie cavern, searching for any escape. My lungs burned as I sprinted through the toxic green fog, still foolishly hoping that Hyun-chan would somehow return for me. Suddenly, I stumbled into a colossal chamber, dominated by the massive, glowing skeletal remains of an ancient beast. Amidst the overgrown roots and the eerie emerald light, my eyes locked onto a strange, pulsing artifact resting within a giant wooden hand. Deep in the dark, a spectral hand of pure light reaches out, offering me a path forward. I reach out, desperately grasping at the sudden hope. It is a ring forged of gold and holding a brilliant deep blue gem that whispers of ancient secrets. Without hesitation, I slip the relic onto my finger, praying it is the hidden treasure that will save me from this nightmare. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupts before me, sealing my fate with an ominous hum. The magic binds itself directly to my life force, promising absolute, endless cellular regeneration to whoever wears it. But there is a terrifying catch. Death is completely locked away, a luxury denied to me until the incubation of this relic is complete. I stare in utter disbelief, wondering if this miracle is actually a curse in disguise. Looking at the colossal skeletal ruins before me, a sickening realization hits. How am I even supposed to trigger this power? Before I can think, screeching horrors descend from the shadows, their razor-sharp claws tearing through the air. Terror paralyzes my chest as the monsters close in, their jaws dripping with hunger. They plunge their mandibles deep into my flesh, ripping me apart in a frenzy of absolute agony. The pain is blinding, a white-hot torture as I scream for the nightmare to stop, but there is no mercy. My hand falls lifeless onto the cold dirt, my vision fading into the black abyss of death. Then the cursed ring begins to pulse, surging with a violent, toxic green light. A horrific shockwave tears through my corpse, forcing life back into my shattered lungs with a gut-wrenching scream. I bolt upright, gasping for air, my heart hammering violently against my chest. I stare at my bloody hands in sheer shock. I was dead, but somehow I have been dragged back to the living world. But my resurrection is met only by the hungry eyes of the swarm, waiting to tear me apart once more. I scramble away in a panic, but a brutal blade of chitin slashes across my back. Blood splatters the earth as another fatal strike cuts me down instantly. The monsters descend again like starving beasts, shredding my flesh to pieces. Sobbing in the dirt, I beg the empty darkness for a savior, clinging to a life that refuses to let me go. Another agonizing slice tears through me, spraying blood into the cold air. Cruel mandibles snap bone and tear muscle, devouring me alive piece by piece. In my final moments of torment, I cry out for the man I trusted, praying he will run back to save me. But only the gaping maw of a colossal insect greets my cries, ready to crush my skull. Darkness claims me again in a violent spray of crimson. Yet again, the curse triggers, forcing my soul back into my broken body over and over and over. The cruel reality of the relic echoes in my mind. I cannot die no matter how much I beg for the end. Devoured, reborn, and devoured again. The loop becomes an eternity of endless torment. Has it been years? Decades? The passage of time is lost in a sea of blood and agonizing rebirths. Surrounded by my own rotting remains, my eyes suddenly lock onto a familiar metallic glint. It is my sword, the birthday gift from the one who was supposed to protect me. A cold, venomous clarity washes over me. He didn't lose me, he left me to die. He shoved me into this living hell just to use me as bait, all for his own selfish greed. Rage, hot and blinding, replaces my fear as my hand wraps around the hilt of my blade. With a roar of pure hatred, I unleash a devastating slash, cleaving through my tormentor. A surge of raw, unnatural strength floods my veins, feeding off the monster's demise. Swarm screeches in fury, but I stand tall, no longer the prey. My blade cuts again, faster and more precise, carving another beast in half. I drive the cold steel straight through another armored chest, feeling my stamina burn brighter than ever. The mystical ring flares, instantly sealing my fresh wounds as a manic laugh escapes my lips. The truth is finally clear. This isn't a dungeon of death. It is my infinite training ground. A mad, hysterical laughter echoes through the cave as the thrill of slaughter takes over. I grip my blood-soaked sword, staring down the massive horde with a deadly grin. Just wait, Hyun-chan, my sweet, traitorous boyfriend. I will butcher every single beast in this pit, growing stronger with every death. Just a little longer, my love, and I will be coming for you. The cave floor becomes a graveyard of sliced limbs and dark, acidic blood. I leap forward, a demon of vengeance, painting the cavern in crimson as my hunt begins. A lone insect leaps at me from the shadows, its hungry jaws snapping, but I am no longer the helpless prey that trembled in the dark. With blinding speed, I whirl around and unleash a brutal slash, screaming my hatred at the monster that once terrorized me. Beast's severed head thuds heavily onto the damp ground, green blood splattering the rocks in a satisfying display of my new power. I look down at my stomach, where the creature's claw had pierced me cleanly through, but my mystical relic is already pulsing with light, weaving my flesh back together. Surrounded by the rest of the chattering swarm, I stand tall, looking down at the beasts with a cold, fearless glare that completely shifts the dynamic of the hunt. With a terrifying, manic grin, I invite them to try their luck, daring the remaining monsters to step forward and face their doom. But something has changed within the cave. The mindless monsters halt, their glowing red eyes widening as they sense the oppressive aura radiating from me. I mock their hesitation with a venomous smile, realizing with a thrill that the apex predator of this tomb has finally changed. The creatures attempt to flee, their primitive survival instincts overriding their endless hunger as they scramble away from my blade. I refused to let a single one escape, leaping forward with a hysterical laugh as my sword cleaves through their armored bodies like paper. The sheer high of slaughtering my tormentors consumes me, my heart hammering in my chest as I feel my unnatural strength expanding with every kill. Yearning for even more power, I prepared to dive deeper into the dark abyss where the rest of the swarm cowers in fear. A massive, devastating red slash tears through the cavern, obliterating the final cluster of monsters in a single ruinous strike. The ancient, suffocating pressure of the tomb suddenly lifts, and a divine announcement echoes in my mind. The sanctuary has been entirely cleared after hundreds of thousands of hours of torment. Standing amidst a graveyard of rotting limbs and acidic blood, my transformation is complete. I have conquered the impossible training ground. The massive stone gates that had locked me in this living hell for an eternity began to slowly groan open, letting in a draft of fresh air from the outside world. A dark, vengeful smile spreads across my face as I realize my eternal nightmare is finally over and my hunt is about to begin. One last crippled beast squirming at my feet makes a desperate attempt to crawl back into the dark. Without a shred of mercy, my boot slams down, crushing its skull into the dirt to silence its annoying screeches forever. Mad, uncontrollable laughter escapes my lips as I relish the sheer terror I now command, ready to unleash it on the ones who abandoned me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavy stone doors, a bitter argument is raging among the surviving party members. The blue-haired teammate screams in absolute outrage at Hyunchan, accusing him of being a heartless coward for sealing his own girlfriend inside to die. Hyunchan remains completely unfazed, crossing his arms and smugly arguing that staying behind would have only meant death for all of them. The teammate in the red tracksuit nervously steps between them, trying to calm the explosive tension before the guild tears itself apart. The orange-haired ally smirks from the shadows, mocking the blue-haired girl's weak morals and asserting that C-ranks have no right to complain about survival. Refusing to let them sweep this murder under the rug, the blue-haired girl yells back, her disgust for their cold pragmatism boiling over. She threatens to expose their heinous betrayal to the entire association the very moment they step out of this dungeon. Hyunchan's fake smile completely vanishes as he steps closer, delivering a chilling, unspoken threat about how easily accidents can happen to loose lips. The sheer coldness in his eyes leaves her trembling, realizing just how ruthless and dangerous her guild leader truly is. He places a heavy, dominant hand on her shoulder, using his physical presence to seal her silence with fear. Masking his threat with a patronizing smile, he tells her to cooperate so they can all get out of here alive and comfortable. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shattering explosion rocks the corridor, blowing the heavy stone doors into a million pieces. As the thick smoke begins to clear, a terrifyingly familiar silhouette emerges from the dust, wearing a cold, blood-soaked grin. The survivors freeze in absolute gut-wrenching horror as they gaze upon the face of the girl they left to be devoured. Hyunchan's face drains of all color, his mind utterly failing to comprehend how a weak C-rank tank could possibly walk out of that pit alive. I look directly at him, letting the heavy, suffocating silence of my survival hang over them like a death sentence. The blue-haired teammate gasps in tearful disbelief, unable to believe her eyes as she steps backward in shock. Quickly recovering from his shock, Hyunchan runs forward and throws his arms around me, putting on a disgusting theatrical show of relief. He whispers a pathetic, rehearsed apology into my ear, claiming he was forced to seal the door but never stopped grieving for me. I play along perfectly, murmuring words of understanding while he secretly sneers in his mind, thinking I am still the same gullible fool. He praises my kind nature, wrapping his hands around me with a smug satisfaction, believing his manipulation has worked once again. Behind his back, my warm expression instantly hardens into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. An icy, unnatural shiver suddenly runs down Hyunchan's spine, a primal warning signal screaming that he is holding a monster. His hands begin to tremble as his fingers slide over my torn, blood-soaked clothes, searching for the wounds that should have killed me. He looks down in growing horror. Despite my tattered shirt and the dried crimson stains, my waist is completely smooth and flawless. A cold sweat breaks across his face as the terrifying reality sets in. Something is deeply, horribly wrong with my resurrection. Before you can pull away, the red tracksuit ally steps up, completely oblivious to the deadly tension suffocating the room. He slaps a hand onto my shoulder, laughing off the horror and thanking me for making it back alive so we can continue the raid. He grins greedily, suggesting we immediately head back into the depths to claim the dungeon boss's valuable treasures together. A sharp, mocking laugh escapes my lips as I look at their eager faces, realizing they have absolutely no idea what kind of demon they just let out of the cage. Hyunchan forces a strained smile as he plays the part of the relieved lover, but a nagging doubt begins to claw at his mind, leaving him wondering if his senses are playing tricks on him. As I walk away alongside the greedy, unsuspecting fools, Hyunchan stares intensely at my back, unable to shake the heavy, suffocating feeling that something about my return is deeply wrong. I let a dark, knowing smile slip across my face, thoroughly enjoying his quiet desperation as he breaks out in a cold sweat, desperate to convince himself that he is just imagining things. The heavy silence of the forest is shattered in an instant, a flock of panicked birds taking flight as a terrifying, ancient pressure begins to ripple through the trees. A colossal, heavy hoof crashes down into the damp earth, splintering wood and crushing stone under an unstoppable, monstrous weight. Emerging from the shadows is the dire knuckle, a ferocious boss monster towering over the landscape with glowing red eyes and lethal razor-sharp antlers. Peeking from behind a massive tree trunk, Hyun-chan's eyes narrow as he analyzes the target, his mind instantly pivoting back to cold, calculating strategy. Crouching low in the brush, he signals the team to prepare for battle, demanding they execute the raid exactly as they always have, by sacrificing the vanguard first. He commands the spear-wielding vanguard to initiate the attack and draw the monster's attention, while the rest of the party waits in the wings for an easy opening. Turning to me with a patronizing glare, he barks out orders for me to stay up front and lock down the beast's focus, treating my life as nothing more than a disposable shield. Believing he still holds absolute control over my fate, Hyun-chan flashes a confident, wicked grin, ready to watch his twisted plan unfold. With a burst of explosive speed, I charge headfirst into the battlefield, holding my shield high as if blindly following his commands to the letter. But panic immediately sweeps through the backline as they realize I am charging way too fast, completely bypassing the tactical formation to strike out on my own. Leaping high into the air, I discard my heavy shield entirely, abandoning my role as their protector with a wild, reckless laugh. The colossal boss monster roars in pure fury, its deafening cry shaking the very ground as my sudden aggressive approach drives it into a homicidal frenzy. Hyun-chan screams in absolute horror, realizing my chaotic movements are drawing a massive, unmanageable wave of aggression that threatens to consume the entire party. Desperate to salvage the situation, the spearman scrambles forward, screaming for me to get back in position before the beast obliterates their defenses. Giant bloodthirsty beast locks its crimson eyes onto me, charging forward like a runaway freight train destined to crush everything in its path. Hyun-chan desperately tries to reassure himself that it's just a mid-tier boss, shouting that they will survive as long as I absorb the brunt of the impact. He shrieks at the top of his lungs, demanding that I stand my ground and tank the oncoming assault to save his own miserable skin. But instead of taking the hit, I execute a flawless acrobatic dodge, gracefully sailing through the air and leaving the path behind me completely wide open. Time seems to stop as Hyun-chan and the spearman look up in sheer, paralyzing disbelief, realizing the vanguard they rely on has just completely abandoned them. Left completely defenseless, the spearman shrieks in absolute terror as the colossal monster barrels down on him with unstoppable force. The terrifying, demonic visage of the boss looms over him, its massive antlers ready to tear through flesh and bone in a matter of seconds. In a sickening explosion of crimson, the spearman is brutally gored, his agonizing scream cut short as his body is pierced completely through by the monster's horns. The remaining party members freeze in utter gut-wrenching horror, their faces draining of all color at the sudden bloody demise of their frontline ally. Landing gracefully atop the raging monster's head, I look down at their panicked faces, completely untamed and radiating an aura of pure malice. I mockingly comment on his painful death, staring down at my bleeding, impaled teammate with an expression of cold, sadistic amusement. With a venomous, playful smile, I pretend to apologize, mockingly claiming that I was simply too terrified to hold the line, leaving Hyun-chan trembling in absolute dread. Clinging tightly to the beast's neck, I steer the colossal monster directly toward the remaining survivors, turning the raid into an active hunt against my former allies. The devastating shockwave of the monster's charge blasts the group off their feet, sending them crashing into the dirt in a chaotic flurry of debris. Scrambling up from the dust, Hyun-chan screams in a hysterical rage, demanding to know what kind of madness has possessed me. I look down at him from my monstrous perch with a chilling, manic grin, asking him what he thinks a real hunt actually looks like. Furious and desperate, Hyun-chan orders me to stop playing around and get down to fight, still foolishly believing he has the authority to command me. I gesture coldly to the mutilated, blood-soaked corpse of the spearman still impaled on the beast's horn, silently asking him if this looks like a game to him. The sheer, suffocating gravity of the situation settles over the survivors, their minds breaking under the terrifying realization that they are no longer the predators. Firmly gripping the beast's thick mane, I prepare to unleash the final phase of my delicious, long-awaited revenge. A terrifying, wicked smile spreads across my face as I issue a sadistic challenge, daring them to see who among them will survive the longest. Colossal beast rears back, letting out a deafening, blood-curdling roar as it prepares to trample the remaining traitors into dust. With an earth-shattering crash, the monster stomps down, sending the terrified survivors scattering in all directions as they scream in pure desperation. Panting heavily and bruised from the impact, the remaining three scramble to the edge of a steep canyon, completely exhausted and cornered with nowhere left to run. The orange-haired ally turns to Hyun-chan in absolute panic, her voice trembling as she begs for a way to survive the encroaching nightmare. In a pathetic display of self-preservation, Hyun-chan barks out orders for her to take over the vanguard position, promising to support her with healing spells from a safe distance. She looks at him in sheer disbelief, screaming that she has never tanked a boss monster in her life and cannot possibly survive the onslaught. Hyun-chan viciously yells back, completely abandoning any trace of his fake, gentle persona as he demands her immediate obedience if they want to live. Asserting his dominant authority, he screams that he is the leader of this guild, forcing her to submit to his cold, ruthless pragmatism. Gripping his hair in a fit of manic, desperate rage, he tries to steady his trembling hands, preparing to use every trick in his book to survive the monster he created. But the colossal boss monster looms over them like a mountain of impending death, with me sitting triumphantly on its back, watching their pathetic struggles. I look down at them with glowing, predatory eyes, asking with mock politeness if their little strategy meeting is finally finished so we can resume the slaughter. Left with absolutely no choice, Hyun-chan prepares his magic and the orange-haired vanguard draws her blades, bracing for a desperate final stand against the vengeful demon they left to die. The battle reaches a terrifying peak as the target of their betrayal commands the monstrous beast, defying all natural laws of rank and power. Driven by absolute panic, Hyun-chan screams a frantic command to brace for the impact, knowing there is nowhere left to run. With a desperate scream of terror, the orange-haired vanguard raises her blades, preparing to meet the crushing force head-on. She channels every ounce of her remaining mana into a defensive guard, praying it will be enough to withstand the devastating blow. The colossal beast slams down with unimaginable fury, grinding her defense into the dirt under the weight of its massive limbs. For a fleeting second, she believes she has miraculously survived the impact, gasping out that she successfully blocked the strike. But the illusion of safety is brutally shattered as the overwhelming pressure crushes her guard, sending her broken body flying through the air in a shower of blood. A sickening sound of tearing flesh and snapping bones echoes through the canyon, sealing her gruesome fate in an instant. She collapses lifelessly into a growing pool of her own blood, leaving the remaining survivors breathless and frozen in sheer horror. Hyun-chan's arrogant facade completely disintegrates, a cold sweat breaking out as he stares at the absolute slaughter unfolding before his eyes. Sitting atop the beast, she looks down with cold curiosity, wondering how a supposedly weak C-rank hunter is demonstrating such unnatural, monstrous power. A sudden assessment reveals the truth. His attributes have skyrocketed to an impossible A-rank level. She stares at the unbelievable data, deeply intrigued by how a low-ranking insect managed to undergo such a massive, rapid evolution. The system exposes a mysterious hidden blessing that has temporarily amplified his strength to godlike height. Pondering the bizarre anomaly, she realizes he must be utilizing a forbidden parasitic artifact to drain power from another source. Refusing to let him adapt, Hyun-chan charges forward in a fit of desperate rage, determined to kill his tormentor first and ask questions later. But his desperate assault is instantly repelled, a violent shockwave blasting him backward as he screams in agony. Battered and broken on the dirt, he gasps for air while she gazes down from her throne, mocking his pathetic attempt to stand. Glancing up through the dirt and sweat, he weakly utters her name, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and calculated regret. She tilts her head with chilling indifference, waiting to see what desperate lies her former companion will spin to save his skin. He desperately tries to rationalize her transformation, claiming her sudden ruthlessness and godlike power must be the result of a hidden dungeon artifact corrupting her mind. Dropping heavily to his knees, he hangs his head in a pathetic display of submission, whispering a desperate apology. Her voice remains flat and dead, demanding to know exactly what he thinks he is apologizing for. He pathetically begs for forgiveness for forcing her into this corner, but she merely looks down, pressing him for the real truth behind his betrayal. Breaking down into frantic tears, he confesses that he ruined everything, desperately hoping his tears can wash away his sins. He looks up with wide, pleading eyes, hoping to find a shred of mercy in the face of the monster he created. But her gaze is entirely empty as she quietly admits there's only one thing about him that truly angers her. Clinging to a desperate hope of survival, he frantically promises to change, eagerly begging her to tell him what he must do. Her eyes flare with a demonic, terrifying purple light as she whispers the ultimate truth that his very existence is the only sin that cannot be forgiven. The horrific realization paralyzes his vocal cords, leaving him gasping in sheer, helpless shock as his final hope is extinguished. With a sickening crunch, the giant hoof of the beast slams down, pulverizing his body into a bloody smear as her maniacal, joyous laughter echoes through the clearing. Stopping her laughter, she casually turns her head, remembering there is still one more survivor of the doomed party waiting to be dealt with. Shivering uncontrollably, the blue-haired companion stands frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs as she witnesses the brutal execution. Her tormentor asks with terrifying playfulness whether she deserves to live, prompting a frantic, tearful plea for mercy. The memory of the blue-haired girl trying to hold the gate open for her flashes through her mind, a rare moment of genuine humanity amidst a sea of betrayal. A dangerous, knowing smile spreads across her face as she decides the fate of the only person who didn't completely abandon her. Towering over her trembling prey, she demands absolute obedience from this moment forward, receiving a frantic nod of agreement. She whispers a chilling warning, reminding her that she is only alive because of that single act of kindness, and warns her never to lose her humanity. With her life barely spared, the blue-haired companion submissively follows behind, walking under the shadow of the colossal nightmare. But the quiet is suddenly broken when she halts, stating there is still one last order of business to attend to. In a flash of blinding light, she draws her massive blade, her intent turning deadly once more. With a single effortless swing, she cleaves the colossal B-rank boss monster clean in half, showcasing a terrifying power that transcends human comprehension. The bisected beast erupts in a massive geyser of blood, sending a terrifying shockwave through the clearing as the blue-haired girl screams in shock. Standing drenched in the monster's blood, she turns back with a sweet, manic grin, asking if the lesson has finally been understood. Sobbing in absolute terror, the survivor frantically nods, realizing any sign of hesitation will result in her immediate demise. They walk away from the carnage side by side, her cold voice laying down the absolute law of their new alliance. Loyalty means life and betrayal means instant death. With the threat resolved, her tone shifts to casual indifference as she happily reminds her new partner to collect the valuable mana stones before they depart. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, the magic circle flares with intense energy, signaling the return of the raiding party to the waiting guild staff. The gate screeches open, and the two blood-soaked survivors slowly step through the light, looking like vengeful spirits returned from the dead. The dungeon management team approaches in stunned silence, hesitantly asking what became of the rest of the elite hunters who entered the gate. With chilling nonchalance, she drops the bombshell that everyone else in the elite raiding party is dead, her cold declaration hanging in the air like a death sentence. Shimnara quickly steps forward to spin a fabricated tale, frantically claiming the boss monster underwent a sudden rank evolution and killed their companions while protecting them. Behind them, Choi can barely contain her amusement, a sudden stifled snort escaping her lips at the sheer absurdity of the lie. Seeing her shake, the guild staff completely misinterprets her reaction, assuming her silent tremors or those of a grieving survivor racked with tears. Desperate to end the interrogation, Nara quickly suggests they leave the collected mana stones behind and head inside to recuperate first. But the logic of the situation refuses to sit well with the guild staff, who find it highly suspicious that 3 B-rank hunters perished while 2 weak C-rank emerged unscathed. The heavy silence is suddenly shattered by a harsh, demanding shout calling out both of their names with unmistakable authority. Out from the shadows steps Onback Duck, the powerful master of the Hanshin Guild and uncle to the very man she just murdered, demanding a meticulous explanation of what transpired. She slowly shifts her gaze toward him, her crimson eyes gleaming with cold amusement as she sizes up her next potential victim. On completely dismisses their explanation, his voice rising in an angry, panicked screech as he rejects the notion that a simple rank mutation could justify such a loss. His fury boils over as he berates them, demanding to know how they could fail so catastrophically at their basic duties. Rather than cowing in fear, she merely lets out a massive, disrespectful yawn right in his face, treating his explosive rage like a minor inconvenience. Nara freezes in sheer terror, her mind racing with the realization that if their bloody actions inside the dungeon are ever exposed, both of them are headed straight to prison. Guildmaster clutches his head in absolute despair, entirely consumed by the financial ruin and family backlash of losing his precious, powerful nephew. Watching his pathetic display, her eyes narrow to razor-thin slits of pure, icy contempt as she prepares to tear his fake worries to shreds. Stepping forward with a razor-sharp smile, she mocks him directly, pointing out the hypocrisy of a man claiming financial ruin while dripping in absolute luxury. An stammers in shock as she aggressively calls out his designer suit and the outrageously expensive luxury vehicle he drove to the gate. With biting sarcasm, she highlights the grotesque injustice of low-ranking hunters risking their lives for pennies while the guild leader squanders fortunes on himself. The guild staff gasps in stunned silence, a heavy, suffocating tension settling over the courtyard as a C-rank dares to humiliate her master in public. Terrified of her sudden, aggressive shift in personality, An stares at her in disbelief, completely unaccustomed to such defiance. He recalls how she used to behave, always a quiet, trembling shadow hiding behind his nephew, submissive and easily silenced. Desperate to regain control, An barks out a frantic order, declaring that they must take full responsibility and will not be allowed a single moment of rest. He points a trembling finger, ordering them to find another dungeon to raid immediately, pushing the terrified Nara past her absolute limit. An snaps violently at Nara's protests, screaming that their lives are irrelevant in the face of the guild's massive hunter shortage. He rages about the collapse of his business, utterly blind to anything but his own greed as he stomps around in a pathetic, childish tantrum. Pulling out a cigarette, he mutters a vile curse, bitterly spitting that she should have died in the dungeon instead of his valuable nephew. Scratching his head, he coldly calculates that he can still milk whatever value is left out of her weak C-rank status to save his failing business. Turns his back on her, completely oblivious to the monstrous predator walking silently right behind him. Before he can take another step, she unleashes a brutal, lightning-fast kick directly between his legs, the sheer force of the impact echoing through the courtyard. The guildmaster collapses instantly, his face twisting into a horrific mask of agony as the breath is completely stolen from his lungs. The onlookers scream in absolute horror, entirely paralyzed by the sheer madness of a C-rank hunter brutally attacking her own employer. She bursts into maniacal, joyful laughter, completely delighted by how perfectly her strike hit the mark, while An grovels in the dirt, begging for help. Looming over his writhing body, she mockingly warns him to stop acting like a baby, her casual cruelty completely shattering his remaining dignity. With a chilling smile, she suggests that if the guild is so short-handed, he should simply enter the dungeons himself, knowing full well he is far too cowardly to ever do so. Clutching his groin in the dirt, An wheezes out a desperate accusation, realizing she is finally showing her terrifying true colors now that his nephew is gone. She bends over backward with hysterical laughter, mocking his predictable reaction and pointing out that his pathetic lines are identical to his dead nephew's. Her eyes glow with a manic, demonic light as she sighs in amusement, mockingly lamenting what an utter disaster his entire family is. Crouching down to meet his terrified gaze, she happily agrees with his assessment, admitting she must be completely insane for surviving in his precious nephew's stead. An's eyes widen in sheer, paralyzing terror as the horrific truth behind her words begins to dawn on his fragile mind. Before he can process the dread, she dismisses his confusion with cold contempt, declaring that she is officially done with his nephew and warning him never to utter his name again. Standing up, she casually drops the ultimate bombshell. She is officially resigning from the guild, leaving An to scramble on the ground in desperate panic. Leaning down with a taunting pout, she reminds him that he should have treated her better while he had the chance. As An flinches back in terror, she playfully threatens him with another devastating blow, reducing the powerful guildmaster to a shivering, pathetic wreck. She pauses for a brief moment, her expression turning cool and calculated as she remembers one final humiliating detail. An watches in stunned silence as she casually tosses something through the air, letting it flutter down toward his face. With ultimate disrespect, she explains that she is leaving him a pitiful sum of money as a condolence gift for his dead nephew. An stares at the crumpled bill on the cold ground, his face twisting in a murderous, impotent rage as she tells him to use it for the funeral. Ignoring his muffled screams of fury, she lets out a massive yawn and strolls away, leaving the traumatized Nara to frantically bow and thank her for the sudden liberation. Under the quiet cover of the night, the peaceful facade of the city streets hides the chaotic storm that has just been unleashed upon the hunter world. Back in the safety of her home, she smiles with genuine blissful freedom, completely ready to wash the blood away and begin her new life on her own terms. Safe inside the quiet room, a casual conversation about everyday clothes masks the dark storm brewing underneath, as a simple comment about the future brings a sudden awkward halt to the peace. The mention of her dead tormentor slips out as if he were nothing more than a passing nuisance, her voice flat, cold, and entirely devoid of remorse. The reality of the situation hits Choi like a physical blow, a cold sweat breaking out as she reminds her friend of the gruesome truth: the man they speak of is dead. A terrifyingly bright, manic smile instantly replaces her flat expression, her sudden burst of cheerful acknowledgement sending a chilling shiver through the room. Flinging herself onto the bed with wild, childlike glee, she casually, "I'm just a language model and can't help but that." Choi stands frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs as she looks at the unhinged monster smiling before her, realizing just how dangerous her friend has truly become. Trying desperately to break the suffocating tension, Choi forces a practical question, hoping to ground the conversation before the madness escalates any further. The playful energy vanishes in an instant, replaced by a heavy, hollow silence as she stares blankly into nothingness, her mind drifting back into the dark abyss. Peeking up with a deceptively sweet and vulnerable gaze, she quietly asks for a temporary sanctuary, hiding the deadly predator lurking just beneath her skin. A playful wink hides a bitter, dark history as she admits her refusal to ever return to the place she once shared with her abuser. A wave of raw panic washes over Choi as she realizes the terrifying stakes of her answer. One wrong word, one rejection, and she might be the next one to die. Swallowing her terror, Choi quickly relents, granting the request and unleashing a burst of pure, childlike gratitude that feels entirely out of place. Seeking a moment of normal connection, Choi admits she has also walked away from the corrupt guild, turning the focus to what lies ahead in their uncertain future. But the future is a blank void, met with a carefree shrug and a chilling lack of direction that suggests she is simply waiting for the next spark of chaos. When pressed about the harsh realities of survival and money, she reveals a pitifully small sum left to her name, completely unconcerned about how quickly it will vanish. Disbelief turns to outrage as Choi recalls how the dead leader boasted about bankrolling her entire life, exposing the depth of his lies. The revelation of the truth is met with genuine confusion, proving just how deeply she was manipulated and cheated by the man she eventually slaughtered. Clenching her fist in sheer disgust, Choi curses the dead man's memory, realizing the true scale of the exploitation her friend endured. But a terrifying realization suddenly grips Choi's mind. Without a plan, a job, or money, this unpredictable force of nature is going to be living under her roof indefinitely. Desperate to avoid a permanent, deadly roommate, Choi frantically suggests finding a new place or a job, trying to nudge her back into society. The light in her eyes dims once more, a profound, heavy apathy settling over her as she shuts down the suggestions with cold indifference. A dangerous crimson glint flickers in her gaze as she whispers that her ultimate goal has already been achieved, leaving her with no purpose left to pursue. Heavy, suspicious silence fills the space as Choi tries to parse those ominous words, desperately wondering what dark objective she has secretly fulfilled. Sensing the rising tension, she quickly masks her dark thoughts behind another cheerful facade, playfully brushing off the heavy question to keep her secret safe. Choi lets out a shaky breath, offering a silent prayer of thanks for surviving another brush with her friend's volatile, terrifying mood swings. Her melodic laughter fills the room as she mockingly points out Choi's obvious terror, thoroughly amused by the fear she inspires in those around her. The dark tension finally begins to dissipate as the simple human craving of hunger brings them both back to reality, a brief respite from the lingering dread. Looking out into the quiet night, Choi offers comfort in the form of a late-night meal, hoping a warm dinner can patch over the cracks in their shattered lives. But even a simple meal choice carries the heavy weight of past trauma, as she quietly reveals how her dead abuser controlled even the food she put in her body. Rage flares like a sudden explosion in Choi's eyes, the sheer cruelty of the dead man's control triggering an intense protective fury. Incensed by the abuse, Choi unleashes a torrent of fiery anger, fiercely condemning the dead tyrant and celebrating his bloody demise. She looks up in quiet surprise, completely unprepared for the sudden, passionate defense from someone she barely considered an ally. Soft, genuine warmth finally touches her heart, her smile softening as she realizes this is the first time in her life anyone has ever fought or gotten angry on her behalf. Brushing off her own outburst, Choi pulls out her phone to order their meal, determined to provide the safety and comfort her friend has been denied for so long. As night fully settles over the quiet streets, a fragile sense of peace descends upon the small apartment, a momentary calm before an impending storm. Lulled by the quiet of the night, Choi drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep, entirely unaware of the darkness lingering in the room. While her companion rests, she lies awake in the shadows, her mind spinning with a sudden, unfamiliar question about her own future. For the first time in years, she is forced to confront what she truly wants, a concept that feels entirely alien after a lifetime of survival and revenge. The path of guilds, battles, and manipulation no longer holds any appeal. All she truly craves is a quiet, permanent escape from the madness. Letting her eyelids flutter shut, she prepares to finally let go of the pain, desperate to find the peaceful rest she so desperately deserves. But the darkness refuses to let her go, a sudden violent spasm of supernatural energy ripping through her consciousness with terrifying force. A choked gasp tears from her throat as an unnatural, agonizing pressure suffocates her from the inside out, shattering the quiet night. Bolting upright in sheer panic, she clutches her chest, her heart hammering wildly as she struggles to draw breath against the invisible stranglehold. Trembling uncontrollably, she presses her hands against her torso, her mind racing to understand the bizarre, terrifying sensation invading her body. Shivering in the dark, she curls inward, a primal dread taking hold as she realizes this is no ordinary nightmare. Something is deeply, horribly wrong. Deep within her abdomen, a foreign, malevolent presence begins to writhe and stir, a sickening sensation of an alien life form taking root inside her flesh. Her eyes flare with an eerie, unnatural glow as the terrifying truth begins to dawn on her, her breath hitching in mounting horror. Her eyes lock onto the glowing, cursed artifact on her finger, realizing with sudden dread that the dark magic of her past has followed her home. A cold digital warning flares in her mind, spelling out the terrifying nature of the binding curse that is locked onto her soul. The absolute horror of her fate settles in as she realizes the parasite's ring has permanently bound itself to her, dragging her back into a living nightmare with no escape. The glowing text of the cursed interface hovers before her eyes, confirming her worst fears. It is a bound item, fused to her very existence, but her stubborn mind refuses to accept this terrifying trap. Surely there has to be a way to rip it off. Spurred by a sudden rush of reckless desperation, she grabs the glowing ring and pulls with all her might, determined to force it off her finger regardless of the cost. But a sudden blinding flash of volatile magical energy surges through her veins, violently rejecting her attempt. She collapses back onto the bed, clutching her stomach as a sickening wave of agony ripples through her core. The horrifying truth settles in like a lead weight. This cursed artifact cannot be removed, and its roots are already burrowing deep inside her flesh. The cold blue system window mocks her with its description, revealing the sinister nature of the parasitic ring. It regenerates its host, keeping her immortal, but only to serve as an incubator for whatever nightmare is slowly gestating inside her. Staring blankly at the glowing notification, she tries to recall the dark dungeons of her past. She has seen this terrifying warning once before, and the dread in her chest grows as she tries to comprehend what horror is scheduled to hatch from her own body. A horrific memory flashes through her mind of a grotesque insectoid monster violently tearing through a victim's chest in a blood-soaked dungeon. If that same parasite is growing inside her right now, her countdown to a gruesome death has already begun. Cold sweat breaks out across her pale face as she sits in the heavy, suffocating silence of the dark room. The reality of her ticking clock paralyzes her, forcing her to realize that her hard-won freedom might be cut brutally short. Clutching her abdomen, she lets out a shaky breath, realizing the bitter irony of her survival. The cursed ring kept her alive during her desperate battle, but now it demands a price far more terrifying than death itself. She stares down at the faint green glow of the band wrapped tightly around her finger, her expression hardening with resolve. She has survived monsters, abusers, and corrupt guilds. She will not let a parasite claim her life without a fight. Looking down at her sleeping friend, she knows she cannot seek help through any official channels. Revealing a cursed, high-grade artifact would immediately draw the unwanted attention of powerful hunters, forcing her to find a black market solution. She watches Choi drift peacefully in sleep, knowing the stakes are too high to involve anyone else. To survive this ticking time bomb, she must dive headfirst into the dangerous, illegal underbelly of the hunter world, and she has to start immediately. As the morning sun pierces through the blinds, the quiet apartment is filled with the harsh light of a brand new day. There is no time to rest as the phantom writhing in her gut reminds her that every passing second brings her closer to her demise. Inside a speeding taxi, a tense conversation breaks the morning silence as Choi questions her sudden early morning trip to the hospital. Masking her panic behind a casual lie, she brushes it off as a simple stomachache, keeping her dark secret buried deep. Leaning back against the seat, her eyes remain completely vacant and detached as she stares ahead. The simple lie did its job, but the overwhelming burden of her condition sits heavily on her chest, threatening to crush her resolve. The quiet ride is instantly shattered by Choi's explosive, panic-stricken scream of refusal. The sudden burst of drama inside the cramped cab brings the tense atmosphere to a boiling point in an instant. She calmly argues her case, offering to pay rent if it means she can stay, but Choi fiercely rejects her, complaining that the tiny apartment is already far too small for the two of them. A sly, mischievous grin spreads across her face as she casually suggests a simple solution. If the place is too small, they should simply move into a massive, luxurious house together. Choi's jaw drops in utter bewilderment, her eyes wide with disbelief at her friend's incredibly casual attitude toward buying a new home. The sheer absurdity of the suggestion leaves the former hunter completely speechless. Hysterical and overwhelmed, Choi frantically shakes her head, admitting the offer is incredibly tempting, but still shouting a desperate refusal to prevent her life from spiraling further into chaos. The banter quickly takes a dark, hilariously blunt turn as she deadpans a chilling ultimatum, forcing Choi to sweat in sheer terror as she questions her friend's volatile, unhinged logic. Softening her gaze, she looks out the window and quietly promises to leave as soon as she saves up enough money, reiterating her absolute refusal to ever return to the gilded cage her abuser left behind. Choi quickly points out the glaring flaw in her plan, reminding her that she threw away her lucrative guild job only yesterday and has absolutely no realistic way to make money. Her lips curl into a dangerous, predatory smirk as she whispers her shocking alternative, an underground, illegal arena where hunters fight like wild animals. Choi's face twists into pure horror as she screams in utter disbelief, demanding to know why on earth her friend would ever willingly dive into such a lawless, blood-soaked hellhole. Pointing to her ringed finger with a chillingly confident smile, she promises to make them both incredibly rich, telling Choi that her survival is guaranteed and to put all her money on her. Inside the roaring, cavernous depths of the underground arena, a feral crowd of spectators screams for blood as the bright spotlights illuminate the brutal cage matches. In the center of the ring, a fighter lands a devastating, bone-shattering blow to his opponent's face, a stark reminder of the savage, lawless violence that rules this dark underworld. As the bloodied loser collapses to the canvas, the referee raises the victor's hand to a chorus of deafening cheers, highlighting the brutal law of survival of the fittest. Back in the cab, a sudden realization strikes Choi, who looks at her with mounting suspicion, questioning if hiding her true, terrifying power level to fight in low-rank matches is outright fraud. She dismisses the concern with a cold, mocking laugh, reminding Choi that according to the official Hunter Association database, she is legally classified as nothing more than a weak C rank. Choi slumps back in her seat, unable to deny the clever loophole, but still trembling at the absolute audacity of using a fake rank to hustle desperate underground fighters. Greedy, scheming smile slowly replaces Choi's terror as the financial potential of the hustle finally clicks. If they manipulate the betting odds perfectly, the payout will be astronomical. Smiling warmly at her friend's sudden shift in attitude, she approves of the greed, glad that Choi has finally seen the brilliant, chaotic potential of their dangerous partnership.
Arriving at their destination, they find themselves standing before a drab, unassuming concrete building, a completely unexpected facade for a notorious black market fighting ring. Looking at the rundown storefront, Choi's highly skeptical, but she confidently explains that her younger sibling tipped her off about this hidden gateway to the underground long ago. Ignoring her friend's frantic hesitations and paranoid warnings, she boldly marches toward the entrance, completely unfazed by the potential dangers lurking inside. Pushing past the doors, they find themselves in a quiet room where a stern, elderly woman sits knitting, her sharp eyes immediately scanning the newcomers with deep suspicion. Stepping up to the counter with an incredibly polite and innocent smile, she calmly announces that she is looking for a specific type of business. The old woman barely pauses her knitting, her raspy voice cutting through the quiet room as she demands to know exactly what kind of trouble they are seeking. Without a word, she reaches into her pocket and casually flashes her official identification card, letting the old woman see her registered hunter status. The card reveals the fabricated identity of a C-rank physical tanker, a perfectly crafted disguise designed to lower the guard of any opponent she might face. Looking at the card, the old woman sighs with weary disappointment, warning the young girls that countless hunters like them have gotten ruined here and that they should stick to legitimate guilds. She reveals with a cheerful grin that she officially resigned from her guild just yesterday, cutting off any possibility of returning to a normal, law-abiding hunter career. Shrugging off the old woman's concern, she explains that she is simply on a temporary break, utterly sick of the corrupt, stifling world of professional guilds. The old woman scoffs loudly, adjusting her glasses with a look of pure contempt as she mutters that spoiled young hunters don't know how easy they have it in the real world. She remains completely silent, maintaining her pleasant, empty smile as she stares down the old lady, the tension in the room suddenly turning razor sharp. The old woman's gaze turns ice cold as she drops a devastating bombshell, bluntly asking if she has already crossed the line and taken a human life. Her red eyes flash with a dangerous, murderous glint, the sudden heavy silence confirming the dark, bloody truth behind her innocent facade. Instantly snapping back into a bubbly, cheerful act, she laughs off the accusation with sweet denial, while the old woman dismisses them coldly, telling them to leave the wrong establishment. Leaning heavily over the counter, the playful act completely vanishes as she pins the old woman with a terrifying, dominant gaze, ready to force her way into the dark underworld. Leaning over the counter, she looks directly into the old woman's eyes, her voice dripping with dangerous curiosity as she demands to know the exact price of admission into this forbidden underworld. The old woman's sneer shifts into a knowing, conspiratorial grin, pressing a single finger to her lips to signal that secrets in this dark place are never bought cheaply. Amused by the blatant greed of the black market gatekeeper, she rests her chin on her hand, a confident, predatory smile spreading across her face as she prepares to play along with their crooked rules. With a weary sigh, the old woman lays out her non-negotiable terms, warning that credit cards carry a heavy premium and that cash is the only true currency of the lawless underground. Without a single moment of hesitation, she swipes her card through the terminal, dismissing the exorbitant surcharge with a casual shrug as the machine spits out her ticket to the abyss. Sufficiently bribed, the old woman's demeanor turns cold once more, and she lazily gestures toward the dimly lit entryway, signaling that the path into the arena is finally open. She sweeps past the heavy, clinking bead curtain, stepping out of the mundane world and plunging into the dark, suffocating atmosphere of the hidden Colosseum. Right behind her, Choi breaks into a frantic, hushed whisper, horrified by the outrageous entrance fee and desperately worrying that they are draining their vital survival funds before the fight even begins. She keeps marching forward into the shadows, completely unfazed by the cost, confidently promising that the massive payouts waiting in the ring will make their current expenses look like pocket change. They emerge into the colossal, blindingly bright cavern of the arena, where a bloodthirsty crowd roars in unison as the heavy cage doors lock the first fighters inside. Looking down at the blood-slick floor where two fighters are already sizing each other up, she curses under her breath, realizing that the booking agents only accept cash for betting. Turning around to ask her friend for a solution, she suddenly blinks in confusion, realizing that the seat next to her is completely empty and Choi has vanished without a trace. Scanning the crowded terminal, she spots Choi standing at the betting counter, casually dropping an incredibly thick, heavy stack of cold hard cash right in front of the bookie. As Choi returns to her seat with a triumphant smirk, she narrows her eyes, her blood boiling as she prepares to confront her friend for holding out on her. She pins Choi with a lethal, icy glare, sparks of pure irritation practically flying from her eyes as the silence between them grows suffocatingly tense. Choi instantly recoils, sweat pouring down her face as she panics under the terrifying weight of the gaze, completely unable to comprehend what she did to trigger such sudden fury. Her voice drops to a chilling hiss as she demands to know why Choi stayed completely silent about having a small fortune while she was forced to drain her own bank account at the entrance. Choi desperately shouts back in defense, claiming that those funds are her sacred emergency reserve, screaming that nobody in their right mind would willingly throw away their safety net. The bickering rapidly spirals into a hysterical, full-blown argument as Choi tearfully explains that her apartment is heavily leveraged by the bank, leaving her with absolutely nowhere else to go if they fail.
Their chaotic shouting match is instantly cut short as a heavy, imposing hand drops onto her shoulder, sending a sudden jolt of electricity down her spine.
She slowly turns around to find a tall, striking man with vibrant red hair standing directly behind her, his intense presence instantly commanding the space around them.
The stranger offers a smooth, remarkably disarming smile, casually asking if he can take the empty seat right next to her in the crowded stands.
Sensing no immediate threat but keeping her guard fully raised, she casually brushes off his request, letting him sit while keeping her eyes locked onto his movements. Settling into the seat, the red-haired man leans back and casually strikes up a conversation, asking which of the upcoming fighters she plans on betting her money on. Her eyes drift toward the cage, where the giant digital monitors display the high-stakes matchup between two notorious underground veterans. A cold, dangerous smirk plays on her lips as she quietly corrects him, revealing that she didn't come to this lawless hellhole to spectate. She came to bleed.
The stranger's eyes gleam with dark amusement as he suggests that if she is looking for a guaranteed victory, she should only put her faith in someone of undeniable, overwhelming strength. The air between them turns razor-sharp as he leans in closer, whispering with absolute confidence that she should bet on someone exactly like him.
A cold sweat threatens to break out as she stares at his mocking grin, her mind racing with the terrifying suspicion that this stranger has somehow seen right through her disguise. Desperate for answers, she silently triggers her system's diagnostic power, only for her eyes to widen in sheer disbelief as the glowing window returns nothing but a wall of ominous, glitched question marks.
Panic flares in her chest as the horrifying truth settles in. Her high-level appraisal ability has completely failed to read a single one of his statistics.
She desperately calculates the mechanics of her system, knowing that an appraisal failure can only mean one terrifying thing. This man's power level is equal to or far superior to her own A-rank status. A cold dread paralyzes her as she stares at his profile, unable to comprehend why a top-tier hunter of such immense caliber would ever degrade themselves by sneaking into a low-level C-rank slum. Her heart hammers against her ribs as the man leans in close to her ear, his voice dropping to a low, menacing purr as he reminds her that high rankers are strictly forbidden from entering this cage. His eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits, his gaze boring into her soul as he silently calculates the mathematical impossibility of her registered status. The trap snaps shut as he bluntly voices his suspicion, directly asking if she is nothing more than a dangerous, high-ranking fraud hiding behind a fake license. Refusing to back down, she glares right back, coldly retorting that he has no right to lecture her about rules when he was just caught red-handed spying on her private status. Sensing the explosive tension, Choi leaps into the fray, frantically waving her hands and loudly protesting that they are completely legitimate registered hunters. The red-haired man merely scoffs, letting out a soft, mocking laugh that clearly shows he doesn't believe a single word of their frantic cover story. Determined to defuse the situation with chaos, Choi begins to scream at the top of her lungs, accusing the stranger of being a creepy, aggressive drunk who needs to mind his own business. She watches in utter bewilderment as Choi points a trembling finger at the air next to her, shrieking about a flushed, heavily intoxicated old man who isn't even there. A bizarre, shimmering overlay flashes before her eyes, revealing that while she sees a handsome young man, the rest of the world perceives him as a completely different, pathetic character. Choi continues to rage, completely convinced that she is defending her friend from a balding senior nuisance, totally blind to the terrifying predator sitting right next to them. Mouth agape, she looks between her friend and the gorgeous stranger, completely lost as she mutters that the man's hair is undeniably thick and youthful. The stranger bursts into a loud, mocking laugh, utterly delighted by the bizarre misunderstanding while teasing them for being so incredibly blunt with their insults. The realization hits her like a physical blow. This mysterious high ranker must be utilizing an incredibly rare top-grade illusion artifact to mask his true identity from the masses. As the red-haired man continues to double over in hysterical laughter, she realizes she is dealing with someone far more chaotic and unpredictable than she ever anticipated. Before she can demand any more answers, a deafening metallic chime echoes through the massive arena, instantly drowning out the chatter of the crowd. Down in the center of the pit, the two heavyweight combatants finally clash, their devastating blows sending shockwaves through the bloodstained canvas. As the violent spectacle officially begins, Choi cheers at the top of her lungs, completely unaware that they are already sitting in the shadow of a ticking time bomb. The red-haired stranger casually laughs off Choi's fierce hostility, raising his hands in mock surrender as the furious young woman warns him to stay quiet or risk getting kicked out of the arena. She ignores their childish bickering, her sharp eyes scanning the stands and recognizing the bitter reality of the venue. This entire underground pit is packed with weaklings and low-ranked hunters who lack the perception to see past the stranger's powerful illusion. Down in the ring, the massive digital screens introduce the upcoming contenders, an E-rank underdog with raw ambition and a seasoned D-rank veteran who commands the crowd's expectations. Seeing the matchup, Choi excitedly turns to ask her opinion, but she merely crosses her arms with a cold smile, reminding her friend that in this brutal world, higher rank always dictates the victor. Utterly thrilled by the reassurance, Choi cheers with absolute confidence, celebrating her decision to risk her entire reserve fund on the D-rank veteran's guaranteed victory. The battle erupts in a frenzy of violent collisions, and the red-haired stranger leans in with a smug grin, mocking Choi's betting choice as the lower-ranked fighter unexpectedly begins to dominate. Blood splatters across the canvas as the D-rank veteran takes a punishing blow to the head, his balance shattering under the underdog's surprisingly vicious and explosive power. Panic seizes Choi as her chosen champion is slammed violently to the floor, her frantic screams drowned out by the roar of the crowd begging him to stand up and fight. But the struggle is brutally short-lived. The E-rank fighter ruthlessly pins his opponent, unleashing a merciless barrage of ground-and-pound strikes that leaves no room for escape. With a terrifying primal roar, the underdog reveals a set of unnaturally razor-sharp, altered teeth, sinking them deep into his opponent's flesh in a desperate bid to seal his victory. Observing the gruesome display, the red-haired stranger lazily points out the fighter's illegally modified teeth, predicting an imminent victory while Choi desperately rejects the ominous warning. The prediction proves lethal as the E-rank combatant brutally slams the veteran face-first into the bloody floor, completely shattering any remaining hope of a miraculous comeback. Sweating profusely and trembling in disbelief, Choi looks back and forth between the two, completely unable to process how they could predict such an erratic, dirty turn of events. The referee raises the bloody victor's hand as the stadium announcer declares the underdog's triumph, leaving Choi staring in horrified silence at the unconscious veteran on the ground. A cold, crushing despair washes over Choi as her very soul threatens to leave her body, the agonizing realization of her catastrophic financial loss finally sinking deep. She collapses into a hysterical fit of tears, wailing in absolute agony over the massive fortune she just threw away in a single foolish bet. Red-haired stranger takes immense pleasure in her misery, wearing a triumphant, mocking smirk as he smugly reminds the devastated girl that she should have listened to his warning. Finding the sheer absurdity of the dirty brawl highly entertaining, she bursts into a light, elegant laugh, completely unfazed by the high-stakes chaos unfolding around them. Driven to madness by the betrayal, a tearful Choi lunges forward and aggressively grabs her by the collar, furiously demanding to know how she can laugh when her bad advice just ruined her life. Her laughter instantly vanishes, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence as she looks down at the hand gripping her shirt, her patience instantly evaporating. A lethal, blood-red glow ignites in her eyes as she stares right through her friend, her voice dropping to a terrifying, quiet whisper that demands Choi let go of her immediately. The murderous aura hits Choi like a physical blow, snapping her back to reality as absolute terror paralyzes her, instantly recognizing the monstrous power sleeping right beside her. Trembling and babbling apologies, Choi quickly releases her grip and retreats in a panic, desperately trying to change the subject by asking when she finally plans to step into the ring. Without a backward glance, she turns her back on the arena and begins to walk away, coldly declaring that she has lost all interest in fighting today and leaving Choi completely stunned. As she strides down the dimly lit corridor, she senses a familiar, heavy presence trailing closely behind her, refusing to let her escape so easily. The red-haired high-ranker steps into her path, a challenging smirk playing on his lips as he mockingly asks if she is abandoning the tournament because her conscience finally caught up to her. She sashays closer to him with a dangerous, confident smile, retorting that since his intrusive presence ruined her chance of making easy money, he is now entirely responsible for her losses. The stranger's smile falters slightly, his expression turning serious as he warns her not to waste her formidable ranking in a shady slum when she could easily make a fortune joining a legitimate guild. She casually brushes his advice aside, resting a playful hand on his shoulder as she smiles warmly, reminding him that this is nothing more than a thrilling hobby, before turning the question back on him. Her eyes narrow into sharp, calculating slits as she demands to know why a hunter of his caliber is hanging around an illegal arena, especially one utilizing highly restricted black market items. Unshaken, the red-haired man simply scoffs and claims it is his hobby too, coldly telling her to go her own way and pretending he didn't notice her blatant schemes. Leaning in close until her breath brushes his ear, she drops all pretense, whispering with absolute intent that she needs direct access to his exclusive black market distribution channels. She flashes a predatory, knowing smile, locking her eyes onto his as she specifically demands the mysterious illusion artifact currently masking his true identity. The stranger lets out a quiet, amused chuckle, mockingly asking if she is planning to cross over into a life of crime before bluntly refusing to help her. Twirling her hair with a playful pout, she casually teases him for being so incredibly uptight, completely unfazed by his stubborn refusal. Suddenly, a deafening violent crash shatters the quiet corridor, sending a powerful shockwave through the walls as the ceiling threatens to collapse above them. Armed tactical officers burst through the doors, shouting demands and executing a sudden massive raid on the illegal gambling den as panic erupts throughout the facility. Before the stranger can flee into the shadows, she lunges forward and grips his wrist in a vice-like hold, refusing to let him abandon her. Startled by her light and fast reflex, the red-haired man glares down at her, demandingly asking what she thinks she is doing as the authorities close in. A manic, dangerous grin spreads across her face as she leans in close, offering him a thrilling ultimatum: cooperate right now or get dragged down and arrested alongside her. She tightens her grip on his arm with inhuman strength, ensuring that any attempt to slip away will only draw the immediate attention of the armed guards. The high ranker desperately struggles to shake her off, screaming at her to let go of him while she laughs hysterically, cheerfully swearing that she will never release him. The chaotic struggle immediately exposes them, and an officer points a finger in their direction, shouting orders for the backup team to capture the fleeing suspects. A massive, fiery explosion violently tears through the building, lighting up the forest canopy as the entire illegal coliseum is reduced to burning rubble. Bursting out of the blazing inferno, the two high-ranked hunters leap into the surrounding woods, their incredible speed allowing them to outrun the devastating blast. As they race through the dense forest, she casually laughs off the destruction of the building, while the frustrated man commands her to stop talking and keep up with his pace. Sprinting deeper into the shadows, the red-haired man demands to know her ultimate objective, asking if her reckless pursuit means she truly wants to become a wanted criminal. She flashes a bright, thrill-seeking smile as she effortlessly keeps pace, replying that she simply wants her prized items appraised and is fully prepared to buy whatever useful secrets he possesses. Intrigued by her audacity, he shouts back, asking for her true hunter rank, but she merely giggles and tells him to appraisal scan her himself if he is so desperate to know. Finally stopping in a quiet clearing, she leans heavily against a massive tree to catch her breath, a triumphant smile on her face as she prepares to extract the secrets of the underground. She struggles to keep up with his relentless, blinding speed, quickly realizing that this mysterious stranger's power goes far beyond the limits of a standard A-rank hunter. Glancing back over his shoulder, the red-haired man senses her analytical gaze, silently acknowledging that this tenacious woman is far more observant than he originally anticipated. Growing weary of the endless trek through the dark woods, she demands to know how much further they must go, only for him to stop dead in his tracks and declare they have arrived. She peers into the dense, overgrown brush ahead, deeply skeptical that a hidden gateway to the criminal underworld could truly be concealed in such an ordinary, quiet clearing. Before they step forward, the stranger delivers a stern warning to keep his identity hidden inside, prompting her to mockingly wonder if he is actually some legendary figure she should know. He turns to her with a dry, knowing smirk, casually introducing himself as Kim Dong-ju, fully expecting her to recognize the name of a notorious hunter. Refusing to show even a flicker of intimidation, she merely flashes a confident smile, effortlessly matching his arrogant energy as they prepare to cross the threshold. Just as a brilliant, blinding light erupts from the hidden gateway, she casually throws out a question about his age, only for him to reply that he is 26. Realizing they share the exact same age, a sudden sense of casual camaraderie forms between them as they step directly into the roaring, luminous vortex. Stepping out of the light, her eyes widen in absolute amazement as she gazes down upon a bustling, hidden black market town carved entirely into the cavern's massive depths. Walking past stalls filled with ancient relics and illegal artifacts, she marvels at the bizarre treasures on display, questioning who could have possibly constructed such an immense underground haven. He answers her with a single, chilling word, hunters, igniting a spark of shock as she realizes the true, lawless potential of awakened individuals. Dongju explains that this place is a sanctuary for society's outcasts, packed with awakened criminals who either brought their dark pasts with them or turned to villainy after gaining power. Intrigued by his vast knowledge, she slyly accuses him of being a former criminal himself, a teasing remark that he casually laughs off without a hint of denial. She presses him further, her sharp eyes scanning his relaxed posture as she demands to know if a hunter of his extreme caliber is secretly running one of the major syndicates. He calmly deflects her suspicion, admitting he is simply a member of a guild rather than its leader, which only makes her more desperate to uncover its name. With a dangerous, playful smirk, he whispers that his affiliation is a strict secret, leaving her burning with curiosity as they finally arrive at their destination. They sit before an elderly, blindfolded appraiser who gently takes her hand, only for the old woman's expression to instantly freeze as she senses absolutely nothing from the girl's mysterious artifact. She explains that she acquired the bound ring inside a deadly dungeon, but no matter how hard she tries, the cursed item refuses to budge from her finger. The seasoned appraiser grows visibly tense, sweating profusely as she insists that every standard item should be removable, making the girl's plight incredibly abnormal. Watching from the shadows, Dongji remains dead silent, deeply intrigued by the old appraiser's rare display of sheer bewilderment. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the old woman asks for permission to attempt a forceful removal, and with a tense nod of agreement, the dangerous experiment begins. The moment the appraiser channels her mana into the ring, a violent, agonizing shockwave tears through her body, causing her to cry out in excruciating pain. Horrified by the sudden explosive backlash, the old woman recoils in absolute terror, barely believing the immense power she just triggered. Panting heavily and clutching her hand, the girl explains that the agonizing pain strikes violently whenever anyone attempts to remove it, triggering the curse's lethal grip. Shaken to her core, the appraiser admits she cannot break the seal herself, but asks if the girl can at least reveal the official name of the cursed artifact. The room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as she hesitates, knowing that revealing the true nature of this item could change her life forever. She quietly reveals that the system appraisal only displays it as unknown, hiding her deepest secrets to prevent a dangerous rumor from leaking out. Sensing the terrifying scale of the mystery, the old woman flatly refuses to take the job, declaring the curse is far beyond her league and waiving any fee just to get them out of her shop. A crushing wave of disappointment washes over her, leaving her staring blankly as her last hope of easily removing the ring vanishes into thin air. Realizing she will get no answers here, she politely bids the appraiser farewell and rises from her seat, determined to find another way. On her way out, her eyes catch a rare glowing item on the shop's display, a legendary shadow earring capable of completely concealing its wearer's true hunter stats from prying eyes. Picking up the shimmering golden trinket, a brilliant spark ignites in her mind as she realizes this is exactly what she needs to hide her monstrous power. A sly, triumphant grin spreads across her face as she realizes that with this earring, even high-ranking S-rank hunters will be completely blind to her true potential. Without a second thought, she pulls the earring from the shelf, completely enamored by the sleek, elegant design of her new secret weapon. The old appraiser warns her that the item costs a whopping 3 million won and is completely useless for a low-ranked hunter, questioning if she is truly willing to waste such a fortune. Bursting with pure excitement, she cheerfully confirms the purchase, eagerly whipping out her card to finalize the transaction without a single shred of regret. Grinning from ear to ear, she proudly slips the golden earring into place, instantly feeling its magical concealment shroud her entire aura. Walking out into the corridor, Dongju skeptically points out that since she is merely an A-rank hunter, the earring will only hide her stats from those up to S-rank, totally unaware of her true godlike level. She simply giggles, cryptically hinting that such an occurrence is exactly what she is counting on, leaving him completely baffled by her supreme confidence. Intrigued by her mysterious remark, Dongju leans in closer, but before he can ask another question, she decides to show him exactly what she is capable of. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes from his side with terrifying silent speed, leaving a bewildered Dongju staring at empty space. He scoffs in deep frustration, thoroughly annoyed by her playful antics, but secretly stunned by her impossibly fast reflexes. Crouched in a quiet corner of the market, she lets out an annoyed sigh, briefly contemplating if she should seek out a different appraiser before realizing that starting rumors would be far too dangerous. Clutching her bound finger, she knows she cannot leave the cursed ring as it is, desperately racking her brain for any alternative method to break the seal. Suddenly, a brilliant epiphany strikes her. There is one place where the rules of the system can be bent, a mythical hidden dungeon. She remembers the global phenomenon of these rare, unstable portals that randomly manifest across the earth, offering treasures and dangers beyond human comprehension. Specifically, she recalls the legends of two particular hidden dungeons that are rumored to have appeared more than once in entirely different locations. Staring at her ring, she realizes that hidden dungeons do not vanish forever upon completion. Instead, they reset and relocate, meaning the very dungeon where she found the ring has respawned somewhere on the globe. With a look of absolute, unyielding determination, she vows to hunt down and conquer every single dungeon in existence until she finds the original chamber and breaks the curse once and for all. To search for the hidden dungeon, she realizes there is a massive obstacle. Unaffiliated hunters cannot legally enter dungeons without joining a registered guild, a constraint she utterly loathes. Watching her tense silence, Dongju's eyes narrow with an intense, calculating curiosity, sensing the deep-seated conflict swirling within her. To break the heavy tension, Dongju suddenly turns back to the shop's counter to complete his transaction, aggressively haggling with the stubborn old appraiser over the outrageous price of his items. Counting out his cash with a heavy sigh, Dongju mockingly grumbles about her greed, teasingly suggesting that her terrible appraisal skills mean it is finally time for her to retire. Infuriated by his jab, the old woman snaps back before stopping cold, suddenly realizing the sheer impossibility of the situation, demanding to know if a brand new dungeon has somehow gone undetected by the association. Grinning slyly, Dongju hands over the full payment, casually admitting that he did indeed just clear a dungeon, leaving the appraiser absolutely stunned by his casual audacity. Turning his attention back to her, Dongju leans in with a knowing smirk, casually uttering her name, Hyun Choi, instantly shattering her calm exterior. His eyes gleam with a dangerous hunger as he admits he has a particular weakness for collecting unique, powerful items, especially ones as mysterious as her ring. Unfazed by his predatory gaze, she holds up her hand, dryly reminding him that the cursed ring is permanently bound to her finger and impossible to steal. With a sudden, chilling shift in his demeanor, Dongju grabs her hand in a vice grip, whispering with absolute malice that he has no problem simply taking the entire finger to get what he wants. Staring directly into his terrifyingly dark eyes, she refuses to back down, her lips curling into a cold, defiant sneer as she mockingly points out his incredibly twisted hobby. Undeterred by her defiance, Dongju runs his fingers over her bound hand, pointing out the chilling anomaly that no new dungeons have appeared, yet she possesses an item completely unknown to the world. The air in the room turns suffocatingly cold as Dongju looms over her, his oppressive aura flaring as he silently threatens to crush her right then and there. Feeling the immense pressure of an S-rank hunter pressing down on her, she curses inwardly, realizing she is dangerously cornered. But before she can pull away, Dongju tightens his grip, chillingly declaring that there is always a way to extract an item, even if it requires brutal violence. Primal rage flares within her crimson eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity that promises absolute ruin if he pushes her any further. Sensing her lethal shift in energy, Dongju releases her and takes a step back, yet his gaze remains fixed on her like a predator watching its prey. His face darkens into a chilling, shadowy mask of pure malice, silently daring her to make a move as the absolute gravity of his power fills the space. Crouched on the floor, she clenches her fist so hard her knuckles turn white, the sudden wave of paralyzing fear triggering a deeply buried, agonizing memory of helplessness. Her mind flashes back to a terrifying dungeon raid where she lay battered and defenseless on the cold ground, surrounded by a horrifying swarm of monstrous mantis beasts ready to tear her apart. Trapped in the jaws of absolute despair, her past self could only stare in pure horror as the terrifying monsters closed in for the kill. Reaching her absolute limit, the agonizing fear inside her erupted into a desperate, earth-shattering scream of pure, unbridled power. Back in the present, the sudden, violent surge of her untamed mana catches Dongju completely off guard, his eyes widening in sheer shock as the atmosphere violently warps around them. An explosive shockwave of blinding blue light detonates from her body, completely obliterating the surrounding market stalls and blowing the massive underground chamber apart. Clutching his head in agony, Dongju staggers backward, his ears ringing as the deafening roar of her raw power threatens to tear his eardrums apart. The entire market falls into absolute chaos as bystanders scream in terror, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of someone unleashing such world-ending magic outside of a dungeon. Dongju struggles to stand against the crushing pressure, desperately reminding himself of the absolute law of hunters that weaker individuals must naturally submit to the overwhelming aura of a higher rank. But as he looks at her, he realizes with horror that the biological instinct of submission is entirely absent from her soul. She possesses the terrifying aura of a true monster. The sheer, world-bending scale of her power leaves a lingering, terrifying question hanging in the air. Was this monstrous potential born within her, or was it a dark power acquired after her awakening? As the thick dust and debris slowly settle, she stands panting heavily in the ruined shop, her overwhelming presence demanding absolute respect from the shattered room. Glaring through the haze, she holds up her bound hand, spitting out a furious curse at the man who dared to push her to her absolute limit. Instantly dropping his hostile demeanor, Dongju raises his hands in a playful, defensive gesture, offering a casual apology while hiding his profound shock behind a nervous smile. Dusting himself off, Dongju walks toward her, pointing out that if she truly wants to unlock the secrets of her cursed ring, she has only one realistic path forward. With a confident, intriguing grin, he proposes an unexpected alliance, offering to help her track down the elusive hidden dungeon if they work together. Later that night, back in her quiet apartment, she collapses onto her bed in a state of absolute bone-deep exhaustion, her mind racing with the chaotic events of the day. Her peaceful rest is abruptly cut short when her younger brother bursts into the room, holding a plastic takeout bag and trying to bribe her with her favorite choke ball. Ignoring his attempts, she rolls over, prompting her brother to playfully tease her with the promise of soju, threatening to eat the entire feast himself if she continues to ignore him. Instantly bolting upright, her brother erupts in a dramatic fit of fury, screaming about the absolute terror of the illegal arena collapsing and demanding to know where she disappeared to during the chaos. Outside the quiet, dimly lit apartment complex, the sound of his theatrical shouting echoes into the night as she struggles to calm him down. Back inside, she calmly digs into the pork trotters, casually dismissing his dramatic breakdown while enjoying her late-night meal. Shoveling food into his mouth while sniffling, her brother slowly begins to calm down, though his face still carries a pout of lingering frustration. Chewing thoughtfully, her brother asks how they are going to survive now that their primary source of income is gone, eagerly suggesting they finally prepare to join a legitimate hunter guild together. Chewing on a bone, she casually rejects the idea, bluntly announcing that she will be coming home late for the foreseeable future as she hunts down the hidden dungeon. Her brother's jaw drops in absolute disbelief as he frantically questions how an unaffiliated, low-ranking hunter could possibly hope to locate such a legendary anomaly on her own. Taking a quiet bite, she calmly replies that she will simply grind the dungeons, leaving her brother completely flabbergasted by her incredibly nonchalant attitude toward life-threatening danger. With a smug, knowing smile, she casually drops a bombshell, revealing that the notorious Kim Dongju has personally agreed to assist her on her quest. Brother screeches in pure shock, his eyes widening to dinner plates as he demands to know if she is referring to the legendary S-rank hunter. She merely sighs and points out the hilarious irony that her brother didn't even recognize the famous hunter when he was sitting right next to them earlier that day. Infuriated by her claim, her brother violently slams the table, screaming that the legendary S-rank would never visit a shady back alley arena, insisting she was fooled by an old, washed-up impersonator. To prove his point once and for all, he aggressively whips out his smartphone, pulling up a highly publicized photo of the real legendary Kim Dongju to expose her supposedly fake contact. Her brother desperately tries to deny the truth, pointing out how impossible it is to mistake a legendary world-class hunter for the casual man they just met. But the chilling reality remains their mysterious acquaintance is indeed an elite member of the legendary Peyote Guild. Brother slams his hands onto the table, his voice cracking with sheer shock as the gravity of her revelation finally sinks in. He stares at her with wide, terrified eyes, demanding to know if that unassuming man was truly the legendary S-rank hunter. He lets out a frantic scream of pure despair, realizing they just casually spoke to and insulted one of the most powerful beings on the planet. Collapsing onto the table, her brother is consumed by immediate regret, lamenting their terrible luck while she calmly tells him to stop overreacting. He sighs deeply, realizing his dreams of ever joining such an esteemed guild are utterly shattered, while she casually wonders what makes this guild so incredibly special. Erupting in anger once more, her brother screams that the Peyote Guild represents the absolute pinnacle of wealth, status, and ultimate hunter benefits. At the peak of this legendary guild stands its mysterious leader, a shadow of absolute authority and unparalleled power. Boasting 3 of the world's 8 S-rank hunters, the guild holds a monopoly on godlike magical and combat abilities. Operating from a massive skyscraper that towers over the city, the guild's massive influence easily rivals that of entire nations, marking them as the undisputed rulers of the hunter society. Brother explains the astronomical odds of getting in, yet she merely chews her food in quiet indifference, completely unfazed by the guild's terrifying reputation. Ignoring the world-shaking lore of the elite, she simply slides the plate of meat forward, telling him to eat up and focus on the present. The next day, she meets up with her partner to prepare for their illegal raid, her gaze sharp and focused on the path ahead. He looks back at her with a slightly startled expression, caught off guard by her sudden arrival. She casually mentions how impressive it is that he is a member of the legendary Peyote Guild, completely blowing his cover and leaving him wondering how she found out. Looking at her heavy defense gear, he questions why she is carrying such a massive shield if they are only entering a low-tier illegal dungeon. Frustrated by his cryptic attitude, she demands answers, but he simply tells her to stop complaining and follow him. But as they approach the entrance, he suddenly pauses, turning back with a heavy seriousness in his eyes. With a dark, warnings-filled gaze, he tells her to keep her guard up, warning her that illegal dungeons are far more volatile and dangerous than she thinks. Suddenly, a low-ranking lizard soldier screeches from the shadows, lunging forward with bared fangs. In an instant, the weak monster is utterly obliterated, its head crushed under raw, overwhelming force. Standing over the dead beast, she sighs with boredom, noting that his dire warnings seem completely exaggerated for such pathetic monsters. As he effortlessly kicks down another beast, he admits he was only teasing her, reminding her that most illegal dungeons only house low-rank fodder. With another swift strike, he notes that it doesn't matter how weak the monsters are as long as they search every possible dungeon to find her hidden target. But before they can proceed, a massive heavy stomp rattles the ground, sending dust flying into the air. A towering lizard general emerges from the dust, and she realizes with surprise that a boss monster has appeared before they even reach the final chamber. He turns to her, asking if they should search the surrounding area more thoroughly before executing the boss. She contemplates their options for a brief second, calculating the fastest way to achieve her goal. The towering boss tilts its head in confusion, completely unaware of the terrifying predator standing right in front of it. With blinding speed, she blitzes forward, her strike tearing through the air with lethal precision. The lizard general's severed head flies through the air, fountains of dark blood erupting from its massive neck. Catching the massive head, she cold-bloodedly declares that if the hidden chamber hasn't triggered by now, then this place is a complete waste of time. Staring down at her hand, she notes with frustration that the cursed artifact remains completely dormant and silent. Disappointed but undeterred, she decides to abandon the cleared zone and move on to the next dungeon. But as the darkness of the dungeon fades, her mind drifts into a horrifying flashback where a monstrous insect beast shrieks in her face. Her past self desperately blocks the crushing force of the monster's claws, her shield cracking under the immense pressure. Screaming out in sheer desperation, she begs her sponsor and ally to help her, feeling her strength rapidly fading. Suddenly, a cold, heavy hand places itself on her shoulder, sending a shiver of pure terror down her spine. She looks up to find her wealthy sponsor standing over her, his eyes glowing with an absolute psychopathic malice. With a sickening, twisted grin, the man chillingly reminds her of her place as a sponsored, disposable tool. Tears stream down her face as the cruel betrayal shatters her spirit, leaving her defenseless against the horrors of the abyss. She falls backward into a seemingly endless dark pit, surrounded by hundreds of glowing eyes waiting to tear her to pieces. With a desperate, terrified scream, she bolts upright in her bed, her heart hammering against her ribs. She gasps for air, drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with the lingering terror of the nightmare. Holding up her trembling hand, she stares at the ring, her fingers shaking as the trauma of the past continues to haunt her. Clenching her teeth in bitter anger, she curses her sponsor, furious that the monster who ruined her life is now invading her dreams. She looks over at her younger brother sleeping peacefully nearby, the weight of her heavy secrets pressing down on her chest. Deep, agonizing fear grips her heart, the terrifying realization that her dangerous quest might someday force her to abandon him too. With a heavy, conflicted heart, she quietly steps out of the room, determined to face whatever nightmares lie ahead alone. Exhausted and running on pure fumes, she pulls open the refrigerator in search of anything to cool her racing mind, desperate for a moment of quiet reflection before the next storm hits. Watching the cold water stream into her mug, she tries to wash away the lingering anxiety of her nightmares, but the cold reality of her dangerous path refuses to disappear. Her quiet morning is shattered in an instant when her brother rushes past like a hurricane, frantically adjusting his clothes as if his very survival depends on it. Struggling to pull on his shoes, her brother screams that he is incredibly late for a life-altering interview with the powerful Hwajeon Guild, utterly panicked by his own terrible timing. Casually taking a slow, refreshing sip, she nonchalantly asks if he wants a ride, completely unfazed by his frantic state and leaving him momentarily speechless. He looks at her with absolute disbelief, bluntly reminding her that she doesn't even own a car, assuming she is just playing a cruel joke on him. But his jaw drops in pure shock as a luxurious jet-black sedan suddenly pulls up outside, its sleek frame radiating unimaginable wealth and power. Stepping out of the driver's seat with a smug, easygoing grin is none other than the legendary S-rank hunter himself, Kim Dong-ju, casually welcoming them like old friends. Her brother lets out a high-pitched screech of sheer terror, instantly recognizing the godlike figure standing right in front of their rundown apartment. She casually waves him off, telling her brother to drop the honorifics and speak casually, a ridiculous suggestion that only drives her brother deeper into panic. His face paling, her brother desperately tries to stammer out an apology, terrified that his previous insults and disrespect toward the S-rank will cost him his life. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs in the air as her brother stares in horror, waiting for the legendary hunter's wrath to obliterate them on the spot. His soul practically escaping his body, her brother literally begs for mercy, completely consumed by comedic despair as his life flashes before his eyes. Leaving the chaos behind, the black luxury sedan roars to life, tearing through the city streets at breakneck speed toward their destination. Sitting in the back seat, her brother looks completely dead to the world, utterly motion-sick and emotionally drained by the terrifying company he is keeping. Gripping the steering wheel, Kim Dong-ju casually asks about the guild her brother is interviewing for, entirely oblivious to the young man's suffering. Sensing an opportunity, she leans in and asks Dongju about the rumor that the Hwajeon Guild leader recently returned from a legendary hidden dungeon. Dongju's cheerful demeanor suddenly vanishes, his eyes turning cold and dark as he bluntly confesses his deep hatred for the Hwajeon Guild. Crushed by the S-rank's terrifying declaration, her brother weeps silently in the back, realizing his dreams of joining that guild are officially dead. Arriving at a grim derelict building, they are met by intimidating, dark-suited guards who coldly announce that the path is clear. Walking past the ruins of the shattered entrance, she and Dongju prepare to cross the threshold into yet another illegal, volatile dungeon. Eyeing the shadowy guards with suspicion, she demands to know who these thugs are, only to learn they are the elite guild members managing the operation. Dongju mocks her naive assumption that an illegal dungeon would have no oversight, flashing a teasing smirk that rubs her the wrong way. She threatens to report the whole illegal operation, but Dongju smugly reminds her that she would go down with them, leaving her with no choice but to push forward. Annoyed by his arrogance, she pushes past him, determined to find her target quickly and sever ties with this infuriating S-rank once and for all. Guards exchange nervous looks, completely baffled by how a low-ranking hunter can talk down to one of the strongest beings on Earth. Noticing their stares, Dongju snaps at the guards with fierce authority, demanding they look away and keep a tight perimeter outside. Scratching his neck in irritation, Dongju grumbles to himself, thoroughly annoyed by how easily she managed to get under his skin. His eyes narrow with a dangerous predatory sharpness, his easygoing facade fading as the reality of the dungeon's dark energy looms ahead. Standing deep within a misty forest dungeon, she grows increasingly impatient, wondering what is taking her partner so long to catch up. Suddenly, a violent, high-frequency vibration rattles her hand, a powerful pulse radiating from the mysterious artifact. She gasps in pure shock, her heart skipping a beat as the long, dormant ring suddenly surges with an undeniable, blinding power. Staring at her glowing finger, she realizes the artifact is reacting to something nearby, signaling that her desperate search might finally be over. Her eyes widen as she tries to comprehend the sudden resonance, wondering if her desperate mind is merely playing cruel tricks on her. Dongju's voice suddenly cuts through the silence, questioning her delay as she angrily demands to know why he took so long. He walks away with a sigh, muttering about her bossy attitude, completely unaware of the massive secret pulsing on her finger. Clenching her fist, she suppresses her fear, realizing she must gather more critical information before this parasitic power consumes her entirely. High above the canopy, a flock of hideous, three-eyed bird monsters shrieks, their piercing cries echoing through the sky as they spot their prey. In a flash, a massive razor-sharp talon lunges downward, aiming directly for her head with lethal, crushing speed. But she doesn't flinch, unleashing a blinding, destructive strike that tears through the lead beast in an instant.
Feathers and dark blood erupt in a violent explosion as the monster is utterly obliterated by her sheer, unyielding force. Moving with terrifying fluid aggression, she leaps into the air, tearing through the remaining beasts with brutal efficiency.
Watching from a safe distance, Dongju is visibly taken aback, noting that her fighting style is far more savage and unhinged than usual today.
She lands gracefully, ignoring his concern, while Dongju sighs and prepares to call off their search for the day. But as she turns, a sinister crimson glow ignites in her eyes, a dark, malevolent presence taking control of her senses.
In a flash of terrifying speed, she blitzes forward, launching a lethal punch directly at the legendary S-rank hunter's face.
Dongju barely reacts in time, catching her fist in his palm with a tense, questioning smile as he demands to know what has gotten into her. She glares back at him with glowing, psychopathic eyes, her voice dripping with pure malice as she threatens to crush him on the spot. Dark energy within her eyes surges to its absolute limit, completely erasing her humanity and leaving only a thirst for blood. In a terrifying display of raw power, she unleashes another devastating strike, plunging them both into a deadly battle of survival where no one is safe.
Kim Dongju easily catches her sudden murderous attack, his lips curling into a smug smirk as he questions her sudden, unprovoked hostility. Her hands tremble with lethal intent, locked in a brutal test of strength against the S-rank hunter who refuses to budge an inch. Realizing her strike wasn't a joke, Dongju's playful demeanor completely vanishes as he unleashes his own terrifying, suffocating mana. The explosive shockwave of their colliding power blasts them apart, sending dust and debris flying high into the sky as the ground beneath them shatters. She skids violently backward across the grass, desperately trying to regain her footing as the S-rank's sheer kinetic force rattles her bones. A thick, parasitic darkness surges through her veins once more, turning her eyes completely vacant as the ring tries to seize full control of her mind. But with a final, desperate gasp, she forcefully snaps back to reality, her eyes widening in pure horror as she tries to comprehend the terrifying blackout. Brushing off the attack as mere fatigue, Dongju casually tells her to rest, turning his back to single-handedly clear the dungeon's boss himself. She watches him walk away in absolute silence, her mind reeling from the realization of how close she just came to starting a fight to the death. Clutching her head in agony, she gasps for breath, desperately trying to calm her racing heart as the parasitic influence lingers in her mind. Sweat pours down her face as she grits her teeth, terrified of the monstrous, uncontrollable entity slowly awakening inside of her. A heavy, agonizing doubt begins to crawl into her mind, forcing her to question if finding this legendary hidden dungeon is even worth the cost of her sanity. Looking down, her blood runs cold as she feels a bizarre, invasive power spreading through her fingertips with every passing second. She is trapped in a race against time, terrified that the parasitic ring will completely consume her soul before she can find a way to rid herself of it. As night falls over the city, she returns to the quiet safety of her rundown apartment, desperate to leave the horrors of the dungeons behind. Stepping inside, she immediately notices the heavy, depressing atmosphere in the room, finding her close friend and roommate Nara looking utterly defeated. Tears in her eyes, Nara dejectedly confesses that she was brutally rejected from yet another job interview today, her spirit completely broken. The two share a moment of bitter, silent understanding, realizing that they are both trapped in a relentless, unforgiving cycle of dead ends. Determined to break the gloomy mood, she tosses a plastic bag of warm food toward Nara, offering a brief distraction from their harsh reality. Nara catches the bag with a flicker of hope, her tear-stained face lighting up slightly at the unexpected gesture of comfort. A rare, genuine smile crosses her face as she playfully asks if they have any alcohol left to wash down their sorrows. Within minutes, Nara slams her glass down in comedic fury, screaming at the sheer unfair cruelty of the hunter system. Drowning her sorrows, Nara faceplants onto the table, bitterly cursing her useless C-rank status as a support buffer that nobody wants to hire. As Nara wails about her terrible luck, she quietly sips her drink, her mind drifting to the dangerous secret mission she must face tomorrow. Nara looks up with glassy, desperate eyes, expressing a deep, painful longing to finally become strong enough to change her life. She tries to offer a simple solution, but Nara quickly shuts her down, pointing out that support hunters can't grow strong without decades of combat experience. A heavy, tense silence falls over the small room as Nara's gaze drops, the deep-seated jealousy of her roommate's sudden success beginning to show. Nara suddenly asks if her dramatic leap in strength was all because of the mysterious item she salvaged from the hidden dungeon. Staring at her with envy, Nara muses about how lucky she is, even suggesting that they should go dungeon hunting together. Instantly, a freezing, dark aura fills the room as her eyes turn a deep, chilling crimson, a predatory instinct locking onto her oblivious friend. Nara continues to complain, completely unaware of the dangerous shift in the room as she wishes she could find a cheat item to fix her life. The casual, envious words strike a raw nerve, pushing her mind back toward the dark, agonizing memories of her past. Her mind is flooded with a horrific flashback, remembering the blood-drenched field where giant insect beasts tore her old party to shreds. She remembers the paralyzing terror of being a helpless child, crying in a pool of blood as a monstrous maw prepared to swallow her whole. A surge of absolute murderous fury takes over her thoughts, furious at the sheer ignorance of those who think her trauma is just good luck. Her expression turns cold and dead, all warmth vanishing from her face as she glares at Nara with a terrifying homicidal intensity. The monstrous voice of the parasite whispers in the back of her mind, tempting her to silence this ungrateful girl once and for all. But Nara remains entirely oblivious to her impending doom, continuing to ramble about the fortune and respect she would have earned. With a voice dripping with icy venom, she cuts Nara off, demanding to know if she truly believes that surviving hell was a matter of simple luck. She leans in with a twisted, psychopathic smile, chillingly asking if Nara has completely lost her mind to talk about their shared past so lightly. Nara's face instantly drains of all color, her entire body freezing in sheer terror as she finally senses the monstrous bloodlust radiating from her friend. Her crimson eye narrows with lethal precision, giving Nara no room to escape as she demands a clear explanation for her careless words. Desperately trying to backtrack, a sweating and panicked Nara stammers out an apology, blaming her drunk and foolish mouth. Nara's heart hammers against her ribs in absolute panic, realizing too late that she has crossed a line that should have never been touched. A grim memory of their shared trauma flashes before them, a reminder of the gruesome bloodbath that they barely survived. Tears of genuine terror well up in Nara's eyes as she begs for forgiveness, terrified that she has unleashed a monster. With trembling hands, Nara desperately pleads for her to pretend she never said anything, her body shaking from head to toe. Nara cringes in silence, completely consumed by regret as she waits for the chilling, murderous gaze to either fade or strike. Sighing deeply, she lets the dark aura recede, reminding herself that those who haven't stared into the abyss can never truly understand its horrors. Coldly warning Nara to never speak of such foolish dreams again, she watches as her roommate nods in desperate, frantic agreement, the fragile peace between them forever fractured. The tense silence in the room extends to its breaking point, the clatter of chopsticks failing to mask the heavy, suffocating wall of distrust rising between them. She swirls her glass, her gaze cutting through the dim light like a razor blade as she decides to finally rip the veil of lies away. Hearing her name spoken with such chilling authority, Nara tenses up, her voice trembling as she prepares for the worst. She lays the brutal truth bare, reminding Nara of the absolute nightmare she endured inside that dungeon and the mysterious artifact she pulled from the ashes. Nara stammers, desperately trying to rationalize the impossible, wondering if a simple ring was truly the key to her miraculous survival. But a terrifying smile creeps onto her face as she shatters Nara's naive delusions, revealing that the ring possessed no such merciful blessing. With eyes shining in a sickening crimson light, she leans forward, whispering of a casualty count so astronomical it defies human comprehension. The sheer absurdity of the statement leaves Nara completely paralyzed, her mind refusing to process the terrifying implications of what she is hearing. Panic sets in as Nara claws at her head, screaming that none of this makes any logical sense, only to be met with an icy, unblinking glare. Nara demands to know how a mere defensive tank could have possibly slaughtered an endless horde of monstrous beasts all on her own. The questions only dig deeper into a dark, unspoken mystery that is about to tear Nara's entire reality apart. The simple acts of life feel completely foreign now, the weight of a horrific secret resting heavily on the table between them. Nara stares back in frozen horror, realizing too late that the friend sitting across from her is no longer entirely human. The truth drops like a lead weight as she coldly confesses that she didn't just survive, she died over and over again. A torrent of agonizing memories floods her mind, recalling the endless cycle of having her limbs torn apart and her head severed, only to awaken and suffer the same gruesome fate thousands of times. Nara's voice cracks under the sheer weight of the confession, utterly unable to grasp the concept of an endless loop of death and rebirth. With a grim, chilling smile, she confirms the horrific truth. She became strong not through luck, but by surviving an endless hell of slaughter. She never craved power or legendary treasures, she was simply a victim trapped in a meat grinder of monstrous jaws. The raw injustice of her agony burns deep within her soul, a silent scream of a child abandoned to suffer in the dark. When the nightmare finally ended and she stepped back into the light, she realized with absolute dread that time had stood perfectly still for everyone else. It was a solitary, maddening ascension, a strength forged in a dimension of pure, unadulterated suffering. Nara's eyes widen as the sheer, suffocating gravity of her friend's trauma completely crushes her spirit. She proudly declares that she systematically butchered the very monsters that were feasting on her flesh to force her stats to grow. Memories shift, reminding her of Nara's casual, envious remarks about wanting to tag along to find easy cheats. Nara looks down in deep shame, realizing the sickening depth of her own ignorance in calling such torment good luck. With cold finality, she warns Nara that she doesn't need her understanding, only her silence and acknowledgement of the price that was paid. Tension reaches a boiling point as Nara leans forward, desperately searching for any trace of the friend she once knew. Tears finally spill over Nara's cheeks, the crushing guilt of her insensitive words breaking her resolve entirely. She watches Nara's breakdown with a chilling, vacant expression, her heart seemingly hardened to stone. But then the dark tension suddenly cracks as a soft, mocking chuckle escapes her lips. She bursts into a wild, unhinged laughter, completely shattering the grim atmosphere with a sudden burst of manic energy. Wiping a tear from her eye, she mockingly warns Nara not to flatter herself, claiming she only saved her on a random, chaotic whim. Nara falls completely silent, the shadow of a deeply buried memory beginning to resurface in the quiet room. The heavy weight of past sins presses down on Nara's chest, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a pain she has carried for far too long. Seeing her friend's genuine distress, she playfully calls her out, forcing Nara to quickly deflect her tears with embarrassed anger. The scene shifts to the bright, dusty battlefield where the S-rank hunter casually asks if she has ever received a genuine apology before. Before she can answer, a massive enraged bull monster charges directly at her with earth-shattering force. But the S-rank hunter doesn't even flinch, casually sitting atop the beast as he obliterates it in an instant, declaring the boss defeated. She reflects on his question, remembering the one time in her life she received a real apology, back when they were both just terrified kids. A bittersweet smile crosses her face as she admits she once believed she would spend her entire existence begging for forgiveness. A painful flashback surges forward, showing the moment Nara slammed a heavy door shut, leaving her trapped outside in the claws of death. That single word of apology from Nara had haunted them both, a fragile bandage on a wound that never truly healed. She realizes now the tragic irony. The one person who apologized was the only one who actually tried to save her. For the first time in her life, a warm, genuine sense of peace begins to blossom within her scarred heart. The S-rank hunter watches her closely, sensing a profound change in her demeanor that he can't quite put his finger on. She quickly masks her emotions with a playful shrug, catching up to him as they prepare to leave the cleared dungeon behind. Later, as they return to civilization, the hunter notes how surprisingly calm she seems today, wondering if her roommate's presence is the key to her stability. But as he steps up to enter their shared living space, a strange, ominous premonition makes him freeze in his tracks. Slamming the door open, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock at the bizarre sight waiting for him inside. Standing in the center of the room is a towering, monstrous intruder, ready to turn their safe haven into a brand new battlefield. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as a dark dread takes hold, terrified of what will happen if his sister ever uncovers his reckless, unsanctioned search for hidden dungeons. But his worst fears are realized in an instant as his sister looms over him, demanding to know if he has been slacking off and playing games while she was away on her business trip. Desperately trying to play it cool, he leans back with a lazy shrug, fabricating a quick lie about simply browsing the underground black market for rare, high-tier gear. Her shadow falls heavily over him, her muscular frame in silent, icy glare completely shattering his attempts to look relaxed. He stammers defensively under her crushing gaze, his throat tightening as he tries to convince her that he wasn't doing anything dangerous. The fragile piece shatters instantly as she explodes in a violent fury, accusing him of disrespecting her before launching a lightning-fast physical assault. Dodging backward with a shout of panic, he desperately tries to plead his innocence, but his sister's relentless aggression gives him zero room to breathe. He attempts to throw a counter kick to create space, but she easily evades his strike with a mocking athletic leap, completely outclassing his combat skills. With an unhinged grin, she surges forward again with terrifying speed, warning him that he needs to learn some proper manners when speaking to a superior. She unleashes a brutal, blinding barrage of punches, screaming about the immense stress and endless scolding she had to endure from the guild leader because of his sudden disappearance. Gritting his teeth, he barely manages to catch her devastating fist in his palms, desperately trying to halt the destructive onslaught before she tears the entire apartment apart. For a brief second, his sudden display of defensive reflex catches her completely off guard, her aggressive momentum faltering in surprise. Sensing his only opening to survive the interrogation, a sly, desperate smirk creeps onto his face as he prepares to throw a mutual acquaintance under the bus with a massive lie. The single shocking word slips from his lips, freezing her entire body as her eye widens in absolute paralyzing disbelief. Seizing his collar with a vice-like grip, she shakes him violently, demanding to know how a hopeless slacker like him could have possibly landed a girlfriend. She suddenly releases him, her disbelief turning into a condescending chuckle as she mockingly demands to know where on earth he met this imaginary woman. Massaging his sore neck, he quickly weaves his web of deceit, claiming he spotted her at a brutal underground monster dog fight last month. A dark memory of that night flashes in his mind, the chilling, cold-eyed girl standing in the dim light of the arena, looking absolutely terrifying to everyone around her. He continues the fabrication, claiming she was exactly his type and that they have officially started seeing each other. Her smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a deadly serious expression as she questions whether this mysterious, unaffiliated hunter poses a physical threat to him. He quickly waves off her concerns with a smooth lie, explaining that she has just quit her exhausting job and is looking to lay low and relax. He gestures casually, claiming she's spending her recovery period entirely focused on their new passionate fling. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief, silently praying his friend won't mind being used as a shield while he desperately tries to buy himself some time. But his sister's patience wears thin instantly as she screams, demanding to know when he plans to actually get his lazy self back to work. He barks back in frustration, yelling that he will return to active duty soon, desperately trying to deflect her relentless nagging. She sighs heavily, running a hand through her hair as she grimly warns him that the guild leader is actively looking for any excuse to ruin him. Left in the tense silence, he rubs his chin in deep thought, realizing his current lie is a ticking time bomb that will blow up the moment she demands to meet her. But he knows the real reason his sister is so high-strung. Their specialized guild is critically short on capable dungeon party members. A chaotic memory of their last raid flashes before them, where the desperate party leader fruitlessly yelled for everyone to maintain their defensive formations. But the reckless siblings completely ignored the strategy, charging straight into the monster horde to start a reckless, childish competition. He sliced through a massive beast with a cocky grin, utterly focused on securing more kills than his sister. She matched his kill count instantly, laughing maniacally as she tore a monster to pieces with her bare hands. The rest of their party was left completely frozen in sheer terror, utterly neglected as the siblings turned a dangerous raid into a personal playground. When an ambush of spiky, multi-eyed monster spheres rained down from the sky, the situation descended into absolute chaos. Rather than working together, his sister physically threw him out of the way just to steal his targets, cackling at his weakness. The resulting crossfire left their own party members battered, bruised, and weeping on the dirt, completely traumatized by the experience. Recalling how they systematically drove away every single hunter who ever tried to join their team, he realizes their toxic reputation is entirely their own fault. She crosses her arms, muttering that they desperately need to recruit someone sturdy and compatible during the upcoming guild tryouts. He casually suggests that they should just trick a gullible, clueless rookie into signing a contract before they realize what they've gotten into. He sighs, agreeing to look around for a sacrificial lamb, completely unaware of the trap he is laying for himself. A sudden, dangerous spark ignites in his sister's eyes as she suggests recruiting his new, powerful fling instead. He freezes, a wave of pure horror washing over him as his elaborate lie threatens to collapse in the worst way possible. He frantically protests, but she quickly dismisses his panic, pointing out that an elite, unaffiliated hunter is the absolute perfect candidate for their guild. She beams with manic excitement, declaring that a powerful hunter couple dominating the dungeons together is a dream come true. A chilling close-up of the dark-haired girl's eye cuts through the screen, reflecting her cold, psychotic obsession with slaughtering monsters. A dark whispering monologue echoes her twisted inner thoughts, laughing at the delicious prospect of finding a new playground to tear beasts apart. Back in the living room, he recoils in sheer terror as his sister's eyes take on a manic, obsessive gleam, demanding to know every single detail about his mysterious girlfriend. Sweat pours down his face as his mind races, realizing too late that his desperate lie has unleashed a brand new nightmare. He gasps in sheer dread, his mind screaming that his terrifying sister has completely and utterly lost her mind. Meanwhile, out on the dark city streets, Nara shivers in the cold, staring up at her apartment with a heavy heart, absolutely dreading the thought of going home to a roommate who is no longer human. Standing in the freezing night, Nara's mind reels from a bittersweet memory, a fragile apology from her past that has completely upended her view of the world. Exhaustion weighs heavily on her shoulders as she drags her feet back to her apartment, desperate to escape the suffocating chill of the dark streets. She gasps in sudden alarm as the door swings open, her roommate popping out with a bright, unsettling greeting that catches her off guard. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she stammers a greeting, completely thrown by the bizarre sight of her roommate waiting up for her. But her confusion turns to pure shock as her roommate drops a massive bombshell, casually declaring her plans to move out of their shared home. Nara freezes in place, a wave of cold dread washing over her as the sudden reality of losing her only anchor of stability sets in. Meanwhile, Choi's internal struggle deepens as she stares blankly at the ceiling, frustrated by another day of failing to locate a hidden dungeon. She raises a trembling hand to her forehead, terrified by the dark realization that her body is mutating and growing stranger with each passing day. A violent, monstrous shadow looms in her thoughts, a terrifying reminder of the beast clawing to break free from within her human shell. Her fingers trace the cold metal of her golden ring, the fragile seal keeping her destructive power locked beneath her skin. She knows the terrifying truth. If she transforms outside a dungeon, she will bring absolute ruin to the only place she has left to call home. At the dinner table, Nara sits in tense silence, chewing her food as she tries to process the sudden crushing news of Choi's departure. Choi tries to soften the blow with a bright smile, explaining that moving away is the only way to protect her roommate from her dangerous secrets. Nara gulps down her food, her throat tightening as she struggles to accept this painful but necessary sacrifice. Choi proudly brags about her culinary skills, trying to lighten the heavy mood by boasting that she can cook absolutely anything. She smiles warmly, admitting she was deeply worried her cooking skills had rusted after so much time spent away from the kitchen. The moment Choi mentions her past of cooking daily for a mutual acquaintance, Nara instantly chokes, spraying her food across the table in sheer shock. Coughing violently, Nara's face burns with embarrassment while Choi watches her in mild, confused concern. Suddenly, a sharp, buzzing vibration from the table cuts through the chaotic atmosphere, instantly drawing Nara's attention. Nara snatches her phone, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock at the message glowing on the screen. Time seems to freeze as her gaze locks onto the notification, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossible news. Choi leans forward, her curiosity piqued by the sudden, dramatic shift in her roommate's expression. Tears of sheer disbelief well up in Nara's eyes as she gasps out the incredible truth. She has successfully passed the first round of the grueling guild test. Her voice cracks with overwhelming emotion as she realizes she is one step closer to joining the prestigious Payhawk Guild. She desperately clenches her hands together, silently begging whatever higher power is listening to let her survive the final trial. Falling to her knees in dramatic prayer, she vows to do absolutely anything if she is just granted this one life-changing opportunity. Choi asks about the schedule of the second test, her voice laced with intense curiosity about what lies ahead. Nara explains with wide-eyed excitement that the brutal dungeon party raid begins in just 3 days, preceded by a rigorous training camp starting tomorrow. Swept up in the monumental victory, the two girls break into wild celebration, raising a bottle to drink their worries away tonight. Outside, the quiet night is shattered by the echoes of their joyful cheers bouncing off the walls of the glowing apartment. Flopping onto the bed with a drunken grin, Nara giggles happily, feeling a profound sense of peace she hasn't felt in years. Choi smiles softly at her completely inebriated roommate, wishing her a gentle, well-deserved goodnight. Snuggling deep into her plush slime pillow, Nara drifts off into a blissful alcohol-induced slumber. But Choi lies awake in the quiet darkness, her eyes wide as she contemplates the heavy uncertainty of their separate futures. Suddenly, Mara's voice breaks the silence, her eyes opening slightly as she senses her roommate's lingering anxiety. She looks up at the bunk above, softly whispering her deepest, most vulnerable insecurity about whether she will actually succeed. Choi scoffs playfully from below, accusing Nara of merely fishing for compliments to soothe her pre-exam nerves. Nara pouts defensively, rolling over in frustration at her roommate's characteristically blunt attitude. But Choi's voice softens as she tells Nara to simply trust her instincts and perform exactly as she always does. She gently reminds her of her stellar reputation back in her previous guild, assuring her there is absolutely nothing to fear. Nara's eyes widen in quiet surprise, deeply touched by the rare, genuine support from her monstrous friend. A warm, grateful smile spreads across her face as she whispers a heartfelt thanks into the quiet room. With their playful banter resolved, the apartment finally falls into a peaceful, silent slumber. But late in the dead of night, a harsh, persistent vibration on the mattress suddenly wakes Nara from her deep sleep. Sitting up in her bunk, she rubs her eyes as she stares at the bright blue screen of her glowing phone. A knowing smirk creeps onto her face as she reads the frantic message from her favorite S-rank hunter. She quickly taps out a teasing reply, mockingly suggesting that he should just bypass the guilds and take her straight to a hidden dungeon instead. Miles away, the red-haired hunter facepalms in utter exhaustion, nursing a massive headache from the chaotic web of lies he has spun. Meanwhile, a powerful, muscular blonde woman steps onto the scene, her sharp sunglasses reflecting a fierce, intimidating aura. Nara halts in absolute shock as the formidable woman stands before her, chillingly introducing herself as Dongju's sister and revealing she knows exactly who Nara is. Nara stares back coldly at the formidable woman, refusing to show even a flicker of fear despite the suffocating pressure radiating from her. Dongju frantically steps between them, sweating profusely as he desperately tries to hush his overbearing sister before his entire web of lies collapses. The blonde woman casually removes her sunglasses with a smug grin, reminding Dongju that they are not in a comedy and that she came for a serious confrontation. She leans in close, her eyes narrowing as she reveals Nara is the very first hunter to ever turn down a direct scouting offer from their elite guild. Sweeping her arm out, she officially issues the offer once more, demanding to know why Nara would dare reject a golden ticket to join them. She smiles arrogantly, promising luxury and benefits beyond any low-ranking hunter's wildest dreams if she just signs the contract. But her tone shifts to sheer mockery as she points out Nara is merely a C rank, completely out of her depth. She patronizingly promises that even though a C rank will struggle in high-level dungeons, her brother Dongju will protect her from any real danger. A chilling, unhinged grin stretches across the sister's face as she whispers that the sheer wealth she could acquire is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity she would be insane to pass up. Nara remains completely silent, her face blank and unimpressed, staring at the blonde woman like she is looking at a complete lunatic. The sister's arrogant smile instantly cracks into a hysterical, sweat-drenched scream of disbelief at Nara's continuing indifference. She gestures wildly, demanding to know how any ordinary hunter could possibly reject the prestigious Payout Guild. Her pride completely shattered, she panics, desperately wondering if Nara truly has no idea who she is. She laughs hysterically, trying to convince herself that Nara must have assumed the scouting offer was just a scam. Nara casually blinks, flatly stating she knows exactly who they are, the infamous toxic miracle siblings whose reputation is entirely trash. Dongju immediately grabs his sister by the head, sweating in absolute embarrassment as he begs her to shut her mouth and stop making a scene. He frantically pulls her away, claiming they have urgent business elsewhere and desperately needing to flee before Nara exposes him. Inside, his mind screams in pure panic, realizing that if his sister keeps pushing, Nara will reveal the truth and destroy his lie about them dating. He recalls their legendary status, Yeon Kim and Dongju Kim, two powerhouses bound by blood and chaos. The media had once hailed them as the miracle siblings, but their toxic synergy quickly turned them into pariahs. Staring at their chaotic display, Nara is left completely bewildered, wondering why on earth such elite hunters came to her in the first place. Suddenly, the sister drops to her knees in dramatic despair, wailing that they have run out of options and can't find a single party member willing to join them. Nara's eyes narrow as she realizes the truth. Their legendary reputation is so toxic that absolutely no one will step foot in a dungeon with them. Dongju desperately hauls his sobbing sister off the ground, laughing hysterically as he tries to play it off and run away before their shame is fully laid bare. But the sister screeches back over her shoulder, warning Nara that if she won't dungeon with them, she is banned from ever dating her precious brother. Dongju's face burns with horror as he screams at her to shut up, desperately trying to drag her away before the lie collapses entirely. Nara smiles sweetly and delivers a brutal, blunt rejection that cuts right through the chaos, leaving Dongju completely frozen in shock. She bursts into a bright, mocking laugh, thoroughly amused by his absolute failure and the sheer absurdity of his elaborate lie. But in an instant, the laughter dies as a sudden, primal instinct flares within her, sending a jolt of pure danger straight down her spine. She gasps, her eyes darting upward as her senses scream that something impossibly dark and powerful has just manifested right above them. Dongju turns back, completely oblivious to the sudden shift in the air as he wonders what has caught her attention. Nara's face pales, the sheer gravity of the impending disaster paralyzing her tongue. Her eye dilates in raw, unadulterated terror as she sees the fabric of reality behind him begin to rip apart. She screams at the top of her lungs for them to look behind them as a colossal violet rift tears open in the middle of the street. Before they can even react, the violent, crackling energy of the void erupts, and Nara shrieks for them to run for their lives. Spatial tear fractures reality like brittle glass, expanding outward with a deafening reality-bending roar. They sprint down the asphalt in sheer panic, the sister screaming in confusion at how Nara could possibly have sensed a hidden dungeon breach before it even occurred. The brick facade of a massive building fractures violently, splitting down the middle under the pressure of the localized gravitational collapse. Brilliant, destructive purple shockwave detonates outward, consuming the sky in a blinding flash of cosmic energy. Glass shatters across the street, windows imploding as the shockwave ripples through the city block. The entire street is violently warped, buildings twisting and tearing apart as they are dragged toward the center of the vertical black hole. Dongju looks back in horror as the purple vortex devours everything in its path, realizing they are seconds away from being swallowed whole. Nara gasps as she is thrown back by the gale force winds, her mind racing to find an escape from the cataclysm. Lightning-like arcs of purple energy crackle through the air, completely disintegrating the surrounding concrete. Void violently stabilizes into a swirling, unstable portal of raw, chaotic power right in the middle of the ruined street. Within minutes, emergency services arrive, setting up hasty barricades and shouting for the panicked onlookers to stay back from the highly volatile gate. Nara and Dongju pick themselves up from the debris, staring at the absolute devastation of the city block in grim disbelief. Nara steps forward, her eyes locking onto the swirling heart of the anomaly as she asks when they are going to dive inside. A dangerous, thrill-seeking smile spreads across her face as she realizes an unregistered dungeon is first come, first served, and they don't need a guild's permission to claim it. But their path is instantly blocked by authorities, leaving them trapped on the outside of a treasure trove they are desperate to conquer. The tense standoff at the barricade escalates as a high-ranking officer from the Hunter Task Force steps forward, her stern gaze instantly locking onto the chaotic group. Introducing herself with absolute authority, the A-Class Task Force officer demands to know what the infamous Payok Guild is doing at the center of an unregistered disaster zone. Before she can even finish, the blonde sister explodes in fury, vehemently protesting that they discovered the rift first and should have every right to conquer it. The officer remains entirely unmoved by her outburst, coldly reminding them that strict protocols must be followed to prevent a catastrophic dungeon break. The sister screeches in exasperation, pointing out that bureaucratic delay is exactly what causes dungeons to rupture, while the officer warns that entering without a full, balanced party is outright suicide. Desperate to bypass the rules, the sister proudly boasts that their elite healer is already on the way, but her childish tantrums do absolutely nothing to sway the steadfast authorities. Right on cue, the guild's A-rank healer arrives breathless and apologetic, clutching her massive staff as she steps into the chaotic aftermath of the breach. The sister's eyes instantly scan the area, her face falling as she realizes a crucial piece of their raid force is completely missing. The healer nervously explains that their vanguard tanks refuse to show up, arrogantly assuming the S-rank siblings could handle the danger entirely on their own, sending the sister into a spiral of absolute rage. Completely desperate, she clings to Dongju, tearfully begging him to act as their tank, realizing they have officially run out of options to form a viable raid party. But as she glances around the ruined street, a sudden chilling realization hits her. Nara has vanished without a single trace. The group stands frozen in absolute silence, their eyes slowly turning toward the swirling void of the unstable portal.
The violent purple energy of the rift hums with unstable power, crackling in the quiet night sky as the truth begins to dawn on them. Horror washes over their faces as they realize the truth. Nara has bypassed the barricades and plunged into the highly volatile dungeon completely alone. Dongju stares at the portal in sheer disbelief, muttering that Nara's reckless disregard for her own life borders on absolute insanity.
Turning to the trembling healer, he frantically wonders if there is any way to salvage this disaster before the guild leader catches wind of their massive failure. His sister instantly reaches her boiling point, screaming that she refuses to let Nara take all the glory and is gonna charge in after her right this second. Dongju watches in horror as her rationality completely crumbles, his mind screaming that his sister has officially lost his mind. Without a single second of hesitation, the blonde powerhouse sprints toward the unstable gateway, determined to force her way inside. Acting on pure instinct, Dongju tackles her from behind, locking his arms around her as she thrashes and screams threats of absolute violence. Gritting his teeth in sheer exhaustion, Dongju curses his luck, completely overwhelmed by the chaotic maniacs he is forced to deal with. As they struggle on the asphalt, the task force officer leans over them, her eyes narrowing as she pointedly asks if the hunter who just entered is the infamous Nara. The officer's expression turns incredibly grave, her mind racing as she recognizes the name of the hunter who just walked into a death trap. Dongju frantically tries to downplay the situation, desperately hoping the authorities won't realize just how dangerous Nara's solo dive truly is. Inside his head, a heavy dread begins to settle as he wonders why the task force has such a keen, suspicious interest in Nara's whereabouts. He gazes at the swirling rift, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes Nara's erratic actions have officially put a massive target on all of their backs. Suddenly, a frantic forensic researcher bursts out of an emergency vehicle, clutching a freshly printed report and shouting that the scan results are finally complete. The researcher grimly reveals that the anomaly has been officially classified as a B-rank dungeon, sending a wave of dread through the assembled crowd. He urgently points out that the sheer horsepower radiating from the core is fluctuating wildly, signaling that the entire gate is on the verge of collapsing. The sister screams in panic, reminding them that waiting for bureaucratic clearance will lead to a tragedy identical to the catastrophic break from 8 years ago. Turning back to her brother, she fiercely demands that he step up and help her break through the barricade, warning him to stay out of her way if he won't fight. Dongju stands frozen, a heavy sweat dripping down his face as he battles the crushing weight of a traumatic past and the deadly reality of the present. Meanwhile, far past the unstable threshold, a heavy boot violently stomps down, echoing through a completely different world. Nara steps onto the lush green grass of the pocket dimension, completely unfazed by the sudden shift in reality. She looks around the peaceful forest, thoroughly disappointed to find a serene landscape instead of the massive, chaotic battlefield she was hoping to conquer. But as she pushes through the dense foliage, a series of colossal ancient stone pillars suddenly loom in the distance. She approaches the towering structure, her curiosity piqued by the mysterious, forgotten architecture hiding deep within the rift. Stepping onto the weathered stone plaza, she marvels at the sheer scale of the ruins, deeply intrigued by the historical secrets buried inside these lethal dungeons. She wonders what ancient civilization could have possibly constructed such majesty, and where they could have vanished to, knowing the mindless beasts inside will never offer any answers. Suddenly, a soft drift of feathers begins to descend from the sky, triggering a sharp jolt of intuition as she wonders if her mysterious ring is guiding her senses once more. A confident, thrilled smile spreads across her face as she turns around, sensing the massive presence she has been eagerly waiting to face. Swooping down from the heavens is a grotesque, biblically accurate angel, a colossal, unblinking eyeball flanked by massive, feathery wings. Staring directly into the giant eye, Nara mockingly laughs at its hideous appearance, completely unimpressed by its divine facade. Enraged by her arrogance, the monstrous eye begins to glow with a blinding, destructive light, channeling a barrage of lethal energy. Columns of pure, explosive light crash down from the sky, completely obliterating the ancient stone plaza in a deafening display of power. But Nara is already a blur of motion, effortlessly leaping through the air as the deadly beams detonate harmlessly behind her. Landing with perfect grace, her eyes glow with an unhinged, predatory focus as she instantly locks onto the beast's weak point. With blinding speed, she launches herself high into the air, closing the gap before the colossal monster can even track her movements. A savage grin splits her face as she raises her fist, screaming a final brutal threat to the ugly abomination hovering before her. With a sickening, explosive crunch, her fist tears through the center of the giant eyeball, unleashing a devastating geyser of blood as she completely obliterates the B-rank threat in a single jaw-dropping blow. Brutal impact tears through the flesh of the winged abomination, unleashing a violent geyser of dark blood that rains over the silent stone ruins. Nara covers her ears as a deafening, unnatural shriek echoes through the air, her face twisting into a manic smile as she curses the mouthless beast's agonizing scream. With a massive, earth-shaking crash, the colossal beast plummets to the cracked earth below, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Landing with perfect grace, Nara lets out a soft sigh, finally enjoying a brief moment of relative silence as the dust begins to settle. But the quiet is short-lived as a raspy, ominous gurgle escapes the dying monster, whispering a final, dark warning of imminent doom. Nara tilts her head in mild surprise, realizing the creature was far more resilient and stubborn than she initially anticipated. Instead of being deterred, an ecstatic thrill surges through her, her only disappointment being that she might have finished the fight way too quickly. Scanning the vast empty temple plaza, she wonders why such a formidable guardian was left completely isolated without any allies to defend the core. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous roar shakes the entire dimension, sending a violent shockwave through her body that forces her to stand on high alert. Her shock instantly melts into a wicked, predatory grin as she realizes the beast's dying shriek was actually a distress beacon summoning reinforcements. Looking up at the heavens, her eyes widen as she sees the sky completely blanketed by an entire terrifying army of flying eyeball monsters. Instead of fleeing, Nara laughs in pure, childlike delight, completely thrilled by the absurd and impossible odds mounting against her. The terrifying flock of multi-winged abominations dive bombs from the clouds, locking their singular, bloodshot pupils directly onto the lone intruder. Facing the overwhelming horde entirely alone, her heart pounds with a violent excitement she has desperately craved for years. With a confident smirk, she tenses her muscles, ready to turn the solemn, sacred ground into a glorious, blood-soaked battlefield. The first devastating beam of holy energy vaporizes the stone plaza, but Nara is already a blur of movement, leaping away just in the nick of time. She effortlessly dodges the blinding crossfire, mockingly shouting at the beasts as they fail to track her blinding speed. Charging headfirst into the chaotic storm, she accelerates to a breakneck pace, closing the distance to her targets. Analyzing the battle in real time, she realizes the monsters require a vital cooldown period after firing their explosive attacks. The exact second their barrage ceases, Nara strikes like a thunderbolt, her fist shattering the nearest beast's skull in a violent explosion of flesh. She becomes a whirlwind of pure destruction, carving through wings and feathers as she aggressively climbs higher into the swarm. Slicing through the air with terrifying precision, she systematically dismantles the flying legion, refusing to let a single beast escape her wrath. Dismembered wings and white feathers drift down like morbid snow, but Nara is far from finished with her relentless slaughter. Looking down at her blood-drenched hands, a deep, ancient sensation begins to stir within her soul, demanding even more carnage. Wiping the warm blood from her face, she readies herself for the next wave, completely consumed by the addictive thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, a glowing notification flashes in her mind, announcing that her physical power is just spontaneously upgraded. A flurry of brilliant alerts erupts all around her, triggering a haunting, long-forgotten memory of a power she once possessed. She stands frozen in the middle of the battlefield, desperately trying to make sense of the mysterious system's sudden explosive reactions. Deep within her crimson eyes, a cold, ruthless instinct begins to take complete control, urging her to continue the bloodshed. Surrounded by the falling corpses of her enemies, she looks up to see the remaining army hovering in terrified hesitation. She inhales deeply, letting the sweet scent of iron and ozone fill her lungs as her human consciousness slowly slips away. A terrifying, completely unhinged smile stretches across her face as she fully surrenders to the sheer ecstasy of absolute slaughter. Meanwhile, back on the ruined city street, the elite healer trembles in sheer panic, realizing she has been left entirely alone to manage the chaotic containment zone. Frantic researchers scream that the gate's energy is fluctuating wildly, but the red tape continues to delay vital backup. Suddenly, the healer's breath catches in her throat as she senses a massive, highly volatile power approaching the barricade from behind. The blonde powerhouse of the Peya Guild squeals in manic excitement, completely romanticizing Dongju's desperate attempt to stop Nara's suicide run. Her playful facade instantly drops into a chilling, obsessive gaze as she decides to bypass the authorities and join the lethal chaos inside the gate. With a wild, echoing laugh, she sprints directly toward the shimmering vortex, eager to claim whatever treasures and blood await them. The task force officer screams in absolute frustration, desperately trying to hold back the remaining hunters as their entire perimeter completely collapses into ruin. Shifting the blame with a mischievous smile, the blonde sister dives straight into the unstable gate, leaving the terrified authorities behind. Back inside the pocket dimension, Nara's fist surges with a brilliant, blinding light as she prepares to strike down the remaining threats. With a sickening crunch, she obliterates another beast, her stats rising exponentially with every single drop of blood spilled. She tears through the sky like a falling star, leaving a trail of absolute devastation in her wake as the horde is systematically annihilated. Covered in the blood of her fallen foes, she realizes with a manic laugh that she hasn't felt this incredibly alive in years. Dozens of colossal angels plummet toward the earth in a chaotic, beautiful symphony of destruction as her power continues to skyrocket. Staring at her dripping hands, she feels a strange, limit-breaking force swelling deep within her, threatening to tear her very vessel apart. Her breathing turns shallow and heavy as the dark, insatiable instinct to kill threatens to consume the last remains of her sanity. Her glowing red eyes lock onto the final lingering presence in the sky, her mind completely cleared of any thoughts other than absolute destruction. As the ultimate colossal threat of the dungeon finally descends from the heavens, Nara's predatory gaze sharpens with a desperate, insatiable need to kill. With a final wild war cry, she launches herself straight into the heart of the blinding, destructive light, ready to conquer the abyss or be consumed by it. Nara kicks off with explosive momentum, launching herself directly at her flying targets. Soaring high above the grotesque angel, she is consumed by a single desperate desire, the absolute need for more power. With savage force, she digs her hands into the soft feathers, tearing into the creature's massive wing. She demands to know if there are more of them, frustrated that this massive swarm still isn't enough to satisfy her hunger. As the beast shrieks in agony, Nara's eyes widen with a chilling delight, urging the monster to cry even louder. She tears another wing from its socket, hoping its agonizing screams will summon even more reinforcements to the battlefield. She walks away casually, tossing the severed wing aside with a hum of mild disappointment. Looking down at her blood-stained hands, she realizes the thrill of the slaughter is already beginning to fade. A quick assessment of her combat progress reveals a frustrating truth: her growth has slowed down. But her disappointment vanishes as she looks up, thrilled to see an entire army of multi-winged abominations still blanketing the sky. Taking a firm step forward, she prepares to dive back into the beautiful, chaotic slaughter. She charges forward like a wild animal, her predatory gaze locked onto her next victims. But as she accelerates, she suddenly senses a massive, unnatural disturbance in the air. She skids to a halt, her eyes widening in surprise as a sudden, massive shadow looms over the entire battlefield. Without warning, a colossal, jagged spire of black stone comes crashing down from the heavens. A massive stone spike obliterates the ground behind her, sending a violent shockwave through the plaza. Before she can react, the flying eyeball monsters are mercilessly impaled and crushed by the sudden, brutal onslaught. The beasts explode in a violent shower of blood as the mysterious stone spires systematically wipe out the entire horde. In an instant, her precious targets are completely eradicated, leaving nothing but falling feathers and blood in their wake. Nara screams in absolute despair and rage, realizing her precious farming targets have been completely stolen from her. Turning around with a furious glare, she demands to know who dared to ruin her perfect battlefield. Her anger turns to utter shock as she recognizes the red-haired hunter, Kim Don-ju, calmly walking onto the scene. Enraged by his sudden intrusion, she screams at him, demanding to know why he had to ruin her fun and interrupt her hunt. Don-ju glares back, reminding her that exposing her true power to the world will only land her in a high-security prison. When he reveals the dungeon they are in is a high-ranking Class B, Nara blinks in shock, completely oblivious to the level of danger she just easily demolished. Don-ju can only pinch the bridge of his nose in sheer exhaustion, realizing just how reckless and dense she truly is. He insists on covering up her mess, proposing a lie that he saved her after she was forced out of hiding. To pull off the deception, he warns her she must act like a weak Class C hunter for the next 3 days while the association investigates. Inspecting the severed wing, Don-ju wonders what they can craft from the beast to cheer on Payak's big test day. Tossing her a cleaning wipe, he dryly tells her to clean herself up before anyone else sees the blood on her hands. As she cleans herself, Don-ju casually mentions that a prominent hunter was asking about her, wondering if she had caused any trouble. Nara casually shrugs it off, claiming her actions were merely a justifiable act of self-defense. With a sweet, terrifying smile, she reveals her ex-boyfriend left her to die in a den of monsters, so she simply repaid the favor. Don-ju sweats nervously, asking if there are any witnesses to her crime, only for Nara to happily confirm she eliminated them all. Losing his mind at her casual admission, Don-ju grabs her head in a panic, trying to shake some sense into her. He furiously yells that his assistance is strictly transactional, desperate to keep his own sister from discovering his secret dungeon operations. But their chaotic bickering is violently cut short as a massive, muscular blonde figure suddenly looms behind them, grabbing Don-ju. Before Don-ju can even scream, the mysterious giant clamps a crushing, lethal grip directly over his face. Instinctively, Nara leaps back as a violent explosion of dust and debris erupts from the brute force of the surprise attack. Through the clearing smoke, the attacker's gaze is cold and hollow, radiating a chilling level of raw bloodlust. With a sickening, bone-shattering slam, he drives Don-ju's head directly into the stone ground. Nara stands completely frozen, watching the silent, terrifying powerhouse stand over her fallen companion. The blonde attacker's fake smirk reveals a dark, sinister nature that is far more monstrous than any beast they faced. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a frenzy of reporters and flashing cameras erupts as the powerful guildmaster of Hwajin emerges from a completed raid. A media swarm presses forward, eagerly questioning Hunter Park Gi-hyun about his historic clearing of the hidden dungeon. The flashing lights intensify as the press demands to know what legendary treasures he recovered from the depth of the gate. But as the high-heeled steps of his associates lead past a hidden corner, a horrifying scene of betrayal is left in the shadows. Beneath his golden hair, Gi-hyun's public facade slips, exposing a chilling, psychopathic grin. He walks confidently through the adoring crowd, completely hiding the brutal slaughter he committed inside. But his grand victory is instantly threatened as a furious voice pierces through the celebration, demanding the terrible truth. Did he murder his own guildmates? Out in the heavy downpour, the golden-haired Hunter Park Gi-hyun walks away from the cameras, his dark thoughts completely hidden from the worshipful crowd pressuring him for answers. Confronted in the dim rain about his missing crew, Gi-hyun's cold facade hardens as he asks with a dark sneer if the brutal truth isn't already painfully obvious to them.
Before he can even finish his sentence, a devastating lightning-fast strike tears through the air, forcing him to rely on his S-rank reflexes to barely dodge the lethal assault. His opponent's eyes burn with an unforgiving righteous fury, declaring that a traitorous murderer like him deserves nothing less than a painful immediate death. Ian barely has time to brace himself as a massive armored fist of absolute destruction closes in directly on his face. The sheer force of the impact triggers a colossal explosion, shattering the solid pavement and sending massive shockwaves ripping through the city streets. Terrified bystanders and low-ranking hunters flee in absolute panic, screaming for everyone to run as two S-rank powerhouses begin tearing the city apart. Rising from the shattered craters, Gi-hyun coughs up blood, his elegant posture completely ruined by the overwhelming pressure of his attacker. Instantly, a hand clamps around his throat, lifting him effortlessly as his furious opponent demands to know the reason behind his betrayal. Staring into the cold eyes of his former ally, Gi-hyun feels a tear of genuine frustration slip down his cheek as the weight of their shattered bond finally sinks in. The attacker's voice trembles with deep sorrow, asking if Gi-hyun resorted to such monstrous cruelty simply because she had chosen to leave the Hwajin Guild. Gi-hyun's gaze turns empty and indifferent, telling her to believe whatever lie helps her sleep at night, refusing to offer any excuses for his sins. Meanwhile, back on the shattered plaza, the towering S-rank hunter clamps a crushing hand onto the back of Donju's head, demanding a full explanation from Hyun Choi. Towering over them like an absolute god of war, the furious sister demands to know why Donju was dragged out to risk his life hunting for a hidden dungeon. Standing a few paces back, Hyun Choi's crimson eyes narrow in dark calculation as she realizes just how massive the disparity in strength is even among legendary S-rank hunters. The sister's oppressive, suffocating aura intensifies, her eyes burning with a possessive, overprotective rage that threatens to crush everyone nearby. Watching the drama unfold, Hyun Choi can't help but let out a quiet, mocking chuckle, realizing the pathetic reason why Donju was always so terrified of his own sister. To Hyun Choi, death in a dungeon is nothing more than a daily routine, making the S-rank sister's extreme, hysterical overreaction seem incredibly suspicious. As the sister continues to grind Donju into the dirt, Hyun Choi wonders what deeply buried trauma or secret is making this powerful hunter so incredibly sensitive. A sinister, arrogant smile stretches across Hyun Choi's face, her predatory instincts practically begging her to push this unstable powerhouse right over the edge. Sensing the mocking disrespect, the sister's eyes flash with a deadly glowing light, her patience with the insolent C-rank hunter completely evaporated. Pinned beneath her colossal weight, Donju gasps for breath, desperately asking his terrifying sister how she plans to clean up this entire mess. Leaning in close, the sister asks with a bone-chilling whisper if he will have any complaints left when she silences their witness forever. Donju's eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes his sister has completely lost her mind, fully prepared to commit murder right here on the spot. Instead of backing down, Hyun Choi's smile widens into a terrifying grin, daring the S-rank monster to go ahead and try to take her life. Her crimson eyes gleam with an insatiable, psychotic curiosity, desperate to see if this legendary powerhouse actually possesses the strength to back up her threats. Before their lethal clash can begin, a sudden violent tremor violently shakes the plaza as the ground beneath them begins to collapse. The sister leaps back in surprise, her deadly focus broken as she finds herself standing amidst the rapidly shifting, collapsing stone ruins. She looks around in absolute disbelief, realizing that the immense pressure and structural damage have triggered a massive secondary collapse. Staring down at her feet, her eyes widen in shock as a colossal, bottomless abyss opens up directly beneath the battlefield. Gritting her teeth in absolute fury, she realizes with a scream of rage that Donju used the sudden chaos to slip right through her fingers. The surrounding stone structures continue to crumble and slide into the deep trench, completely swallowing the original battlefield. Emerging from a hidden crevice further down, Donju groans in absolute embarrassment, his pride completely shattered by his undignified escape. Standing safely beside him, Hyun Choi happily teases him, laughing that he looks exactly like a half-dead corpse crawling out of a fresh grave. Dusting himself off, Donju sighs in exhaustion, telling her there's absolutely no point in getting provoked by his sister since she is clearly out of her mind. Hyun Choi's playful demeanor instantly shatters into a comical shark-tooth fury as she violently demands to know who he is calling crazy. But their chaotic bickering is instantly cut short as the sister's cold, commanding voice echoes from above, ordering Donju to step away from her. Glaring down from the edge of the pit, she demands to know how he could trust a suspicious stranger enough to go hunting for hidden dungeons together. She warns him that the mysterious woman is undoubtedly using him for some dark, hidden purpose, completely blind to his sister's desperate warnings. Frustrated, Donju yells back, begging his sister to listen and revealing that he was the one who dragged Hyun Choi into this dangerous quest to grow stronger.
Sister's face twists with pain and anger, screaming that countless hunters have met brutal, agonizing ends, chasing after those worthless hidden treasures. She desperately orders him to wake up, insisting that there are far safer, conventional ways to gain power than risking his life in unstable ruins. Dongju's expression darkens with bitter resentment as he quietly points out that he was the one who sacrificed everything to help her reach the top to begin with. As Dongju contemplates the true nature of power, Hyun Choi watches his inner turmoil, her mind racing with a sudden, chilling realization. She remembers the absolute brutal truth taught to her by Nara. In this cruel world, raising stats is the only absolute law of survival. Before she can process the thought, the air is violently rent apart as the S-rank sister unleashes a blinding light-speed sword strike. In a horrific splash of crimson, the blade tears directly across Hyun Choi's face, blinding her in a sudden, agonizing eruption of blood. Dongju screams in absolute paralyzed horror as he watches his companion's blood spray across the shattered stone plaza. As Hyun Choi's limp body begins to fall back onto the cold ground, the merciless sister stands tall, her unsheathed sword still dripping with fresh blood. Looking down with a cold, aristocratic disdain, the sister scoffs at the falling hunter, declaring that a pathetic, weak C-rank should have never dared to act so cocky. High above the towering city skyline, the fabric of reality violently tears open as a colossal, swirling purple gate crackles with unstable dimensional energy. Sweating profusely beneath the oppressive atmosphere, the newly assigned hunter can only muster a tight, nervous grin as the sheer dread of the gate threatens to crush her resolve. With tears of frustration streaming down her face, she desperately demands to know when the official raid authorization will be cleared before they are completely overrun. Frantic prayers are answered as a fellow hunter suddenly rushes forward, shouting urgently to Officer Song A-kyung that the final decision has been made. Turning back with a sharp, determined gaze, the officer confirms the long-awaited raid authorization is finally in their hands, signaling the start of a perilous descent. But back inside the shifting ruins, a sudden blinding flash of steel splatters a brilliant arc of fresh crimson across the cold air, shattering the silence in an instant. Hyun Choi's body falls back in slow motion, a deep, brutal gash across her face, spraying blood as she collapses from the sister's merciless, unprovoked assault. Dongju screams her name in absolute agony, desperately lunging forward to catch her limp form as his terrifying sister stands over them like a god of war. Glaring down with a cold, vacant expression, the S-rank sister justifies her extreme violence, claiming she only delivered a warning blow within the dangerous depths of the dungeon. Infuriated and terrified, Dongju demands to know if she has completely lost her mind, cradling his bleeding companion whose life hangs precariously in the balance. Looking at the horrific wound, Dongju realizes with a sickening dread that only Hyun Choi's elite endurance saved her. Any ordinary crank would have been killed instantly. Desperate to save her, Dongju frantically plans to treat her wounds immediately, but his sister coldly orders him to stand up and prepare to clear the remaining ruins. Staring back up at her, Dongju's eyes burn with a deep, boiling resentment, realizing the person before him is no longer the sister he once knew. With a sneering glance, the sister dismisses their weakness, claiming that chasing hidden dungeons is a pathetic, desperate act that only invites swift death. Surrounded by the silent carnage of their past battles, the bitter tension between the siblings thickens as Dongju points out her absolute lack of human empathy. Leaning in with an intense, suffocating gaze, she reminds Dongju that she is the only powerhouse capable of giving him the absolute strength he needs to survive. The weight of her oppressive words sinks deep into Dongju's mind, forcing him to confront a dark, painful history he has tried so desperately to bury. He remembers the horrifying tragedy from 12 years ago, when the nation's very first dungeon break erupted in a catastrophic wall of flames, catching everyone unprepared. Among the endless casualties of that hellish day were their beloved parents, leaving the two young siblings kneeling in silent, broken mourning. In that dark, solemn room, a young Dongju could only stare up at his older sister, completely unaware of the terrifying path she was about to choose. Behind her grief-stricken eyes, a cold, unyielding resolve was born, forever altering her perception of the world and her definition of survival. Soon after, the media erupted in a frenzy, swarming the young prodigy as she emerged as Korea's fourth-ever S-rank awakener, thrust into a blinding spotlight. The public and major guilds watched her every move, eagerly anticipating which legendary faction the country's newest powerhouse would choose to align with first. But the relentless press didn't stop there, pointing their flashing cameras at her family and asking if her younger brother would inherit the same godlike talent. Behind closed doors, powerful figures whispered in greedy anticipation, plotting to market the two as the ultimate miracle siblings to maximize their guild's fame. Meanwhile, a young and carefree Dongju spent his days on the schoolyard showing signs of unnatural physical capabilities that far surpassed his classmates. With unmatched speed and force, he launched a devastating strike at the soccer goal, completely oblivious to the terrifying latent power flowing through his veins. The sheer force of his kick shattered the heavy stone wall, lodging the ball deep into the solid concrete and leaving the other children frozen in absolute shock. Staring at the ruined wall, the young boys realized with mounting terror that Dongju possessed a dangerous, inhuman strength that defied all logic. That raw power marked the beginning of his confinement. Years later, an outraged Dongju confronted his sister, demanding to know why she suddenly quit the prestigious Huajing Guild. He pressed her for answers, demanding to know what horrifying secrets forced her to join the mysterious Peiyak Guild in the shadows.
Rather than answering, she turned around with a calm, eerie composure, presenting him with a small, elegant velvet box containing a dark gift. Inside the box rested a glowing crimson mana stone, radiating a heavy, concentrated aura of raw, dark power. Smiling warmly, she whispered that eating this highly illegal secret stone would instantly boost his stats, warning him to never speak of it to another soul. Dongju stared at the forbidden artifact, his heart pounding in a mix of excitement and deep dread as he questioned if such dangerous shortcuts were truly safe. Her smile widened, promising to feed him as many of these legendary stones as necessary to elevate him, but her sweet promise came with a chilling catch. Sensing the hidden trap, Dongju's blood ran cold as he realized his sister's generosity was merely a leash to keep him under her absolute control. Furious, he rejected her offer, demanding to know why he had to remain a hidden, unregistered prisoner while other hunters got to train and fight openly. He screamed his desire to fight in the light, to take real missions and test his limits, completely blind to the dark, twisted smile spreading across her face. Coldly, she explained that these rare mana stones only came from hidden dungeons controlled by Peiyak, meaning his rapid growth had to remain an absolute secret from the association. Staring into her vacant eyes, he realized she had struck a deal with the devil, willing to keep her own brother in the shadows just to secure his survival. But Dongju fiercely rebelled, declaring that he would report his awakening to the government immediately and become a hunter on his own merit. Her gentle expression dissolved into a chilling sneer as she warned him that weak, unregistered hunters are nothing but fodder, destined to die in the depths of the gates. She reminded him of the brutal reality of their parents' tragic deaths, declaring that weakness is the ultimate sin in this unforgiving world. Leaning in with a crazed, dominant grin, she vowed to do whatever it took to force him to grow stronger, even if it meant breaking his spirit to save his life. Left with no choice, Dongju could only stand in silent, defeated resignation, feeling the crushing weight of his sister's overbearing shadow. The memory fades, but the dark legacy of that force power remains, a heavy burden that continues to tear at his very soul. Suddenly, a violent, agonizing spasm tears through his body, forcing him to vomit a thick, dark stream of blood onto the cold ground. He collapses onto his hands and knees, gasping desperately for air as his body rejects the violent, toxic surge of artificial mana. Through his blurred, blood-soaked vision, he looks up as a pale hand reaches down to touch his head, a terrifying reminder that he can never truly escape her grasp. Cradling his face with a chilling, deceptive warmth, she binds him to her dark path, sealing his fate as her weapon. Staring into his tear-filled, bleeding face, her hollow eyes offer no mercy, only the suffocating demand for absolute, unquestioning submission. In that dark moment of forced awakening, his raw stats surged to monstrous heights, confirming the terrifying strength bought at the cost of his freedom. Pulling him into a sickeningly sweet embrace, she whispers her twisted promise: they will only grow stronger, no matter what they must sacrifice. The memory fades, and the cold snap of her boot on the dungeon floor violently drags him back to the present, as she heartlessly commands him to leave the dying hunter behind. Stretching casually with her massive blade plunged into the stone, she treats the horrific violence she just inflicted as nothing more than a minor distraction. With a cold, mocking gaze, she sneers at his outrage, claiming he was simply manipulated by a pathetic weakling's empty promises. Dongju's voice trembles with a lifetime of pent-up rage as he demands to know why she is stopping him from pursuing real strength on his own terms. Her face hardens into an icy mask of maternal authority, refusing to let him throw his life away in the unstable, chaotic depths of a hidden gate. Bitter resentment boils over as Dongju smiles mockingly, realizing that to her, he will always remain nothing but a weak, fragile puppet. Tightening his grip around the unconscious, bleeding Hyun Choi, Dongju stands tall, finally prepared to sever the suffocating ties that bind him. In a final explosive clash of wills, he warns his sister to stay out of his life once and for all, even if it means his own death. The sharp metallic ring her deadly sword is wrenched from the cracked stone, signaling that her twisted patience has finally run out. Glaring with lethal intent, she grips her hilt, ready to beat obedience back into her rebellious younger brother. Dongju offers a defiant, fearless smile, daring her to do her worst as he prepares to make his final stand. Without warning, the S-rank sister leaps into the air with terrifying speed, her blade poised to execute a devastating punitive strike. Looking back at the incoming threat, Dongju doesn't flinch, his mind completely focused on the desperate gamble he is about to make. Her eyes flare with a terrifying, unhinged fury as she descends, fully prepared to break his body to ensure his absolute obedience. In a desperate bid for survival, Dongju slams his palm hard against the shattered stone plaza, unleashing his hidden power. The ground violently ruptures as massive razor-sharp earth spires erupt from the floor, tearing through the air to intercept her descent. Using her godlike S-rank reflexes, she narrowly twists her body in midair, dodging the lethal stone spikes with aristocratic ease.
Laughing in sheer mocking disdain, she easily maneuvers past his desperate defenses, completely unimpeded by his localized earthquake. With a blinding slash of her blade, she shatters the rising stone spires into a million flying shards of deadly shrapnel. Cradling the injured hunter amidst the falling debris, Dongju realizes with sinking dread that raw brute force alone won't keep them alive for long. Suddenly, a weak yet incredibly cheerful voice breaks through his panic as the bleeding Hyun Choi insists she is perfectly fine. Dongju stares down at her in absolute stunned disbelief, utterly speechless that she can smile after taking an S-rank strike to the face. Shaking off her injuries, Hyun Choi confidently stands up and thanks him for the quick rest, leaving him completely flabbergasted. Frantic and bewildered, Dongju stammers, demanding to know how her body is even functioning after such a catastrophic blow. Stretching her arms over her head, she groans casually, showing absolutely no signs of the agony that should be paralyzing her. Smiling broadly through her fresh, crimson scars, she radiates a chillingly confident aura that completely defies the laws of nature. With a manic grin, she declares that it is time to get the raid moving again, completely unfazed by the S-rank monster standing before them. Sweat dripping down his face, Dongju can only ask with mounting dread how much of his dramatic family argument she actually heard. Giggling lightheartedly, she cheerfully admits that she caught every single dramatic detail, finding their intense sibling rivalry highly entertaining. Realizing her words, Dongju is struck by a sudden, horrifying realization of just how deeply his secrets have been exposed. He shrieks in absolute red-faced embarrassment, completely mortified that his deepest childhood trauma was just treated as cheap entertainment. But the brief moment of dark levity is violently shattered by the crushing reality of his sister's relentless, lethal pursuit. The agonizing memory of how his parents and friends fell behind in the tragedy flashes through his mind, reinforcing the brutal law of survival. Gathering every ounce of his remaining mana, Dongju raises a massive dome of jagged stone spires to encase them in a desperate protective shield. High above, the merciless sister leaps toward the makeshift fortress, her blade glowing with a terrifying, destructive light. With a wild, bloodthirsty grin, she swings her sword downward, determined to shatter his defiance once and for all. Safe inside the thick, hollow stone dome, Dongju holds the injured hunter close, praying his defenses can withstand the S-rank onslaught. Staring up at the ceiling with gritted teeth, he braces for the impact, knowing their lives depend entirely on this fragile barrier. With a blinding flash of S-rank power, the sister unleashes her ultimate sky-rending sword strike directly onto the protective dome. The heavy stone fortress is instantly sliced clean in half like paper, exposing the siblings' bitter divide to the cold wind. But as the dust settles, a sudden, agonizing scream from Dongju echoes through the ruins, freezing the merciless sister dead in her tracks. Her heart stopping in sudden panic, she frantically sprints back toward the site of her own strike, terrified that she might have actually killed her brother. But as she rounds the shattered debris, her eyes widen in absolute, paralyzing shock at the impossible scene before her. Standing proudly next to a kneeling Dongju, the supposedly dead C-rank hunter smiles mockingly, having effortlessly tanked the S-rank devastation. She looks down at the sister with an eerie, knowing grin, revealing that she was literally just thinking of how to make her do exactly that. Sweating profusely as her mind races, the S-rank sister can only stare in sheer terror, realizing the C-rank's hidden stats must be completely monstrous. The S-rank sister stares down in absolute disbelief, realizing the raw, crushing aura radiating from the intruder defies every established law of hunter ranking. Her mind races as she theorizes that the girl must be using a high-tier artifact to hide her stats, masking what has to be a deadly A-rank capability or higher. Sensing the lethal shift in the air, Dongju urgently commands his ally to flee, desperate to keep her out of his sister's merciless path of destruction. The stubborn hunter flatly refuses, barking back in sheer annoyance that they are trapped in a dungeon anyway, demanding to know why he won't trust her strength. Unfazed by their bickering, the sister's cold, calculating eyes lock onto them, driven by an obsessive, hidden motive to secure the secrets of this gate. Suddenly, Hyun Choi lunges forward with explosive speed, blindsiding the S-rank sister in a reckless, all-out assault. Flying through the air with a manic grin, she taunts the legendary hunter, daring her to stop freezing up and fight like she actually means it. Screaming her defiance, her clenched fist flies straight toward the sister's face with bone-shattering force. With a terrifying, bloodthirsty expression, she unleashes her full momentum, aiming to end the conflict in a single devastating blow. The S-rank sister's reflexes are godlike. With a sharp gasp, Hyun Choi realizes her massive strike has hit nothing but empty air as a counterblow is launched. Sent hurtling backward like a broken doll, the young hunter crashes violently across the ruined plaza while Dongju watches in absolute horror. A thunderous shockwave erupts as she slams hard into the stone wall, the sheer force of the impact threatening to shatter her bones. As the dust settles, she collapses to her knees, coughing up crimson blood as the overwhelming weight of the S-rank's power crushes her spirit. Gasping for breath, she grits her teeth in bitter frustration, completely stunned by a speed so blinding she couldn't even register the attack coming. But her eyes flare with a manic, unyielding determination, her mana surging violently as she refuses to let this be the end of her story.
Brilliant, crackling aura of raw energy erupts around her, signaling that she's about to push her body past its absolute limits. Weak and trembling, she stubbornly drags herself back onto her feet, determined to defy the crushing gravity of her opponent's presence. But the sister's relentless mana instantly manifests as a colossal stone monolith, crashing down to brutally pin her back to the shattered floor. Staring down at her trapped prey, the sister sneers in cold disappointment, mocking the pathetic quality of her dungeon items and her fragile, weak resolve. Dragging her face from the dirt, Hyun Choi spits a bloody warning, refusing to let the arrogant S-rank speak down to her. The furious growl, she unleashes a torrent of explosive magical energy, determined to violently shatter the earthen seal binding her body. Her joints pop and her skin tears under the immense pressure, her desperate struggle pushing her physical limits to a horrifying breaking point. But the sister only sighs in bored disapproval, declaring that her pathetic resistance is far too late to change her grim fate. Suddenly, a bright, soothing green light begins to envelop the fallen hunter, her hyper-regeneration skill desperately kicking into overdrive. Gasping heavily, she feels her shattered bones and torn flesh beginning to knit back together under the warm, glowing aura. The S-rank sister's eyes widen in sheer astonishment, utterly baffled by a healing rate that defies all logic, before her face twists back into a cruel, mocking challenge. Terrified that the next strike will be fatal, Dongju desperately yells for her to stop, pleading with her not to sacrifice her life for his sake. He steps between them with clenched fists, but his sister only offers a chilling smirk, promising to crush the girl so thoroughly that no amount of regeneration can save her. With an icy, demanding glare, she offers her brother a sickening ultimatum: abandon the search for the hidden dungeon, and she will spare the girl's life. Dongju stands completely frozen, his heart hammering against his chest as the terrifying weight of his sister's manipulation crushes his hope. Massaging her temple with mocking exasperation, the sister reminds him of her suffocating truth that she is the only reason he is alive and strong today. She steps forward with absolute authority, declaring that without her constant, iron-fisted protection, he would have perished in the shadows years ago. Staring into his hollow eyes, she delivers the ultimate psychological blow, calling him weak and daring him to prove he has what it takes to defeat her. Dark, dangerous stillness washes over Dongju as he slowly looks up, his voice dripping with venom as he asks if she has finally finished running her mouth. Deep in his mind, the echoes of her deceptive, maternal lies begin to warp, her twisted claim of acting solely for his sake turning into a sickening joke. The agonizing memories of her holding him tight, whispering false promises while secretly binding him to a dark will flash through his mind like a curse. The illusion of her loving protection completely unravels, leaving behind only the cold, ugly truth of a cage spun from manipulation and lies. But in the background, a shadow rises. Despite her catastrophic injuries, the bruised and battered Hyun Choi stands tall once more. With a bloody, mocking smile, she tells the arrogant sister that she is the absolute last person on earth who should ever speak of controlling others. Her eyes burn with a manic, unhinged light as she declares that she is helping Dongju because they share the exact same untamable, rebellious spirit. Blood streaming down her face, her gaze locks onto the young hunter, commanding him to stand beside her as they carve their own path. With a sickeningly sweet grin, she promises to show the S-rank sister what a true, monstrous battle actually looks like. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic dungeon, clueless rookie hunters happily gossip, praising Dongju's heroic efforts to save his comrade. They laugh lightheartedly about his sudden popularity, completely oblivious to the horrific battle for survival raging just beneath their feet. But suddenly, the lighthearted chatter dies as they look up in sheer terror, noticing the sky above has begun to bleed a deep, unnatural crimson. Trembling with a sudden icy dread, they realize a catastrophic anomaly of unimaginable proportions is about to tear their world apart. Inside the chamber, the laws of gravity violently shatter as massive, heavy stone debris begins to levitate into the air. The earth groans and ruptures, responding to a terrifying ancient power that is rapidly awakening within the young girl's broken body. Recognizing the suicidal nature of her technique, Dongju frantically screams for her to stop before her own uncontrollable power tears her physical form to shreds. But the S-rank sister can only watch in paralyzed, sweat-drenched horror, finally realizing she is no longer facing a mere hunter, but an absolute world-ending monster. A terrifying pillar of raw, blinding energy erupts from the depths of the shattered arena, threatening to tear the very fabric of the dungeon apart. The S-rank sister recoils as a horrific, deafening screech echoes through the chamber, sound like a wild beast tearing its own throat in absolute agony. Beside her, Dongju clutches his ears in desperate pain, his body trembling as the overwhelming acoustic shockwave rattles his bones. Glaring in sheer disbelief, Dongju realizes that the unstable, monstrous pressure radiating from Hyun Choi far surpasses anything she displayed at the black market. Panic sets in as he frantically calculates her power, knowing with terrifying certainty that she wasn't anywhere near this monstrous level before entering the gate.
High above, a dark, sudden crimson rift tears through the sky, catching the arrogant S-rank sister completely off guard as she senses a massive shift in the magical atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the sky is blacked out by a swarming horde of grotesque flying eyeball monsters drawn instantly to the massive surge of raw aggression. Looking up at the descending nightmare, the sister feels a brief flash of regret, recognizing that the young girl possesses a terrifying talent that is a waste to eliminate. But as the shadows lengthen and the horde multiplies, even the seasoned S-rank hunter realizes that the sheer, overwhelming numbers are spiraling out of control. Her analytical mind quickly dismisses the threats as weak, low-rank pests, wondering if she will have to bypass them entirely to hunt the dungeon boss herself. She assumes the young intruder has grown desperate, trying to use the swarm of wild monsters as a distraction to halt her inevitable destruction. Amused by the futile struggle, a cold, bloodthirsty smile creeps onto the S-rank sister's face as she prepares to slaughter every beast in her path. The winged abominations screech in unison, their giant central pupils locking onto the intruders as they prepare to unleash their deadly payload. Readying her blade, the sister notices the monster's pristine white feathers beginning to glow with a strange, high-concentration magic. Before she can react, the leading beast opens its massive eye, channeling its energy into a concentrated beam of lethal, searing light. The surrounding horde dives down like falling stars, their bodies crackling with hostile mana as they charge directly toward the ruins. Multiple beams of pure energy rain down from the skies, slicing through the air with terrifying speed and destructive force. A maniacal laugh echoes through the chaos as the earth shatters, a rain of fiery lasers turning the ancient stone plaza into a burning war zone. Leaping through the explosive storm, the sister feels her adrenaline spike, thrilled by the sudden intense rush of a real battle she hasn't felt in years. With godlike agility, she dances through the falling artillery, effortlessly evading the lethal energy blasts that obliterate the ground beneath her. But her thrill suddenly vanishes, replaced by a sharp gasp of confusion as she realizes something is terribly wrong with the monster's targeting. She twists her body to look back, baffled as to why the brainless beasts are completely ignoring her presence despite her immense aura. Her eyes widen as she tracks the trajectory of the descending lasers, her combat instincts warning her of a bizarre tactical anomaly. The massive, concentrated volley of magical energy isn't aiming at her at all, but is instead converging on a single, isolated point in the ruins. Her heart skips a beat as she realizes the truth. The young hunter intentionally used her own body as bait, drawing the entire horde's devastating firepower onto herself. A monumental blast of concentrated light vaporizes the spot where Hyun Choi stands, engulfing her in a blinding, world-ending explosion. Massive shockwaves ripple outward, tossing boulders and ancient pillars like leaves in a violent hurricane of dirt and debris. Watching the cataclysmic blast, the sister theorizes that the girl is deliberately destroying the terrain, hoping to collapse the floor to escape her S-rank grip. Amidst the collapsing ruins, Hyun Choi lets out a defiant, ear-splitting scream, her body bathed in the burning, destructive light of the swarm. Devastating impact zones collide, creating a chaotic vortex of stone, energy, and dust that completely obscures the battlefield. From the heart of the smoke, a bloody hand slides weakly against the ruined stone, coughing through the suffocating dust as the immense toll of the blast registers. Sweating profusely, the sister watches in morbid fascination, wondering what kind of brutal, agonizing life the girl must have lived to tolerate such extreme pain. Yet she quickly regains her cold composure, confident that a disorganized swarm of low-rank monsters could never hope to break her S-rank absolute defenses. But as the dust begins to clear, a sudden, heavy dread washes over the S-rank hunter, making her question her own calculations. Another devastating shockwave erupts, defying her expectations as the raw force of the impact threatens to overwhelm her. Amidst the debris, a blood-soaked hand desperately twitches, struggling to grip the crumbling earth as the relentless gravity of the situation presses down. Trapped under the crushing weight of the sister's oppressive magical spires, the battered girl grinds her teeth, realizing her current output still falls short. Looking down at her struggling prey, the sister sneers, mentally mocking the girl's pathetic attempt to change her fate with such a reckless gamble. Spitting blood, the rebellious hunter roars in raw fury, directing her anger at the hovering eye monsters for failing to execute her desperate plan. High above, the dominant eyeball monster flutters its wings, its colossal eye glowing with an eerie, hypnotic purple light as it locks onto the chaos below. A mechanical chime resonates in the air as the beast's scanning magic completes, finalizing a high-tier mental override on its intended target. Before the sister can react, a sudden crimson aura flares violently from the rubble, catching her in a terrifying high-velocity pressure wave. A massive blood-red explosion detonates with catastrophic force, completely shattering the sister's earthen bindings and blowing the ruins apart. The dust explodes outward, revealing the S-rank sister standing in the center of the crater, her analytical mind struggling to comprehend the sudden surge in power. Her breath catches in her throat as she senses the raw, destructive aura of the eye monster, an energy that is suddenly far superior to its original level. Trembling in absolute shock, she realizes the low-ranked pest has somehow undergone a sudden forced evolution into a deadly high-tier threat. A blinding white light engulfs her vision as the newly evolved beast unleashes a sky-rending beam of pure condensed destruction. Sent flying through the air by the sheer concussive force of the blast, the sister struggles to regain her footing in the chaotic slipstream. Suddenly, a bloodied face appears right in front of her, a manic, terrifying grin plastered across the young hunter's face as she mockingly welcomes the death-defying thrill. In a horrifying flash of realization, the S-rank sister's heart freezes as she understands the truth. The crazy girl didn't summon the monsters to fight, she brought them to force-feed them her own blood and manually elevate their rank to a level that could kill her. Leaping from the crimson skies with a manic, unhinged light in her eyes, Hyun Choi dives directly toward the S-rank sister, declaring that the battle ends with her bloody demise. A sudden, blinding blast of destructive energy tears through the atmosphere, cutting through the battlefield like a guillotine of pure hostile light. The earth-shattering shockwave slams directly into the S-rank hunter, completely shattering her absolute defenses as the young monster coordinates her terrifying attack. Witnessing the sheer devastation from afar, Dongju stands frozen in terror, his mind unable to comprehend the apocalyptic clash unfolding before his eyes. High above, the winged eyeball monster screeches, its massive purple pupil glowing with a hunger for absolute chaotic destruction. Dongju's heart drops into a freezing abyss as he watches his legendary S-rank sister, the ultimate pinnacle of power, get violently pushed back by the relentless onslaught. Trapped under the relentless pressure, the sister grinds her teeth in sheer disbelief, unable to accept that she is being overpowered by a mere rookie. Another catastrophic explosion rips through the ancient ruins, sending shockwaves of dust and broken stone flying into the air as the two combatants collide. Realization hits the sister like a physical blow, her arrogance instantly turning to sheer, unadulterated panic. She realizes the horrific truth. The crazy girl deliberately stood in the path of the monster's devastating beam just to bait the attack and drag her down with it. Slicing through the blinding smoke, Hyun Choi falls like a meteor, her thirst for blood completely consuming her broken physical form. The sister is sent reeling backwards, spitting a thick spray of blood as the crushing impact rattles her S-rank body. But before she can even catch her breath, she looks up to see the young monster charging right back at her with a terrifying grin. Hyun Choi lets out an unhinged, hysterical laugh, completely embracing the agonizing thrill of a true battle to the death. A violent, blinding flurry of strikes erupts as the two hunters clash, turning the ruined plaza into a chaotic storm of flying blood and steel. Clinging desperately to her fading advantage, the sister curses the monster in front of her, her grip tightening on her sword in sheer frustration. With a sickening slice, the sister's blade tears through the girl's flesh, sending a violent torrent of blood spilling into the cold air. Crumpling under the lethal blow, the girl's limp body falls backward onto the cold stone, seemingly defeated at last. The sister breathes a heavy sigh of relief, a triumphant, ruthless smirk creeping back onto her blood-splattered face as she believes the threat is neutralized. But her victory is short-lived as she looks up in paralyzed horror, seeing the girl suspended upside down in midair, laughing like a demon. Gravity bends once more as Hyun Choi plunges back down, her severed flesh completely ignoring the laws of mortality. Above them, the winged eyeball monster screeches in raw fury, unleashing another torrent of high-concentration magical energy to fuel the chaos. The sister panics as she realizes she let her guard down, baffled that the girl can still trigger high-tier combat skills in such a mangled state. Desperately swinging her blade, the S-rank hunter struggles to parry the endless barrage of kinetic energy blades raining down upon her. Fueled by pure mounting rage, she curses the relentless pest, her pride thoroughly shattered by this endless, exhausting nightmare. Out of the blinding dust, Hyun Choi lunges once more, reaching her bloody hand directly toward her prey's neck with terrifying speed. The sister's heart stops in sheer disbelief as she stares at the girl's chest, realizing that even her most lethal, deep slashes have completely healed in seconds. Sweat pours down her pale face as she looks into the eyes of a creature that simply cannot be killed by human means. Hyun Choi stares back with a smug, knowing grin, completely mocking the S-rank hunter's futile efforts to end her life. Gasping for air, the sister stands battered and bleeding among the ruins, her physical limits rapidly approaching. Glaring at her opponent, she spits out words of pure hatred, thoroughly disgusted by the girl's insane suicidal tactics. She clutches her chest, feeling her life force fluctuating under the weight of her severe, unhealed injuries. Walking slowly through the rubble, Hyun Choi stands over her fallen foe, casually questioning how she is still breathing with such a pathetic level of output. Looking up at the shadow looming over her, the sister can only think one word as she stares into the abyss of the girl's madness: crazy. The young monster's lips curl into a cold, sinister smile, fully aware that she holds the S-rank hunter's life in the palm of her hand. A strange, eerie green light flares around her wounds, signaling the rapid activation of her unnatural, high-speed regeneration. Wounded but still defiant, the sister sneers back, demanding to know when the hell this monster is finally gonna stay dead. Hyun Choi simply laughs it off, casually revealing the terrifying truth that she has already crossed the threshold of death once before. With an unsettlingly cheerful expression, she begins to explain the legendary immortality artifacts rumored to exist within the deepest, most forbidden dungeons. The sister looks down grimly, stating that throwing one's life away repeatedly, even with a safety net, is the behavior of a complete lunatic. Unbothered by the judgment, the cold-blooded hunter simply shrugs, completely indifferent to the concept of her own sanity. Straining to lift her arm, the sister realizes with a jolt of panic that her battered body has finally reached its breaking point and can no longer move. Hyun Choi mockingly laughs at the sister's overprotective nature, teasing her for interfering in Dongju's life like an obsessed guardian. Ignoring the insults, the sister's voice drops to a solemn whisper as she declares that she will never allow a monster to put her brother's life at risk. Channeling every last drop of her remaining S-rank mana, a blinding orb of golden energy begins to violently swirl in her open palm. Her eyes burn with a final desperate resolve as she raises the glowing sphere, promising to obliterate both of them to protect her family. The earth shatters violently beneath her heel as she steps forward, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic blast that will level the entire arena. Locking her gaze onto her brother in the distance, she silently commands him to stay away, choosing to sacrifice herself for his survival. A colossal sky-rending pillar of golden light erupts from her body, threatening to swallow the entire dungeon in a final cleansing explosion. Watching the suicidal burst of power from the ruins, Dongju desperately screams for his sister to stop as the blinding light threatens to consume everything in its path. Dongju's warning echoes through the crumbling ruins as his sister pushes herself past her limits, her very life force burning away in a desperate bid to win. Hyun Choi only scoffs at the display, her eyes gleeful and unhinged as she mocks the S-rank hunter's absolute state of decay. High above, the winged beasts of the dungeon react to the sudden, suffocating surge of pressure, their wings beating in frantic synchronization. Unbothered by the incoming storm, the manic girl spreads her arms wide, ready to welcome whatever ultimate strike her dying opponent has left. She lives for this exact moment, the raw, absolute thrill of standing right on the precipice of a violent, beautiful oblivion. The S-rank hunter grits her teeth, a wave of agony washing over her as she tries to force her failing muscles to cooperate. But before she can solidify her stance, a sudden concussive blast hits her dead on, tossing her S-rank frame through the air like a rag doll. A brutal rain of light spears down from the sky, relentlessly hammering the battlefield and forcing the legendary hunter onto the absolute defensive. Refusing to back down, the sister channels every residual spark of her golden mana, focusing her S-rank core into a single, terrifying concentration of energy. This is her absolute trump card, a miniature, swirling singularity designed to collapse space and erase everything in its direct path. With a blood-streaked grin of her own, the battered S-rank hunter challenges the laughing demon in front of her to step forward into the void. Yet, the strain of keeping the black hole-like gravity sphere stable tears into her already mangled chest, spilling more crimson onto the cracked stone. An involuntary cry of pain escapes her lips as the unstable magic threatens to backfire and consume her own flesh from the inside out. Her vision blurs as she calculates the fatal risk, knowing that if she releases the spell in her current condition, there is absolutely no turning back. Her hand trembles violently under the crushing atmospheric weight, the golden orb of pure annihilation humming with an increasingly volatile frequency. Pushing through the agonizing pain, she raises her hand to the heavens, her determination burning brighter than the light of her spell. She knows her time is up, but she is ready to drag every last monster and lunatic down to the grave with her. Screeching in sudden panic, the winged eyeball monsters feel the localized gravity warping around them, pulling them toward the golden vortex. Out of the blinding dust, Hyun Choi dives directly toward the epic center of the gravitational distortion, completely ignoring the danger. Instead of fleeing, the crazy rookie laughs hysterically, thrilled by the sheer scale of the destructive void rapidly expanding before her. The sheer gravity pulls everything into its vortex, dragging the swarming eye monsters helplessly through the air. They are sucked inexorably toward the golden node, their shrieks of terror swallowed by the deafening roar of collapsing space. Swept up in the violent currents, Hyun Choi mocks the S-rank hunter, teasing her for resorting to such a massive suicidal overreaction. The sister only sneers back with cold resolve, promising to leave a permanent, devastating parting gift for the survivor. Her boots slam heavily onto the shattering ground as she anchors her weight, locking her trajectory for the final catastrophic discharge. The young monster continues to laugh in the face of absolute erasure, her mind completely detached from the concept of mortality. Sickened by the rookie's insane joy, the sister pours the absolute last of her life force into the core of her spell. High above, the remaining beasts screech in terror as the gravitational pull reaches its absolute, inescapable zenith. With a final, desperate roar, she releases the zero-point void, demanding that her opponent vanish from this world once and for all. Miles away in the monitoring room, the control systems begin to blare in frantic panic, the keyboard lighting up with critical failure warnings. The technician's eyes widen behind his glasses as the seismic sensors spike to unprecedented apocalyptic levels. Above the dungeon's coordinates, the sky splits open as a terrifying purple tear begins to form in the atmospheric fabric. Watching from a distance, Dongju's breath is stolen away as he witnesses the sky itself breaking apart under the colossal weight of S-rank mana. The dimensional boundaries crack like fragile glass, threatening to shatter and unleash the dungeon's horrors upon the unsuspecting world. A violent, blinding shockwave ripples outward from the epicenter, completely tearing through the artificial reality of the gate. Deep within the surrounding forest, the auxiliary hunters sprint forward, their bodies struggling to draw oxygen from the heavily destabilized air. They look up in mounting horror as swarms of winged beasts escape the core area, flying frantically in a single, desperate direction. The sheer volume of high-rank mana has permanently altered the local wildlife, elevating minor pests into formidable dungeon threats. Even with an A-rank perception level, the investigators find themselves completely unable to measure the chaotic energy levels radiating from the battle. Emerging from the tree line, the officer stands frozen as she catches sight of the apocalyptic golden dome engulfing the ruins. Her analytical mind fails to comprehend how a registered C-rank rookie is somehow trading blows with a legendary S-rank powerhouse. A chilling realization grips her heart. They are dealing with a terrifyingly powerful unregistered anomaly. But the immediate concern is far worse. The structural integrity of the dungeon is rapidly collapsing under the weight of their battle. If the energy density continues to rise at this rate, it will trigger a catastrophic dungeon break, leveling the surrounding city. The crimson magical barriers shake violently, the structural damage reaching the point of no return. Grating her teeth, the officer prepares to throw her own life into the fray, knowing she is the only one who can suppress the explosion. Sprinting directly toward the destructive vortex, her voice is lost to the howling, mana-charged winds of the dying gate. She mentally calls out to the reckless hunters, cursing the absolute madness that drove them to push the dungeon to the brink of absolute ruin. Channeling her specialized suppression magic, a brilliant, stabilizing barrier begins to flare from her outstretched palm. Her eyes glow with a desperate, unyielding resolve as she throws her entire magical signature into the eye of the storm, hoping to force the unstable dimensions back into place before everything blows apart. A sudden surge of localized mana begins to drop, but a foreign magical frequency violently warps the atmosphere. The stabilization wave ripples across the crater, locking both combatants in its invisible, paralyzing grip. A gut-wrenching scream echoes through the ruins as the legendary S-rank hunter is violently struck by a sudden internal rupture. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as agonizing phantom wounds bloom across her body, tearing her muscles apart without warning. Before she can comprehend the sudden backfire, a cold systemic notification flickers into existence right before her failing vision. The brutal truth is laid bare. A forced absolute rank reduction has instantly severed her connection to her S-rank core, plunging her down to a mere C-rank. Severed from her massive reservoir of mana, her body instantly buckles under the weight of her own injuries, sending her crashing toward the earth. She hits the cracked stone heavily, sliding through a pool of roan crimson as the last sparks of her golden aura flicker out. This is the ultimate containment protocol of forced rank reduction that suppresses a target's core to prevent a localized cataclysm. But such godlike suppression carries a devastating toll, leaving the Enforcer's own mana circuits permanently shattered and burned from the inside out. Leaning heavily against a tree, the squad leader spits blood, gasping for air as her own internal organs begin to fail from the sheer magical backlash. Mustering the last of her strength, she desperately orders the support hunter to rush forward and save the fallen S-rank before she bleeds out. Clutching her staff, the healer sprints across the ruined battlefield, her heart hammering against her ribs as she prepares for the worst. Reaching the center of the crater, a gasp of absolute horror escapes her lips at the sight of the carnage. Legendary Hunter's chest is a mangled ruin of deep dashes and ruptured organs, her life force rapidly draining into the parched earth. With her S-rank durability entirely stripped away, her fragile C-rank body is actively collapsing under the sheer trauma of her wounds. Gritting her teeth, the healer channels every ounce of her magic, her staff's gem flaring with a warm emerald glow of restoration. She knows she cannot fully repair the deep internal damage immediately, but she must at least stabilize the failing heart. Swirling bands of green light erupt from her staff, weaving a desperate safety net around the dying woman's fractured core. The healing mana sinks deep into the open wounds, knitting torn flesh and sealing ruptured blood vessels in a frantic race against time. A glimmer of hope arises as the hunter's natural vitality begins to synergize with the healing magic, rapidly stabilizing her vitals. But the brief moment of relief is instantly shattered as the healer senses a chilling, murderous presence looming directly behind her. The young monster stands completely motionless, her bloody clothes and unblinking eyes radiating a terrifying, silent malice. Overcome by fear and anger, the healer fiercely demands that the monster step away from her Pashik. Hun Choi only stares back with cold, vacant eyes, seemingly indifferent to the healer's desperate pleas. Without a word, she raises her foot, preparing to casually stomp out the final, flickering ember of the S-rank hunter's life. The unconscious hunter lies helpless, completely unaware of the crushing execution descending upon her. The healer screams in absolute desperation, throwing herself forward in a futile attempt to shield her patient. Before the foot can make impact, a sudden blinding flash of movement catches the crazy rookie completely off guard. Blinking in confusion, the healer looks down, only to realize that the bloodied S-rank hunter has completely vanished from the ground. Hyun Choi scans the empty crater, a rare flicker of genuine confusion crossing her usually unhinged expression. She turns her gaze slowly, remembering the deep-seated resentment that was supposed to bind the siblings together. Standing just yards away, Dongju cradles his battered, unconscious sister protectively in his arms, his expression hardened with absolute resolve. Without looking back, he firmly commands the healer to take his sister and focus entirely on keeping her alive. Watching the rescue, Hyun Choi tilts her head in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would save the very person who stifled him. Dongju holds his sister close, his silent, protective stance answering the monster's unasked questions. The rookie scoffs, demanding to know why he chose to interfere now of all times, when she was so close to setting him free. Dongju glares back at her with absolute disgust, completely rejecting her twisted delusional logic. Unfazed, she asks him if he isn't sick and tired of living in a suffocating shadow, forever bound by overprotective chains. She looks at the unconscious sister, whispering that the most toxic prisons are always built on the lie of love. Her voice drops to a chilling low murmur as she explains how the people who claim to protect you only end up brainwashing you. She remembers the endless cycle of violence, her own past forged in a relentless sequence of dying and killing just to survive. For her, the concept of freedom was never a peaceful gift, but a violent realization carved from raw trauma. She recalls the terrifying beasts of her past, knowing that true liberation only comes when you are willing to crush those who stand above you. It was a lesson written in blood and absolute terror, one that she desperately wanted him to experience firsthand. That explosive, bloody awakening was the exact moment she finally felt alive and unbound by the world's rules. She urges him to break the familial chains once and for all, claiming his true strength can only awaken in his sister's absence. She takes a deliberate step forward, offering him the ultimate chance to walk away and let the sister perish. A manic, coaxing smile plays on her lips as she whispers his name, pleading with him to embrace the dark freedom waiting for him. But Dongju simply turns his back on her, carrying his sister away into the clearing and leaving the disappointed monster alone in the ruins. Choi freezes, her mind completely blanking as she struggles to comprehend the sudden rejection. Dongju keeps his back turned, his voice low and steady as he explains that helping her would mean condoning her sick, twisted vision of freedom. Looking down at his bruised sibling, he admits that even if she is a royal pain, she is still his sister, the only family he has left. Choi's expression darkens as a cold wave of disappointment washes over her, realizing all her efforts to liberate him were entirely in vain. Her red eyes flare with an intense, unstable light as she sneers at his sudden, infuriating change of heart. Without warning, a lethal spike of solid earth erupts from the ground, tearing through the air directly toward her. Rocketing high into the air, Dongju cradles his sister protectively, narrowly escaping the sudden violent rupture below. Landing firmly on the shattered terrain, his gaze locks onto his challenger with absolute unyielding intensity. Choi scoffs bitterly, mocking the very concept of family and the coward who did nothing while his sister fought alone. Dongju glares back, asserting that even if they are both currently restricted to C rank, his sheer combat experience is more than enough to put her in her place. Snapping with rage, the manic rookie launches herself forward, reminding him of the brutal force that just dismantled his S-rank sibling. But before they can clash, a furious, desperate scream echoes through the ruins, instantly halting their deadly momentum. Running onto the battlefield with her staff held high, the frantic healer demands they stop their senseless fighting before the patient bleeds out. Tears of anger stream down the healer's face as she fiercely threatens to make them pay if the legendary hunter dies under her watch. She points her glowing staff at them, demanding Dongju gently lay his sister down so she can perform emergency medical treatment. Overwhelmed by her sheer authority, the hot-headed hunters instantly back down as Dongju offers a quiet, sheepish apology. Unstoppable in her rage, the healer continues to tear into them, utterly baffled by how they could let their short fuses override their common sense. She reminds the newly demoted S-rank that she is just a C rank now and needs to start acting like one, leaving Choi utterly speechless in the background. Staring at the submissive hunters, the chaotic rookie realizes with sheer amusement that Dongju is completely defenseless against a good scolding. Saddling up behind him, she taps his shoulder playfully, completely unfazed by the life-or-death situation. With a mocking grin, she demands he apologize to her first, sparking an immediate noisy shouting match between them. Stomping her foot in absolute exasperation, the healer screams at them to shut their mouths so she can finally focus on saving a life. Stepping through the dust, the weary officer approaches, desperately seeking a status update on the fallen S-rank. Though the patient has survived the worst of the trauma, the immediate threat is far from over. The dungeon's mana is still highly unstable. The healer warns that her stabilization magic was only a temporary patch, and without any incoming backup, they must clear the raid immediately. Realizing their only remaining A-rank support units lack any offensive power, they find themselves in a seemingly impossible situation. But Dongju steps forward, confident that even with their reduced ranks, they can still clear the dungeon if they utilize their skills perfectly. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor shakes the entire cavern, sending shockwaves through the cracked earth. Feeling the rapid temperature spike, Choi turns her head, a grim realization settling over her. In the center of the ruins, a swirling vortex of blinding destructive mana begins to rapidly expand. She whispers in dark fascination, realizing that the monstrous core of the dungeon is still very much alive and preparing to detonate. Dongju calls out in alarm, demanding to know what she is doing as the fiery energy begins to swallow the horizon. His eyes widen in sheer terror as he witnesses the unstable magical reaction continuing to swell out of control. The condensed sphere of mana rumbles violently, threatening to unleash a catastrophic explosion at any second. Dongju grits his teeth, realizing the mana density is too extreme to naturally dissipate into the atmosphere. Turning back to the healer, he checks if his sister has regained consciousness, only to find her still completely unresponsive. Sensing the impending blast, he orders the healer to take his sister as far away as possible while he holds the line. The officer sprints forward, frantically asking if there is anything she can do to assist him. Dongju fiercely rejects her help, ordering her to retreat and protect the others before the entire cavern collapses on them. Left with no other choice, he prepares to unleash his ultimate defensive skill to suppress the raging magical storm.
He channels every drop of his remaining mana, determined to contain the violent energy just as he did once before.
With a deafening roar, a massive, jagged peak of solid stone erupts from the cracked earth. The officer looks up in absolute stunned disbelief at the sheer scale of the rising defensive structure. The gargantuan stone wall rises higher and higher, dwarfing the hunters as it slices through the smog-filled air. Dongju stands resolute before his creation, knowing only a barrier of this monumental scale can hope to contain the blast. He yells at the lingering rookie to get behind the barrier before she gets pulverized by the impending shockwave.
Sauntering over with an impressed smirk, she admits his C-rank defensive magic is actually quite spectacular.
Ignoring her sarcasm, Dongju steps heavily onto the rising platform, preparing to seal them in. With a decisive gesture, he raises a secondary massive slab of earth to fully encapsulate the blast zone. Standing atop the newly formed colossal stone dome, he lets out a tense breath, preparing himself for the final brutal phase of the raid. Deep within the rumbling dungeon, the plan is set. Dongju targets the absolute epicenter of the volatile mana storm to neutralize the threat. Colossal jagged stone spire materializes in the air, hovering menacingly directly above the unstable glowing core of the cavern.
Standing at the edge of the precipice, Dongju lets out a confident smirk, assured that his calculations are flawless.
With a swift, decisive command, he launches the massive earth spike downward, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Devastating impact reverberates through the deep cavern, unleashing a blinding shockwave of raw power. The earth violently ruptures as the sheer kinetic force of the descent detonates upon the fragile terrain. Heavy dust and pulverized stone erupt in every direction, completely shrouding the battlefield in a thick, choking fog. As the dust begins to settle, the colossal stone pillar stands firmly driven directly into the center of the pulsating magic. Dongju grins triumphantly, convinced his emergency containment strategy has successfully locked down the core. But the victory is short-lived as ominous deep fractures begin to spiderweb rapidly across the massive stone structure. Watching the sudden instability, Hyun Choi casually approaches, utterly unimpressed by the frantic attempt at heroics. She scoffs at his efforts, prompting Dongju to explain that the swirling anomaly below is a dangerous compressed vortex of his sister's chaotic mana. Because his sibling lost all conscious control over her spell, the concentrated energy is mutated into a wild, ownerless tempest. He explains that the massive stone spike acts as a giant lightning rod designed to safely bleed the roaring mana back into the earth. He assures her that they simply need to wait for the dense energy to naturally disperse, hoping to finally secure their survival. But Hyun Choi points out a terrifying detail. The stone pillar has begun to pulse with a violent, hyper-concentrated glow. Before they can react, a catastrophic surge of crimson lightning erupts from the core, violently shattering the defensive spike to pieces. Dongju stands frozen in sheer horror as his ultimate defensive measure is utterly vaporized in an instant. Clutching his head in absolute panic, he screams in desperation, realizing his brilliant strategy has completely backfired. Below them, the terrified officer panics, screaming for the unconscious S-rank hunter to wake up before they're all obliterated.
The exhausted healer can only offer a strained, nervous smile as her reserves run dangerously dry. She desperately explains that because of the sister's current rank restriction, her recovery speed is agonizingly slow. Facing certain death, the panicked officer pleads with Dongju to try one more time, refusing to accept their grim fate. Watching the chaotic desperation unfold below, Hyun Choi sighs in mild amusement while Dongju frantically yells to keep their spirits up. Suddenly, a strained, overwhelming sensation washes over the unhinged rookie, catching her completely off guard. She peers down into the abyssal crater, a sudden, chilling familiarity ticking in the back of her mind. With a manic, joyful realization, she remembers the terrifying, multi-winged eye monsters that once haunted her past. Looking deeper into the darkness, she senses a massive horde of those exact same beasts lurking silently in the depths. Far from being afraid, her eyes gleam with absolute greed, realizing this dangerous dungeon is a gold mine for easy stat gains. But there is a massive catch. The unstable mana storm will likely kill them all long before they can even reach the boss. She quickly weighs her choices, debating whether to charge straight ahead or eliminate the immediate threat first. Her decision is made in an instant, her unhinged gaze locking onto the chaos unfolding behind her. She turns slowly, calling out to the stressed-out young hunter to grab his undivided attention. With a wicked mocking smirk, she playfully insults his low rank to deliberately provoke his hot temper. She taunts him mercilessly for his inability to clean up his sister's mess, daring him to watch how a real monster handles a crisis. Dongju watches her in utter bewilderment, completely unable to anticipate her next chaotic move. Without a shred of hesitation, she takes a deliberate step backward, dangling precariously over the lethal precipice. With a manic laugh, the crazy rookie throws herself off the ledge, diving headfirst into the swirling vortex of destruction. Plummeting through the air, she flashes a wild, confident grin, telling him to follow her lead once she finishes clearing the path. Looking down at the raging tempest, she is momentarily awed by the sheer ferocity of the sister's compressed, beastly magic.
She looks at the unconscious, battered S-rank, marveling at the insane lengths a person would go to protect their sibling. She recalls Dongju holding his sister so protectively, driven entirely by his deep-seated instinct to guard his remaining family. The memory triggers a painful, distant flashback of a bitter departure where words of familial hatred were spat in anger. She remembers the silent tears of betrayal and the crushing weight of loneliness that forged her own unhinged destiny. Shaking off the brief moment of vulnerability, she focuses her resolve, determined to shatter her past through sheer violence. With a wild, bloodthirsty grin, she prepares to unleash her full, unrestrained power to tear the dungeon apart. Her manic red eyes flare with absolute madness as the unstable, fiery energy of her skill begins to coat her entire body. From the shadows of her aura, a monstrous, demonic claw erupts, crackling with dark, destructive power. She morphs into a blazing beacon of pure, concentrated fury, completely enveloped in a roaring pillar of golden flames. Rocketing downward like a meteoric strike of pure destruction, she collides directly with the swirling vortex, leaving the fate of the entire raid hanging in the balance. The collision is absolute. Enveloped in a blinding, roaring pillar of golden flames, Hyun Choi screams in wild, chaotic ecstasy as she rockets straight toward the lethal abyss. Far from vaporizing her, the impact triggers an overwhelming torrent of divine authority, a wall of glowing system alerts declaring her absolutely immortal until her full resurrection is complete. High above the ruined impact zone, the surrounding smoke begins to clear, leaving Dongju and the terrified officer staring down into the crater in paralyzed silence. The officer clutches her head, her mind completely fracturing as she tries to comprehend how anyone could survive such a catastrophic, bone-shattering fall. Dongju stands frozen, a cold sweat running down his neck as he stares down at the dust cloud, questioning the very humanity of the rookie they brought along. The eerie quiet is deafening, leaving the young hunter with a sinking dread that they might have just unleashed a monster far worse than anything lurking in this dungeon. Down at the very bottom of the massive crater, a single silhouette stands perfectly intact amidst the swirling ashes, completely unfazed by the destructive impact. Stretching her arms wide with a bright, manic laugh, she cheerfully celebrates her chaotic entrance, completely oblivious to the sheer terror she has caused. Shielding his eyes in deep, flustered irritation, Dongju frantically commands the officer to throw some clothes over the eccentric rookie before his sanity completely breaks. Emerging from the dust cloud, she quickly changes into fresh clothes, sporting a wicked, energetic grin that proves her hunger for battle has only just begun. With a spring in her step, she points toward the dark, unexplored corridors of the abyss, ready to plunge even deeper into the dangerous ruins. Without a shred of hesitation, she sprints forward, her raw kinetic power shattering the cavern floor as she vows to tear apart every single beast left standing. Dongju screams her name in sheer vein-popping frustration, realizing her reckless idea of clearing the path means leaving absolute devastation in her wake. A massive, deafening shockwave of dust and debris erupts through the stone forest, blowing back the trees and completely restructuring the underground landscape. But as the dust settles, a truly horrifying nightmare materializes, a massive, suffocating army of multi-winged beasts emerging from the deep shadows. The ravenous predators snarl, bearing rows of razor-sharp fangs dripping with highly corrosive, steaming venom. Dongju raises his small flame, his heart freezing as he witnesses the seemingly infinite horde of monsters blocking their every path. The grim reality settles in instantly. They are completely encircled, trapped in the dark with a relentless wave of bloodthirsty hunters. The terrified healer screams in absolute panic, her trembling hands barely able to hold her staff as her remaining mana reserves run dangerously dry. But amidst the terrifying chaos, a bizarre sight halts their breath. The powerful S-rank hunter Kim Yanhan is peacefully sleeping, using a monster's deadly clawed leg as a comfortable pillow. The healer weeps in absolute panic, frantically apologizing to the sleeping S-rank for her failure to keep her safe on this chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, a beast snaps, its massive talons cutting through the air in a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at the defenseless healer. Dongju reacts in a fraction of a second, thrusting his arm forward as his defensive instincts flare to life. With a deafening crack, a giant, jagged spire of solid earth erupts from the ground, impaling the beast midair and saving his comrades. Grabbing his unconscious sister, Dongju demands to know why the healer risked her life, rushing straight into the heart of the enemy lines. Gritting his teeth in raw, unbridled fury, he glares at the surrounding beasts, refusing to let them touch a single member of his family. Slicing through the darkness, his blade unleashes a trail of brilliant blue energy, cutting down the front line of beasts with lethal precision. He moves like a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the monsters as dark blood paints the cold, cracked earth. Earthen spires burst violently from beneath the stone floor, impaling the charging predators in a relentless defensive barrage. The massive field of spikes rises high into the cavern, buying the desperate survivors a few precious seconds to regroup. Dongju yells out his strategy. Fighting this endless army is suicide. They must bypass the horde, assassinate the dungeon boss, and force the exit open to survive. Stomping his foot heavily onto the ground, he channels every drop of his remaining sensory magic to locate the heart of the dungeon's dark energy. A brilliant wave of blue detection grid sweeps across the massive cavern, mapping out the terrain and illuminating every hidden threat in real time. His eyes narrow as he scans the complex mental map, desperately searching for the massive magical signature of the dungeon's true master. The sonar pulse cuts through the deep stone, highlighting the terrifying outlines of the winged beasts nesting in the high arches. Suddenly, a colossal, hyper-concentrated surge of dark energy registers on his senses, catching his undivided attention. His eyes widen in sharp realization as he pinpoints the exact terrifying coordinate of the boss's inner sanctum. Standing tall in the distance is a gargantuan, ruined ancient temple gateway pulsing with a dense, suffocating aura of death. But just as he formulates a tactical plan, the unhinged rookie completely dismisses the boss, declaring her intent to butcher every single minor beast in the cavern first. Trying to regain control of the chaotic situation, Dongju desperately points toward the looming ancient temple, trying to force her to focus on the primary target. He quickly drafts a defensive layout. He will charge ahead to break through the blockade, while she remains behind to shield the wounded survivors. He estimates the breakthrough will take 2 brutal minutes, pleading with her to hold the rear until he can return to secure their escape. She flashes an innocent, childish smile, confirming if slaying the boss is indeed their absolute best shot at surviving this nightmare. But with a wild, manic laugh, she completely rejects his rational plan, charging headfirst into the terrifying swarm on her own crazy whim. Dongju's voice cracks as he screams in utter disbelief, watching the suicidal rookie sprint straight into the jaws of certain death. Cackling with manic joy, she runs faster and faster, mockingly declaring that there is absolutely no way she is going to listen to his orders. The ground violently cracks beneath her boots, her sheer physical power kicking up dust as she zeroes in on her targets. Enveloped in a roaring aura of pure destructive energy, her eyes gleam with unbridled greed as she refuses to let a single scrap of precious experience go to waste. Vaulting high into the air, she looms over the terrified horde of beasts like an unstoppable descending goddess of ruin. With a savage grin, she slams down like a meteor of pure kinetic force, leaving the fate of the entire raid hanging on the devastating impact of her next strike. Slamming down with earth-shattering force, she screams a bloodthirsty command to slaughter every single monster in sight. Her strike splits the cavern air, carving a jagged path of absolute carnage right through the front lines of the beastly swarm. She completely rejects the sanity of the boss room, fueled by a maniacal drive to turn this dungeon into her personal slaughterhouse. The winged beasts shriek in terror and rage, their ancient instincts screaming that a predator far more dangerous has just invaded their territory. Slicing through the air like a whirlwind of blades, she turns the swarming monsters into a horrific rain of black blood and severed limbs. Suddenly, a massive cascade of glowing system alerts floods her vision, tracking her rapid rise in power with every beast she slays. Catching her breath amidst the falling debris, she feels the rush of newly acquired strength surging violently through her veins. She looks up with a wild, terrifying grin, her eyes gleaming with absolute ecstasy as she realizes how quickly she is growing stronger. Standing before the massive, crumbling stone gate of the temple, the chilling aura of the final boss pulses from the darkness. But she turns her back on the boss room, declaring that she has no intention of entering until she has squeezed every ounce of experience from this cavern. With a sudden leap, she unleashes a blinding arc of blue energy, slicing a lunging predator clean in half before it can even blink. She raises her voice in a deafening, magic-infused battle cry that echoes violently off the ancient stone walls. The sheer acoustic force of her shout erupts like a shockwave, blasting back the surrounding shadows and disorienting the winged swarm. High up on the jagged stone arches, the remaining gargoyles screech in frustration, scrambling to regroup against this unstoppable threat. Watching the chaos unfold, the officer realizes with mounting dread that the rookie is deliberately provoking and luring the entire horde directly to her. The officer gasps in sheer disbelief as she tries to comprehend the reckless, suicidal madness of the rookie's battle strategy. Moving like a blur of lethal kinetic force, she dances through the darkness, her dual energy blades carving up the incoming monsters with effortless grace. The officer clenches her fists in utter confusion, wondering how a hunter she personally downgraded to C rank can display such godlike, unrestricted power. Dongju stands frozen, sensing that her magical signature is expanding exponentially, defying all logical rules of the hunter system. Suddenly, a rogue beast breaks from the swarm, lunging from the shadows with jaws wide open to devour the helpless healer. In a flash of blue steel, Dongju's blade cuts through the darkness, severing the beast's arm and saving his comrade just in the nick of time. As the sobbing healer frantically thanks him, she's interrupted by a furious scream from the rookie, who is absolutely livid that her precious kill was stolen. She furiously demands that he keep his hands off her targets, completely ignoring the fact that they are fighting for their very survival. Infuriated by her childish greed, Dongju unleashes a savage arc of fire, warning her that her reckless antics are going to get them all killed. She merely smirks with playful defiance, mockingly suggesting that if he is so capable, he shouldn't need a single bit of her help. Swallowing his pride, he barks back that he doesn't want her help anyway, ready to hold the line on his own terms. But the cavern walls tremble as a massive, suffocating wave of newly spawned gargoyles begins to descend from the high arches.
Completely overwhelmed by the sheer infinite volume of the incoming horde, Dongju's defensive line begins to fracture under the pressure. Hearing his desperate, pride-shattering pleas for help, she cups her ear with a teasing grin, demanding he ask her nicely before she lifts a finger. But as she plays her childish game, a sudden, heavy shadow falls over her expression, her playful eyes turning cold and wide with shock.
Dongju screams in raw, panic-stricken desperation as a massive predator closes in from his blind spot, ready to tear him apart. In that split second, her dilated pupil locks onto the scene, triggering a violent, uninvited memory from her darkest days.
Beast bares its dripping fangs, shrieking in victory as it lunges directly at the defenseless young hunter's neck.
But before the fangs can sink in, a heavy shield slams into the beast's skull with a bone-shattering crunch. Dongju gasps as he looks up, finding her standing over him with a massive shield raised, her face completely cloaked in shadow. Relief floods his chest as he smiles, thanking her for finally showing a shred of tactical loyalty and saving his life. He quickly urges her to form a defensive wall so they can execute their breakthrough strategy, but she silently begins to let the shield dissolve into light. With her head bowed, she mutters a chilling, nonsensical phrase, declaring that he is already dead and asking why a corpse is still trying to order her around. Dongju's eyes widen in sheer horror as he stares at her vacant, unhinged gaze, realizing her mind is completely fractured under the stress of the dungeon. Looking past him at the ruined temple gate, a name slips from her lips, the name of her fallen comrade, An Hyunchan. In her fractured mind, the image of Hyunchan standing protectively with his shield flashes before her, a painful ghost of the past she couldn't save. Dongju calls out to her in confusion, trying to snap her out of her trance as she completely dismisses her defensive stance. Without a word, she suddenly charges forward, leaving Dongju screaming in frustration as she sprints back into the thick of the swarm. Her sudden departure leaves him completely vulnerable to the ancient gateway's corruptive, pulsing aura of death. Releasing a guttural roar of pure, unadulterated hatred, she directs all of her psychological pain toward the encroaching monsters. She screams at the beast to get out of her way, her raw magical power whipping up a tempest of violent, swirling energy. With a brutal physical slam, her fist collides with the lead beast, her sheer kinetic force shattering its skull instantly. She becomes a localized hurricane of violence, ripping through the flying predators in a desperate attempt to drown out her painful memories. The dying shrieks of the gargoyles echo through the cavern, their blood splashing against the ancient stone floors as she mercilessly slaughters them. Finally, the chaotic storm of violence clears, leaving her standing alone in a ruined, silent corridor, the weight of her tragic past still heavily hanging over her soul. Turning her gaze back to the source of the suffocating pressure, she realizes she is no longer dealing with minor lackeys. The air turns freezing cold as she stares down the abyss. Step by step, she walks deeper into the oppressive darkness of the final chamber, the silent echoes of her boots signaling her arrival to the hidden master of this domain. Suddenly, the oppressive silence is shattered as she demands to know if this unseen force is the one that has been calling out to her from the shadows. In response, the very walls of the chamber begin to writhe and pulse with horrific organic tissue, shifting like a living, breathing nightmare. A massive, grotesque eyeball descends from the ceiling, the true boss of the fallen heaven, radiating a suffocating B-class pressure that would paralyze any ordinary hunter. The gargantuan eye twists downward, unleashing a jarring, guttural string of ancient runes that echo directly inside her mind. She winces in utter irritation, completely unfazed by its terrifying appearance, but thoroughly annoyed by the incomprehensible grating noise. Crimson runes flash violently in the air as the beast continues its psychic assault, attempting to crush her spirit with its alien tongue. But the psychological warfare fails to leave even a single scratch on her stubborn, unyielding mind. Staring back at the floating, glowing symbols, she stands her ground, refusing to let the monster's intimidating display sway her focus. Plucking at her ear, she mockingly complains about the deafening racket, completely dismissing the boss's grand, terrifying introduction. She boldly demands the monster speak a language she can actually comprehend, warning it that she has absolutely zero patience for alien gibberish. Without waiting another second, she launches herself forward, charging straight at the colossal entity with lethal intent. The giant eyeball dilates in shock, realizing its prey has absolutely no fear of its godlike presence. But just as she prepares to strike, a sudden psychic shift forces her to skid to a halt, her instincts screaming that something is deeply wrong. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as the surrounding space distorts, pulling a ghost from her darkest memory straight into the reality of the dungeon. Out from the shifting shadows steps a familiar figure, his calm voice cutting through her mind like a frozen blade. He smiles warmly, welcoming her back with a familiar name, trying to break her resolve with the ghost of a past she desperately wanted to forget. But before he can even finish his sentence, a blinding red arc of pure kinetic force slices clean through his body. The horrific illusion splinters into nothingness, revealing that she didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second to destroy the fake. Standing over the dissolving remnants, she cold-bloodedly sneers at the false ghost, spitting that he was the last person she ever wanted to see again. Suddenly, a system notification flashes in her peripheral vision, catching her completely off guard as her stats unexpectedly spike from the sudden kill. The sliced illusion morphs back into the corpse of a slain monster, confirming her suspicion that the boss is actively using physical puppets to trick her. A cold realization washes over her as she connects the dots, understanding exactly how this vile creature managed to invoke the memory of her fallen comrade. She glares up at the massive eye, pinpointing its insidious ability to peer into the deepest trauma of its victims' minds. It reads their memories, unearthing their deepest regrets and weaponizing them as physical manifestations to break their spirits. That was why she had hallucinated her dead comrade's shield earlier. The boss had been pulling the strings of her mind from the very start. She looks around as the chamber suddenly fills with dozens of identical clones of the hated man, a massive army of her worst trauma standing right before her. But instead of breaking, her mind snaps in a completely different direction as she bursts into a manic, unhinged laugh of absolute delight. Meanwhile, deep within the crumbling caverns, Dongju screams in sheer desperation, begging the reckless rookie to return and help him hold the line. A massive, endless wave of multi-armed green beasts pours from the darkness, completely overwhelming his defensive position. Swinging his blade frantically, Dongju realizes with mounting panic that there are simply too many monsters for him to handle alone. But as the leading beast leaps to tear him apart, it suddenly screeches in confusion as its instincts detect a massive shift in the battlefield. In a bizarre turn of events, the entire swarm of monsters suddenly ignores Dongju, charging away into the deep temple ruins. Dongju lowers his sword, completely baffled and left standing in stunned silence as the horde vanishes into the dark. The massive ancient gateway looms silently in the distance, devoid of the terrifying beast that once guarded it. Back in the main hall, she grits her teeth and crouches low, her body coiling like a high-tension spring ready to release absolute devastation. With a deafening boom, she tears through the crowd of clones like a localized hurricane, her blade slicing through flesh with blinding, godlike speed. Heads and limbs fly through the air as she systematically dismantles the army of illusions, refusing to let her trauma hold her back for even a single second. The remaining clones desperately shout his final words, trying to guilt her into submission by bringing up her brother's tragic departure. But their psychological tricks only fuel her rage, prompting her to unleash an even more savage flurry of steel that cuts them down like wheat. She stands over the final collapsing clone, her chest heaving as the oppressive weight of her past is violently shredded away. Grinning like a maniac, she bids a final vulgar farewell to the ghost of her abuser, declaring once and for all that she never loved him. Suddenly, a brilliant blue system notification erupts in front of her, announcing her legendary ascension to S-Class as she screams her love to her true comrade. Fueled by her newly unlocked godlike power, she leaps high into the air, towering over the petrified giant eyeball like an angel of absolute destruction. Winding back her fist with a wild, bloodthirsty grin, she prepares to deliver a strike packed with the raw, explosive force of an S-Class hunter. The devastating impact of her fist shatters the very foundations of the temple, unleashing a blinding shockwave of pure kinetic energy. As the smoke slowly clears, she happily stretches her arms, casually declaring that the dungeon raid is officially over. But just as she begins to relax, a sudden realization hits her, her cheerful expression instantly freezing into one of sheer confusion. She slowly looks down at the massive ruined corpse of the boss, a chilling thought crossing her mind that threatens to shatter her victory. A violent storm of dust and rubble clears, but instead of celebrating, she stands frozen in absolute silence. A chilling, suffocating stillness fills the ruined chamber as she stares blankly ahead. Her gaze drops to the colossal severed eye of the dungeon boss twitching at her feet, a dark, corrupted echo of a long-forgotten betrayal whispering directly into her mind. She scoffs in pure irritation, completely dismissing the unsettling psychic whispers as nothing more than a minor annoyance. Just as she turns to leave, a sudden sensation at her ankle makes her stop dead in her tracks. She slowly crouches down, her instincts screaming that something fundamental has shifted within her very soul. Staring at the floor, she realizes the heavy, restricting binding on her leg has completely dissolved, leaving a mysterious golden ring rolling across the stone. Her eyes widen as she tries to process the impossible sight, her mind racing to connect the pieces of what just occurred. A manic, euphoric grin breaks across her face as the truth finally dawns on her. She laughs hysterically, realizing that ascending to S-Class was the key to finally breaking the curse that held her captive. Snatching the golden ring from the ground, she holds it high, declaring to the empty chamber that she is finally truly free. Her celebration is cut short as a cold holographic system alert flickers to life before her eyes. Her blood runs freezing cold as she reads the prompt, realizing this artifact belonged to the insidious leech who sought to control her. The system flashes again, announcing that the primary growth phase of the ring is complete, sparking a wave of dread in her chest. Suddenly, the crimson shadows behind her warp and twist, coalescing into a colossal horned silhouette of pure, unadulterated evil. She winces as a harsh, static-like voice echoes through her head, completely unable to decipher the ancient, malevolent tongue. Before she can even react, the shadowy entity's massive clawed hand sweeps forward, swallowing her whole in a void of blinding crimson light. Miles away in another part of the dungeon, Kim Yan-han gasps violently as she is jolted back to consciousness. Her companions look down at her with tearful relief, crying out in joy that she has finally opened her eyes. They gently hold her down, pleading with her not to force herself to stand in her heavily wounded state. Struggling to sit up, Yan-han ignores her own pain, frantically asking about the status of the rookies. Seeing the deep, tearful guilt in her young companion's eyes, Yan-han's heart sinks with worry. Softening her voice, Yan-han offers a gentle, reassuring smile, apologizing for failing to protect them from the horror. Overwhelmed by emotion, her companion throws herself forward, sobbing uncontrollably and begging her to never risk her life like that again. Watching the emotional scene, Dongju deadpans, lightheartedly breaking the heavy tension with a sarcastic remark. Yan-han rubs her temples in sheer embarrassment, muttering about how ridiculous it is that she was ultimately saved by that reckless rookie. But her expression quickly darkens as she begins to piece together the bizarre details of their survival. Dongju explains that the mysterious girl left immediately after saving them, driven by a furious, single-minded obsession to hunt the boss alone. Yan-han narrows her eyes, deeply unsettled by the raw, unnatural power the rookie displayed during the battle. Shaking off her doubts, Yan-han insists they move out immediately to regroup before things take a turn for the worse. Dongju nods firmly, his expression tightening as he reveals he has a serious bone to pick with the rookie. Yan-han glances back, quietly reminding him that regardless of her chaotic methods, that girl is the sole reason they're still breathing. Dongju shivers, recalling the terrifying pressure of her blade and pointing out that she almost slaughtered them in her frenzy. Yan-han shrugs it off with a confident smirk, declaring that surviving a near-death experience is more than enough reason to be grateful. Dongju mutters a snarky comment about how trauma changes people, earning a deadly glare from the veteran hunter. Stepping forward, Yan-han commands him to save his complaints for when they finally escape this living nightmare. But just as they prepare to move, Dongju suggests they head straight for the hidden dungeons, provoking an immediate refusal. The female companions watch the two bicker, noting the unspoken, deep-seated bond of trust between them. Entering the final corridor, their breath hitches at the sight of slaughtered gargoyles painted across the shattered walls. The sheer scale of the carnage leaves them trembling, realizing the rookie truly went on a savage, unparalleled rampage. Dongju halts at the entrance of the final chamber, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. He gasps, pointing toward the center of the room where the massive, defeated boss lies motionless. The horrifying, giant eyeball of the dungeon master stares blankly into space, its reign of terror violently ended. But the relief vanishes instantly as they spot the rookie kneeling silently in front of the colossal corpse. Dongju calls out to her in frustration, demanding to know why she is just sitting there instead of finishing the job to open the exit. Suddenly, the dead eyeball twitches, its iris expanding as a low, demonic hum of forbidden ancient runes vibrates through the air. Dongju takes a cautious step forward, his instincts screaming as he asks if she is actually communicating with the beast. Slowly, the rookie turns her head and their hearts stop as they behold her pitch-black, hollow eyes and a sickening stream of blood pouring from her lips. Dongju stumbles back, his face pale with sheer horror as he realizes the girl standing before him is no longer human. She lets out a garbled, terrifying whisper of unholy gibberish, her empty gaze locking onto her terrified allies. Seeing the horrific entity preparing to strike, Yan-han screams at the top of her lungs, ordering Dongju to run for his absolute life. The sudden shifting gravity feels like falling through an endless fracturing rift as reality itself collapses. Plunging deeper into the chaotic void, they can do nothing but brace for the devastating impact of their descent. The wind rushes past their ears in a deafening roar as they hurtle toward the stone floor below. A blinding, explosive flash of purple energy suddenly ruptures the dark atmosphere, heralding their violent return. With a deafening boom, the veteran hunter Yan-han crashes violently against the stone floor, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Her companions cry out in panic, rushing to her side as the dust begins to settle around her broken form. Yan-han grits her teeth in sheer frustration, unable to comprehend the terrifying strength that just overwhelmed them. Young frantically explains that her binding and dampening skills had absolutely no effect on the rookie. With trembling lips, Aejong confesses that Hyun Choi possesses an unnatural power unlike any hunter in existence. Yan-han snaps back in anger, demanding to know how such a massive anomaly could go unnoticed. Aegyeong desperately defends herself, insisting that the rookie's rank was supposed to be completely sealed. But their argument is cut short as Yan-han notices the quiet healer Yansu turning to leave without a word. Her eyes cold and determined, Yansu ignores their warnings and marches straight toward the dangerous rookie. Meanwhile, back near the boss's corpse, Dongju gasps for air as a freezing, inhuman grip clamps around his throat. He looks up in absolute horror, finding himself pinned down by the rookie's hello bloodstained face. From her bloody lips comes a garbled, guttural whisper that carries no trace of human emotion. Leaning in close, she murmurs a series of incomprehensible, ancient words that freeze the blood in his veins. Dongju closes his eyes in despair, realizing that any attempt to reason with her is completely futile.
He watches in disgust as she licks the dark blood from her chin, a horrifying realization dawning on him.
Sweating profusely, he frantically racks his brain to remember how they managed to calm her down before. But as time runs out as a terrifying predatory grin splits her face, her eyes locking onto him like prey. She opens her jaws wide, completely driven by a feral instinct to consume everything in sight. Dongju screams in sheer terror, realizing she is actually planning to eat him alive. Just as the monster is about to strike, Yensu leaps forward, slamming her heavy staff into the beast with a blinding shockwave. Dongju stumbles back, his heart racing as the violent impact knocks the corrupted rookie away. Yensu stands tall, her face shadowed with rage as she coldly mutters that she warned them about this threat. Gripping her glowing weapon tightly, the healer prepares to put an end to the rampaging monster once and for all. Dongju shouts in disbelief, demanding to know why a support healer is suddenly launching such a brutal attack. Yensu angrily fires back, asking why he can't control his dangerous companion, while Dongju desperately denies any connection. Before they can finish bickering, the beast recovers instantly, launching a ferocious swipe that shatters Yensu's stance. Yensu gasps in horror as she realizes just how terrifyingly fast and strong the corrupted rookie truly is. A violent explosion of energy tears through the room as the beast's raw, unbridled power overwhelms their defenses. The monster screeches in pure agony and frustration, blood spraying from her mouth as her corrupted soul fights for dominance. Shaken by the close call, Dongju desperately yells at the beast, asking why she would attack their own allies. Yanhan runs up and supports the panting healer, checking to make sure she wasn't fatally wounded in the clash. Big-Yang calls out from behind, frantically asking if Dongju is alright after facing that monstrous power. The team vehemently argues to abandon the rookie, pointing out that she has become an extremely volatile threat. But Dongju ignores their protests, stepping closer to the towering beast to look her directly in the eyes. He pleads with her, asserting that despite her terrifying power, she isn't a heartless monster. As his words echo through the chamber, the hollow blackness suddenly drains from her eyes, returning to their normal hue. But the sudden snap back to reality causes her to lose her balance on the ruins, prompting Dongju to catch her as she falls. Stunned and breathless, she blinks up at him, completely unaware of the chaos she just caused. The surrounding hunters watch in utter disbelief, shocked to see her suddenly back to her normal human self. Yanhan approaches cautiously, demanding to know if the rookie has truly regained her senses. Hyun Choi looks around in confusion, asking why her teammates are even standing there in the first place. Deep within her mind, a dark, ominous echo of a massive clawed entity whispers for her to feed. The terrifying shadow mocks her weakness, demanding she devour the colossal eye to gain its forbidden power. She recalls the chilling sensation of the dark aura wrapping around her body during her blacked-out frenzy. Staring at the massive severed eye of the boss, a wave of pure dread washes over her as she realizes what she might have done. She lets out a heavy, trembling sigh, left to grapple with the terrifying truth of her monstrous awakening. Dongju's heart skips a beat as he watches the girl's eyes flutter shut, her vital energy suddenly plunging into a terrifying silence. Before he can even reach out, her limp body slips backward, falling off the ruined altar as consciousness completely abandons her. Miles away, deep within the whispering canopy of a peaceful forest, a young boy stops dead in his tracks as an icy shiver runs down his spine. Nara blinks in confusion, gazing up at the serene sky as a phantom echo of raw, celestial power reverberates through his very soul. Looking back at his advancing party, the young hunter stands frozen on the dirt path, convinced that he just heard the cry of an ancient, awakening beast. His companion notices his sudden hesitation, calling back to ask what is wrong, but Nara quickly shakes it off, forcing a tense smile to mask his growing unease. Back in the suffocating darkness of the dungeon ruins, Dongju desperately shakes the unresponsive girls, screaming for her to wake up before her life slips away entirely. But Hyun Choi remains utterly still, her face pale and peaceful, completely locked in a deep magic-induced slumber after her monstrous rampage. Outside the dungeon gate, a colossal swirl of blinding violet energy suddenly erupts on the city street, heralding the unexpected completion of the perilous raid. The awaiting guild members stare at the swirling rift in absolute shock, utterly astounded that a B-rank nightmare was conquered in a mere matter of hours. An association representative stands before the barrier, fiercely blocking eager hunters from rushing in, reminding them of the strict protocols governing unstable rifts. But the surrounding hunters grumble in frustration, arguing that waiting is pointless now that the catastrophic threat inside has been neutralized. Suddenly, the violet energy flares violently, and a shout rises from the crowd as the victorious team finally emerges from the fracturing void. Bearing the heavy burden of the unconscious rookie, Dongju steps through the gate, flanked by his exhausted, blood-soaked companions. The waiting crowd erupts into deafening cheers of adulation, chanting the name of their guild as the weary survivors stagger into the light. Amused by the grandiose reception, Yanhan playfully teases their flustered healer, who desperately covers her red face in sheer embarrassment. But the lighthearted moment vanishes as Yanhan glares at the unconscious girl on Dongju's back, sharply warning him to abandon the ticking time bomb. Dongju breaks into a cold sweat, his jaw tightening as he realizes the sheer weight of the terrifying secret he is now forced to carry. Standing quietly in the background, Aegyong narrows her eyes, realizing that a monster of this caliber could never belong to a lowly C-rank registry. Sensing the mounting suspicion, Dongju avoids her piercing gaze, knowing he must play dumb and escape before they are interrogated. An association staff member scrambles forward, breathless with relief as she welcomes the team back from the erratic reclassified dungeon. The staff member frantically demands to know what transpired inside to cause such a violent shift in the rift's core energy. Stepping in to protect her allies, Aegyong swiftly cuts her off, explaining that the rookie is gravely injured and requires immediate medical isolation. Turning back to Dongju, Aegyong calls out to him with a quiet, commanding authority that makes his blood run cold. She calmly tells him that she is leaving to file the initial report, leaving him alone to handle the volatile situation with the resting rookie. Before departing, she drops a bombshell, revealing that the B-rank conquest will be officially credited solely to him and Yunhan. Dongju's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend why the association would hide the rookie's involvement. Sensing his confusion, Aegyong coldly asks if they shared a past connection, leaving him with a stern warning to keep a close watch on her. Nearby, the recovery teams are ordered to dismantle the dungeon, completely unaware of the monstrous truth lurking just beneath the surface. As the workers finalize the auction details for the cleared rift, a silent shadow watches them with cold, calculating intensity. Dongju turns around, a sigh of immense relief escaping his lips as he realizes the rookie has finally regained consciousness. Still dazed, Hyun Choi looks around the temporary camp, demanding to know what the busy workers are doing with their hard-won battlefield. Upon hearing that her dungeon is being prepped for public auction, her temper flares instantly, prompting Dongju to violently clamp his hand over her mouth. Sweat dropping profusely, Dongju offers a nervous hollow laugh to the baffled worker as he drags the wildly thrashing girl away. Once out of earshot, Dongju explodes in frustration, lecturing her on the sheer criminality of sneaking into a restricted dungeon. She merely pouts, muttering about his petty attitude, completely ignoring the colossal legal and financial disaster she almost caused. Turning her curiosity elsewhere, she asks if a rival giant, the Hanshin Guild, will be participating in the upcoming auction. Dongju's expression darkens as he reveals that the suspicious officer from earlier seemed to recognize her, leaving her utterly stunned. He points out that the mysterious officer is the only reason she isn't rotting in a high-security prison, though the rookie smugly claims she would have simply broken out. Shaking his head at her reckless arrogance, Dongju commands her to stay put and rest while he goes to wrap up the remaining paperwork. As he walks away, his mind is consumed by dread, knowing that despite her calm demeanor, she is a volatile anomaly that could detonate at any moment. Left alone on the military cot, Hyun Choi stares at her hands, the phantom memory of her terrifying power weighing heavily on her chest. She vividly recalls the raw horror etched across the faces of her comrades as they bore witness to her monstrous form. The image of the veteran hunter Yenhan, trembling in sheer, unadulterated fear, burns endlessly in the back of her mind. She quietly utters the taboo words, realizing the terrifying truth of her existence as an unclassified, godlike X-rank. A wave of profound vulnerability washes over her as she confesses to herself just how terrified she was of losing her humanity forever. Sensing a presence, she looks up to find Dongju standing before her, his hands on his hips and a stern look on his face. She braces herself for his judgment, her eyes reflecting a rare, silent sorrow that contrasts her usual chaotic demeanor. Dongju sighs, cracking a dry joke about how he should have punched her to snap her out of her dark, bloodthirsty trance earlier. A soft smirk finally returns to her lips as she teases him for his hidden kindness, warning him that his soft heart will get him killed in this cruel world. Just as Dongju thinks he can catch a moment of peace, Aegyong storms into the shelter like a tempest, screaming at him to stop slacking off. But before Dongju can defend himself, the rookie's bizarre confession from the dungeon echoes in Aegyong's ears, threatening to completely unravel their sanity. Aegyong's face freezes in absolute horror as the sheer absurdity of the statement sinks in, triggering a wave of pure panic. Seizing the opportunity to stir the pot, the mischievous healer smirks and mockingly offers to take full responsibility for whatever monster is growing. Dongju's smug smile instantly evaporates as a suffocating, blood-red aura rises directly behind him, signaling imminent doom. Aegyong explodes in a towering rage, convinced that her brother has committed the ultimate unspeakable sin. Before he can even open his mouth to explain, a brutal strike lands directly on his face, sending his senses spinning. Aegyong violently thrashes her unfortunate ally, demanding to know what kind of unholy mess they have gotten themselves into, while the rookie watches in total silence. Hours later, the chaotic storm moves to the quiet confines of their home, where Aegyong and Dongju sit in a tense, agonizing silence. From the kitchen, a surprising domestic aroma begins to waft over as the mysterious rookie quietly prepares a meal. Unable to take the tension any longer, Aegyong slams her fist down, blaming Dongju for bringing this bizarre anomaly into their personal sanctuary. She points a furious finger at the cooking rookie, demanding to know why she is acting so completely at home in their kitchen. But her rage is instantly cut short when a perfectly prepared steaming plate of pasta is cheerfully set right in front of her. Aegyong vehemently protests, but the rookie simply slides into the seat next to her, warning that the food will ruin if it gets cold. Hungry and exhausted, Dongju immediately digs in, prompting Aegyong to screech that they shouldn't trust food made by someone who dines on monsters. But as the first bite registers on Dongju's tongue, his entire world stops, shocked by a flavor that defies all logical explanation. He clutches his head in absolute bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how a legendary monster eater could possess such godlike culinary skills. Even Aegeong finds herself silently chewing, her fierce hostility temporarily subdued by the sheer brilliance of the meal. Suddenly, her eyes widen in a flash of pure terror as a bizarre realization strikes her mind like a bolt of lightning. Washing the dishes, Dongju grumbles under his breath, highly suspicious of how quickly his sister's murderous attitude is softened. He returns to the living room with fresh fruit, only to halt in his tracks at the utterly surreal sight unfolding before him. The rookie is snuggled tightly against Aegeong, who defensively asks what he's staring at, as if this bizarre bond is completely normal. The cozy atmosphere vanishes as Aegeong leans in close, quietly demanding to know the truth of what is actually growing inside the girl. When Aegeong mentions the presence of a forbidden X-rank entity, Dongju nearly drops his plate in sheer, unadulterated shock. He steps forward desperately, demanding to know if a rank that shouldn't even exist is actually manifested in their world. Aegeong grows deathly serious, realizing that the rookie is infinitely more dangerous than any hunter registry could ever comprehend. Dongju sits down with him, pressing for answers about what transpired when the rookie devoured the colossal boss monster. The rookie takes a bite of fruit, her gaze drifting as she reveals she could actually understand the dying beast's words. She explains that after her sudden awakening to S-rank, the chaotic words translated into a terrifyingly clear message. She repeats the chilling words, realizing that the beast recognized her as its own kind, whispering of an ancient catastrophic betrayal. Deep within her mind, she recalls the weeping, bleeding eye of the Titan, desperately demanding to know why she chose the side of humanity. She remembers the towering, shadowy horror that loomed over her, a dark reflection of the monstrous lineage she now carries. The sudden silence in the room is deafening as her companions stare at her in a mixture of comical shock and genuine dread. Aegeong warns that if this secret gets out, it will trigger a global war among dungeon research organizations and powerful guilds. Intrigued by the mystery, the rookie suggests diving back into the rift to investigate, but Dongju quickly shuts it down, warning of the 6-month lock. Her eyes gleam with a dangerous curiosity as she asks if there are other active rifts where she can test her terrifying ability to speak with beasts. Left with no easy answers, Dongju sits in silence, realizing that the ticking time bomb in their living room is about to detonate. Far away from their quiet home, a powerful wind sweeps through the canopy of a dense, untamed forest carrying the scent of impending blood. Rustling leaves suddenly give way to a violent shockwave, shattering the peaceful silence of the wilderness. Emerging from the trees, a colossal winged monstrosity lets out a deafening screech as it targets its unsuspecting prey. A group of weary hunters scrambles into position, desperately calling for Nara to cast a defensive barrier. Stepping into the light, Nara unleashes a brilliant magic circle, bracing himself for the impact of the beast's charge. The flying serpent swoops down with terrifying velocity, its massive tail whipping through the air like a scythe. The vanguard tank is violently blown backward, his heavy wooden shield barely absorbing the catastrophic force of the blow. Gritting his teeth, the tank pushes forward once more, desperately trying to draw the monster's focus. Behind him, an archer swiftly draws her bow, aiming directly at the creature's vulnerable, gaping maw. But before she can release, a brilliant arc of energy cuts through the battlefield, threatening to tear the group apart. Seizing the momentary opening, a piercing spearhead strikes true, aiming straight for the monster's deadly torso. The spear pierces deep, tearing through flesh as a fountain of dark blood erupts from the writhing, screeching serpent. As the beast thrashes in its death throes, Nara's magic circle flares to life once more, screaming for his companion to unleash the final devastating blow. The combat training simulation reaches its climax as the combat fervor skill is deactivated, forcing the vanguard to rely solely on raw instinct and steel. In a flash of blinding energy, the colossal winged monster is cleanly butchered, its massive body sliced into perfect bleeding segments. Landing with absolute poise, the vanguard finishes his lethal maneuver, bringing an abrupt and violent end to the simulated nightmare. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Nara breathes a heavy sigh of relief, thankful that the brutal training session is finally over. Looking over the severed remains of their simulated prey, the squad exchanges weary words of praise, knowing they survived another grueling day. Within seconds, the gory remnants of the monsters begin to glitch out, dissolving into digital pixels as the simulation resets. As the walls of the virtual training room fade away, the exhausted hunters look forward to a desperately needed night of rest before the storm tomorrow. Noticing the heavy gloom hanging over his companion, the veteran vanguard Gam Sang-woo asks if the pressure of tomorrow's final test is weighing on him. Nara tries to force a brave smile, confessing that while he is honored to have made it this far, he can't help but fear this test will be his absolute limit. Overwhelmed by his own self-doubt, Nara quickly apologizes, deeply regretful for spreading such toxic pessimism right before their most critical exam. Before the darkness can consume Nara's mind, a heavy, reassuring hand claps onto his shoulder, offering a silent promise of success. Startled by the sudden contact, Nara's breath catches in his throat as a strange, overwhelming presence suddenly manifests nearby. He jerks his head toward the high observation window, his eyes widening in complete shock at the figure waving ecstatically from above. It's the chaotic rookie, Hyun Choi, dressed in stunning high-end clothes and wearing a massive, carefree grin as if she owns the facility. Nara stands frozen in pure bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how she obtained such stylish attire when they barely had enough to get by. His heart leaps into his throat when he realizes she is standing alongside none other than Aegyong and the legendary guild officer Kim Dong-ju. The fierce and intimidating Aegyong locks her sharp, piercing gaze onto the recruits below, her silent aura commanding absolute respect. Starry-eyed and trembling with excitement, Nara squeals in awe, realizing he is standing in the presence of Paeyuk Guild's absolute elite. When Aegyong offers a warm, encouraging wave down to him, Nara's anxiety instantly evaporates, replaced by pure, unadulterated adoration. Fueled by a sudden rush of burning motivation, Nara clenches his fists, swearing that he will pass this test and join the ranks of the elite. Yet, as the initial excitement fades, a nagging question creeps into his mind. How did his seemingly ordinary friend end up among such gods? He suddenly recalls the night she mysteriously left their home, realizing her vague excuses were a cover for a truth far more massive than he ever imagined. Up in the observation room, the playful spark in Hyun Choi's eyes flickers out as she notices the sudden shift in Nara's expression. Shadows drape over Nara's face as the bitter sting of secrets and the crushing gap in their power levels weigh heavily on his soul. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Dongju steps up beside them, pointing out that Nara suddenly looks deeply upset about something. Confused, Aegyong wonders if the rookie is falling ill, urging Dongju to just give the poor kid a passing grade before tomorrow's exam. Dongju can only sigh in exasperation, realizing that trying to explain the strict protocols of S-rank evaluations to these two is a completely lost cause. Shaking off the annoyance, he confirms that tomorrow's practical exam will indeed take place inside a newly reset, controlled dungeon. Aegyong chimes in, wishing she could join them, but Dongju reassures her that an elite hidden examiner will be deployed inside to guarantee their safety. With the exam details finalized, Aegyong turns a predatory smile on Choi, eager to finally dissect and analyze what kind of monster is hiding in her stomach. Her terrifying, toothy grin sends a shiver through the room, making it clear that Choi's medical evaluation will be anything but ordinary. The next morning, the recruits gather in a cold metallic hangar as the chief proctor steps up to announce the brutal rules of the second exam. He reveals their target is the Collapse Sanctuary, a dangerous C-rank dungeon designed to test the absolute limits of their teamwork and resolve. Rules are simple but unforgiving. They have exactly 5 days to clear the rift, or the guild's rescue squad will force an emergency extraction. Nara gasps in horror as the examiner delivers the devastating catch. The exact moment they require rescue, they will all be instantly disqualified. With a final chilling warning that survival must be their absolute priority, the massive iron gates of the sanctuary slowly grind open. Stepping through the threshold, the system confirms their entry into the collapsed sanctuary, and the recruits immediately scramble to establish a defensive base. Nara's mind races as he recalls the records, knowing that the fastest elite team to ever clear this hazardous zone took over 3 grueling days. He calculates their chances, noting that with 40 deadly monsters lurking in the shadows, they cannot afford a single mistake or delay. But before he can even finish mapping out their 3-day strategy, the peaceful silence of the forest is violently shattered by a deafening metallic screech. Sangwoo chuckles dryly, amazed by the monster's impeccable timing as the thick canopy above begins to violently sway. Instantly, the vanguard and the archer draw their weapons, their bodies tensing as the scent of impending blood fills the damp forest air. Nara braces himself, clutching his spellbook tightly as the terrifying presence of the dungeon's apex predators looms over them. Bursting through the trees, a massive winged beast unleashes a blood-curdling roar, its talons ready to rip the invaders to shreds. To their absolute horror, a second colossal shadow swoops down right behind it, turning a simple hunt into a deadly double ambush. The beast opens its gargantuan faceless maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with corrosive saliva as it screeches in hunger. With terrifying speed, the monster whips its massive heavy tail downward, aiming a catastrophic strike directly at the heart of their defense. Sangwoo leaps forward, raising his heavy wooden shield to absorb the bone-shattering impact before desperately screaming for Nara to cast his magic. Thrusting his hands forward with absolute desperation, Nara screams in determination as he prepares to unleash his ultimate defensive spell. Brilliant, blinding crest of magic erupts from his palms, clashing violently against the beast's relentless onslaught in a desperate bid for survival. The shockwave from the beast's massive tail slams against the defender's wooden shield with bone-rattling force. Bracing for the shock, Nara grits his teeth, realizing the crushing weight of the dungeon's high difficulty is far beyond anything they trained for. The winged monster screeches in fury, swooping down with terrifying speed as the vanguard struggles to keep his ground under its absolute weight. A fierce counterattack strikes deep, drawing a fountain of dark, boiling blood from the writhing predator's gaping mouth. Seizing the brief opening, Nara desperately calls for the vanguard to coordinate another strike with the archer, Hunter Dan Maru, who quickly locks onto the target. Drawing her bowstring to its absolute limit, the archer releases a hail of deadly projectiles whistling through the canopy. The flying beast reels backward as the arrows find their mark, screeching in agony, but the threat is far from over. With a swift defensive motion, the serpent lashes its massive tail, effortlessly deflecting the subsequent volley of attacks.
Nara's eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes the creature's tail armor is too thick, making it nearly impossible to pierce with basic physical attacks.
Thinking fast, Nara orders the archer to bypass the tail entirely and aim directly for the softer torso to slow it down, but his command only sparks friction. Infuriated by the backseat instruction, the proud archer snaps back, telling Nara to shut his mouth and remember his place as a mere support buffer. She spits out bitter, venomous words, blaming Nara's weak support for their failure to break the beast's armor, completely turning on him in the heat of battle. Stunned and deeply hurt by the toxic accusation, Nara defends his efforts, shouting back that he is doing everything in his power to keep them alive. The vanguard desperately tries to play peacemaker, urging them to stop bickering and focus on separating the monster's tail from its body before they are all killed. Nara forces his frustration aside, quickly redirecting the archer to reinforce the frontline tank while they still have a chance to hold the line. Stealing her resolve, the archer knocks another heavy arrow, focusing her lethal intent as the magical crest behind her flares to life. The arrow streaks across the battlefield, slamming directly into the winged monster's skull and throwing the massive beast off balance. But as the creature screams in agony, a second, equally terrifying screech echoes through the dense woods, warning them of another incoming threat. Despite the chaotic fight, the archer's harsh, dismissive words linger in Nara's mind, reopening old, deep-seated wounds of insecurity. A dark memory flashes in his mind, the crushing betrayal of past allies who shut him out and abandoned his friends the moment danger became too great. He remembers the bitter truth of this brutal world, where the weak are ordered around by the strong, and disposable ranks are cast aside without a second thought. In his memories, the cold, uncaring leaders sneered at him, threatening to leave him behind to rot in the darkness because of his low rank. They laughed in his face, mocking his low-tier status and claiming that a weak hunter like him could never survive a high-ranked dungeon alone. To them, support buffers were nothing more than easily replaceable tools, leaving Nara to wallow in silent, burning resentment. A shadow of pure, suffocating despair falls over Nara's face as the crushing reality of his low status threatens to break his spirit. His eyes grow cold and vacant, consumed by the agonizing realization that no matter how hard he tries, he is trapped in the rank he was born with. He is violently snapped back to reality by the Vanguard's desperate plea, screaming for Nara to snap out of it and cast his crucial support magic. Gritting his teeth, Nara unleashes his inner mana, summoning the blinding magical crest of his battle frenzy skill. The explosive release of magical energy ripples through the air, sending a powerful surge of combat strength directly into his allies. Empowered by the sudden rush of power, the Vanguard charges forward with superhuman speed, his eyes glowing with newfound ferocity. Screeching in alarm, the flying beasts circle overhead, sensing the sudden shift in their prey's offensive power. With a single devastating swing of his sword, the Vanguard cleaves through the air, aiming to tear the massive monster apart. The blade cuts deep, carving a massive bleeding arc into the beast's leathery hide as black blood splatters across the forest floor. Delivering a brutal follow-up strike, the Vanguard completely overpowers the beast, pressing the offensive with ruthless efficiency. He stands face-to-face with the towering, headless body of the serpent, prepared to deliver the final decapitating blow. Yet, watching the bloody slaughter, Nara's mind wanders back to the brutal rule of hunters, that the only way to grow stronger is to kill countless monsters. He stares blankly at the flying blood and severed limbs, knowing that as a buffer he is forever denied the glory and power of the front lines. A silent cry of anguish echoes in his soul, cursing the fate that forced him to awaken as a helpless support rather than a combat class. He looks down at his own trembling feet, feeling utterly powerless, bound to a life of serving others while his own stats remain stagnant forever. Suddenly, the Vanguard's panicked scream shatters his tragic thoughts, warning him of a deadly blind spot. Nara turns his head in sheer panic, his heart stopping as a massive fanged shadow suddenly looms directly over him. Frozen in absolute terror, he can only stare up as the monstrous predator descends, its razor-sharp teeth inches from his face. The beast unleashes a deafening, blood-curdling screech, locking its sight on the defenseless buffer. With catastrophic force, the monster's wing slams into Nara, sending him flying through the air as a spray of blood erupts from his lips. Nara crashes brutally onto the dirt, coughing up blood as his frantic allies run backwards, screaming his name in absolute desperation. But as the Vanguard rushes to his side, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, his eyes bulging in pure, unadulterated horror at what he sees. Far away from the dungeon, the elite examiner wakes up in a cold sweat, suddenly sensing a catastrophic anomaly from the sanctuary. Red, ominous warnings flood the area, delivering a chilling message. The C-rank sanctuary has just experienced a sudden, catastrophic upgrade to S-rank. Deep within the forest, a terrifying, mutated abomination rises from the shadows, its horrific claws and multiple heads dripping with fresh blood. The towering, grotesque monstrosity blocks out the sun, leaving the exhausted, injured rookies staring directly into the jaws of absolute, hopeless doom. Sangui's breath hitches in his throat as the horrific scene unfolds, his voice failing him as he stares at the unimaginable horror before them. Fresh, boiling blood drips from the razor-sharp mandibles of an entirely new nightmare, tearing into its prey with brutal mechanical precision. It is a colossal mutated insectoid predator effortlessly ripping the winged serpent boss to shreds inside what was supposed to be a low-tier sanctuary. The remaining recruits freeze in absolute paralyzing terror, realizing they are completely outmatched and cornered in the deep forest. Sanghwa's mind races in sheer panic, realizing that an A-rank apex predator only appears when a dungeon has undergone a catastrophic sudden upgrade to S-rank. Desperate to save him, Sangwoo screams at Nara to stand up and run while the beast is occupied with its gruesome meal. Nara can barely hear him over the pounding of his own heart, his eyes wide with the realization of their inescapable doom. In the chaos, the archer fiercely shouts to abandon the helpless support, arguing that carrying a useless buffer will only drag them all to the grave. Nara clutches the cold dirt, his fingers trembling violently as he desperately wills his frozen legs to move. He forces himself to crawl, his thoughts consumed by the crushing guilt that he is nothing but a burden to his dying teammates. But before he can take another step, the massive, glistening compound eye of the predator locks onto his movement. The monstrous, blood-dripping head swings in his direction, the scent of fresh human flesh instantly overriding its interest in the dead boss. Nara is plunged into a cold sweat, his entire body rigid as the colossal shadow of death stretches directly over him. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of the S-rank beast's presence suffocates him, crushing his spirit and erasing all hope of survival. Tears of pure terror stream down his face as he stares into the hollow alien eyes of a monster far too massive to conquer. A helpless, gut-wrenching sob breaks from his throat as he collapses entirely, weeping that he isn't ready to die in this dark forest. The towering mantis steps over him, its razor-sharp claws hanging mere inches above his trembling head. Yet, instead of instantly striking, the creature tilts its grotesque head, letting out a low, eerie hiss as if analyzing its prey. From a distance, the archer and the swordsman exchange bewildered glances, utterly confused by the beast's sudden hesitation. Sangwoo braces himself behind his shield, astounded that a normally savage, bloodthirsty predator is acting strangely docile around the buffer. Nara can only stare back in silent disbelief, wondering if there is something hidden within his awakened soul that the beast recognizes. The monster looms closer, its terrifying breath hot against his skin as it prepares to make its final judgment. Its massive, serrated jaws twitch and click ominously, preparing to deliver a devastating strike that will end his life in an instant. With blinding speed, the creature's colossal side slices through the air, aiming a fatal blow directly at the helpless hunter. Nara shuts his eyes tightly, bracing for the bone-shattering impact that will tear him apart. Sangwoo's desperate warning echoes through the trees, a throat-shredding scream of pure helplessness. Ignoring the danger, the proud swordsman Hoyan charges forward, drawing his blade to intercept the beast. Sangwoo desperately yells for him to stop, knowing that provoking an S-rank monster without a plan is a guaranteed suicide mission. But it is too late. With a single effortless flick of its claw, the predator brutally slashes Hoyan aside. A horrific spray of crimson splatters across the dirt, leaving Nara to watch in absolute silent horror as his comrade is cut down. Overcome with grief and blind fury, the archer shrieks in rage, completely losing her composure at the sight of Hoyan's bleeding body. Drawing her bowstring to its absolute limit, she fires a desperate, explosive shot directly at the beast's core. But the mantis is far too swift, effortlessly sidestepping the projectile and lunging directly at her with terrifying speed. In a flash of brutal steel-like claws, the archer is violently struck, her bow shattering into splinters as she is thrown backward. Hunter Dan Maru crashes heavily into the dirt, coughing up blood as Sangwoo rushes forward in a desperate, futile attempt to protect her. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding golden crest of magic erupts from the tree line, illuminating the entire battlefield in a holy glow. A cloaked healer steps forward, unleashing her ultimate defensive barrier to intercept the beast's relentless onslaught. The powerful shockwave of light forces the monstrous mantis backward, screeching in frustration as it retreats into the dark shadows of the forest. The damage has been done. The clearing is left in a silent, bloody ruin, with Hoyan dead and Dan Maru barely clinging to life. The exhausted healer rushes to Nara's side, apologetically explaining that her complex spell simply took too long to cast. She tightly clutches her spellbook, admitting her defensive magic is limited, but she must do what she can to save the survivors. Seeking temporary safety, the fractured team retreats deep into a hidden, damp, rocky cave to hide from the S-rank predator's hunt. The healer immediately channels her remaining mana, her holy tome glowing intensely as she prepares to mend their physical wounds. Kneeling beside the heavily bandaged archer, the healer gently asks if she can withstand the agonizing pain of recovery. But Dan Maru violently snaps back in anger, screaming that their survival is a mockery after losing their main damage dealer. Nora can only look down in suffocating guilt, offering a quiet, trembling apology for his own utter helplessness in the face of tragedy. Gritting her teeth, the bitter archer demands that Nara immediately lead the safety of the cave and deal with the monster himself. Nara gasps in absolute shock, asking if the archer has completely lost her mind by demanding a support buffer face an S-rank beast alone. Dan Maru spits venomous, hateful words, claiming that a weak buffer like Nara is the one who deserved to die first. She blames Nara entirely, shouting that because they wasted precious time protecting a useless support, a powerful combat hunter had to pay with his life. The bitter archer lets her venom loose, demanding that Nara take absolute responsibility for the tragedy and pay for his weakness with his own life. Meanwhile, in a quiet room far from the chaos, a bizarre girl sits on her bed staring blankly at a strange, mysterious pill, debating a choice that could change everything.
At the local guild's research lab, a sleep-deprived researcher sighs in utter exhaustion, staring at test results that reveal absolutely nothing about the strange artifact they've been analyzing.
An explosive argument instantly erupts in the laboratory as the guild members refuse to accept the results, desperately demanding a retest. Tempers flare to a boiling point as the researchers mock the guild's findings, calling the powerful relic nothing but useless trash. Guild members are left in sheer disbelief, realizing that even the most advanced hospital scanners fail to detect a single trace of magical energy from the object. Amidst the chaotic brawling of her teammates, one quiet girl contemplates requesting an official guild reevaluation, hoping to uncover the truth before it's too late.
She stares down at the tiny white pill in her hand, realizing her friend is the only one crazy enough to offer a deworming pill as a solution to her bizarre condition.
In the background, her teammate frantically paces around on a phone call, commanding his contacts to keep searching the dangerous dungeon before it's too late. His heart suddenly stops as a shocking name is uttered on the other end of the line, leaving him completely frozen in panic. The girl is struck by a wave of sudden, paralyzing realization, her eyes widening as she realizes her secret has just been blown. At the dark, looming gates of the dungeon, a powerful warrior stands waiting, coldly noting that the guild's primary representative is incredibly late. Introducing himself as a high-ranking A-rank dealer, he radiates an overwhelming aura, instantly noticing that his comrades seem weaker than their previous record suggested. Beside him, a cheerful but deadly gunslinger introduces herself, eager to unleash her twin pistols inside the dangerous territory. But the atmosphere takes a bizarre turn when the strange girl steps forward with a spiked wooden shield, happily declaring she is a C-rank tanker filling in for the missing elite. The entire rescue squad freezes in sheer bewilderment, whispering in disgust as they wonder why a low-tier C rank has been brought to a highly dangerous zone. The arrogant warrior openly mocks her cheap, fragile shield, but she instantly snaps back with an absurd claim that makes them question her sanity. Before she can finish her absurdly casual comment about dying inside, her companion desperately covers her mouth in a panic. He furiously scolds her to stop speaking of death, while the other elite hunters watch in sheer disbelief, convinced this girl is missing a few screws. Her companion quickly defends her, admitting that while her personality is completely unhinged, her actual combat skills are undeniably solid. The gunslinger remains highly skeptical, questioning the logic of bringing a low-ranking support when they already have top-tier elites on the scene. He explains the grim truth that the girl's closest friend is currently trapped inside the dungeon, and she will stop at nothing to rescue her. The lead warrior rubs his temples in frustration, desperately asking if there are any other real reinforcements available to secure their survival. He is met with crushing news: all other elite hunters are currently dispatched on other missions, leaving them completely on their own. Bracing themselves for the nightmare ahead, they are ordered to prioritize killing the boss monster to secure a safe exit above all else. But a chilling warning hangs in the air. If the situation inside is too dire, they must instantly abandon the rescue, as the trapped rookies are likely already dead. The grim reality of their mission sinks in, and the elite hunters solemnly agree to the brutal, heartless protocol. Turning back to the eccentric girl, her companion calls her name with a heavy, trembling voice. He grabs her shoulders, desperately pleading with her to act like a real, responsible tankier, knowing she is their ultimate wildcard. He strictly warns her not to eat any more bizarre monsters that could mess up her system, begging her to take the medicine he gave her. Suddenly, her playful demeanor completely vanishes, her eyes locking onto the glowing portal with an intense, chilling seriousness. She quietly asks for confirmation about a secret high-ranking examiner allegedly trapped deep inside the danger zone. A terrifying, manic grin suddenly spreads across her face as she declares she has completely changed her mind and is going in first. Her teammates yell in sheer panic, desperately screaming to stop her before she ruins their entire formation. But with a sudden blinding flash of magical energy, the gate erupts into a violent, pulsing pink light. Moving with explosive, supernatural speed, she charges directly toward the gate, leaving a trail of pure shockwaves in her wake. The gunslinger lunges forward in a desperate attempt to tackle her to the ground and force her to stop. But the girl is far too fast, effortlessly dodging the grab and leaving the elite hunter crashing face first into the dirt. Screaming in absolute rage, the fallen gunslinger demands she respect the fundamental rules of team safety and dungeon protocol. But her anger instantly dissolves into sheer unadulterated shock as she looks up at the fleeing girl. She is thrown completely off balance, staring in awe as the supposed C-rank tanker defies all logic with her terrifying power. With a maniacal laugh, the crazy girl bids them good luck and vanishes into the blinding portal, eager to find the secret examiner. Groaning on the floor, the gunslinger admits that there is absolutely no way that terrifying girl is just a basic C-rank hunter. The lead warrior demands to know the truth, utterly baffled at how a registered C rank could possess the raw speed and power of an S rank apex. Overwhelmed by the chaos, her companion screams for everyone to stop questioning it and move before they lose her entirely. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark cave, the healer's companion fiercely snaps at the bitter archer, telling her to shut her mouth and respect their allies. Sang-woo steps in with his heavy shield, desperately demanding they stop the useless infighting while Hoyen's body lies cold outside. He urges them to calm their panic, reminding them that tearing each other apart will only guarantee their doom in this cursed forest. He looks toward the dark entrance, reassuring them that a powerful rescue team will surely notice the rank upgrade and arrive to save them. He looks down at the silent, trembling Nara, praying that they can survive just a little longer until help finally arrives. The ruthless reality of the assessment looms over them like a death sentence. If they fail to clear the dungeon before the timer runs out, the elite backup squad will breach the gate to extract them, resulting in immediate, shameful disqualification. Shocked to his very core, Nara's heart beats wildly as the weight of failure crushes his chest, realizing that letting his hunter career end here is simply not an option. He desperately tries to find a way out of the nightmare, his eyes darting as he remembers the terrifying apex predator from earlier and wonders if they can somehow band together to slay it. But the realistic team leader quickly shuts down his reckless hope, pleading with Nara to understand that throwing his life away in a suicidal charge would be completely meaningless. Before they can even plan their next move, the humid cave air suddenly grows freezing cold as a colossal, segmented shadow drops silently from the ceiling. Sang-woo gasps in absolute horror, his voice cracking as he demands to know how on earth this S-rank monster managed to sniff out their damp, hidden sanctuary. There is no time to think as a massive razor-sharp scythe comes crashing down with the force of a falling meteor, slamming violently against Sang-woo's wooden shield. Gritting his teeth until they bleed, the tank screams in sheer desperation, pouring every ounce of his mana into his arms as the shield begins to buckle under the beast's monstrous weight. With a deafening crack of splintering wood, the defensive line collapses completely, sending Sang-woo crashing into the rocky floor, unconscious and utterly defeated. With the primary defender out of commission, the relentless predator immediately whips its deadly appendages back, preparing to slaughter the remaining defenseless hunters. Nara can only freeze in place, his breath catching in his throat as the massive shadow of death looms over him, the beast's razor-sharp blade descending in a blinding arc. A sickening tear echoes through the cavern as the sharp edge slices deep into Nara's chest, spraying hot blood across the stone floor as he shrieks in absolute agony. Before he can even fall, the massive mantis skewers him, lifting his bleeding, broken body high into the air like a prize catch. Trapped in the monster's crushing grip, Nara thrashes in pure, unadulterated panic, crying out through the unbearable pain for the beast to let him go. Fueled by a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline, Nara clenches his fist, refusing to let his life end in the jaws of this horrific creature. He unleashes a frantic, powerless punch directly into the beast's armored leg, screaming at the top of his lungs in a futile attempt to break free. His terrified teammates can only watch from the shadows in paralyzed horror, utterly powerless to save their comrade from the S-rank nightmare. Blood spews from Nara's lips as his mind fractures under the trauma, screaming that if it weren't for his useless allies, he would have cleared this trial and claimed his rightful place in the elite guild. Blaming the entire world for his pathetic downfall, Nara swings his fists wildly, roaring venomous curses at the giant mantis to die. But the unyielding predator only responds with a merciless squeeze, its crushing talons digging deeper into his flesh as his bones begin to crack. An agonizing spasm rips through his body, his vision turning dark as he feels his ribs fracturing, threatening to puncture his lungs at any second. In the pitch-black void of his failing consciousness, Nara releases one final, ear-splitting scream of pure, hopeless despair. Slumping limply in the beast's grasp, a suffocating dread washes over him as he realizes he is about to die a pathetic, forgotten death in the dirt. But amidst the oncoming darkness, a bizarre memory suddenly flashes in his mind, the strange girl nonchalantly describing horrific, fatal injuries as if they were nothing. He vividly recalls her telling him about being ripped to shreds by monsters, yet somehow standing tall and surviving the impossible. Tears of frustration and pain stream down his face as he desperately wonders what kind of terrifying secret she held to survive such an absolute hell. The giant mantis parts its massive gripping mandibles, preparing to bite down and swallow the helpless hunter whole. Just as death's jaws are about to close, a blinding flash of silver light erupts through the dark cave, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. With a sickening crunch, a massive steel shield severs the predator's arm, spraying foul green blood everywhere as Nara falls to the ground. Gasping for air, Nara looks up in absolute shock, his trembling eyes unable to believe who has just stepped in to save his life. Standing tall before the beast is none other than Sang-woo, the A-ranked tanker of the Palyik Guild, radiating a brilliant protective aura. The wounded mantis screeches in agonizing rage, thrashing its giant head as it clutches its bleeding, severed limb. But its screeches of fury instantly turn to confusion, as a sudden, overwhelming chill fills the air, freezing the monster's predatory instincts in their tracks. Sensing a presence far more dangerous than anything it has ever encountered, the apex predator slowly turns its head toward the cave entrance. Sangwoo and Nara exchange a bewildered look, utterly stunned to see the S-rank monster trembling in sheer terror of whatever is approaching. Walking casually into the high-rank danger zone is the eccentric girl, cheerfully waving her arm as if she were simply meeting a friend at a local park. Sangwoo is completely stupefied, frantically asking Nara who this unhinged civilian is and how on earth she bypassed the guild's strict quarantine gates. Completely ignoring their panic, the girl grins maniacally, proudly showcasing her heavy spiked shield with a terrifying, playful glint in her eyes. Suddenly, two winged, faceless humanoid monsters drop from the forest canopy, their grotesque jaws agape as they lunge at her from behind. But her chilling, unbothered smile never fades as she casually lifts her shield, welcoming the sudden ambush with open arms. With a violent, explosive swing of her arm, she unleashes a shockwave of wind that tears through the dirt. She hurls the massive iron shield like a lethal spinning disc, sending it flying through the air with supernatural velocity. The faceless beast is left utterly paralyzed, its empty face staring directly into the oncoming path of destruction. Flying shield slices cleanly through a massive solid tree trunk, shattering the wood-like glass as it continues its deadly trajectory. With a sickening rip, the weapon tears straight through the monster's torso, bisecting it instantly in a horrific shower of black blood. Catching her shield with effortless ease, the girl lets out a deep, disappointed sigh, utterly bored by the pathetic weakness of her prey. Surveying the bloody heap of slaughtered beasts around her, she loudly complains about having to hunt down these irritating, low-tier pests. She pouts in deep frustration, muttering that slaying such weak creatures won't even help raise her stats. Gazing deep into the dark, whispering depths of the dense forest, she begins to wonder if she should head toward the high-risk zones. A devious, cheerful smile spreads across her face as she happily skips forward, hoping to gather every single monster in the dungeon for an absolute bloodbath. The colossal, mutated mantis freezes in its tracks, its giant purple eyes locking onto its targets as if evaluating a new threat. Standing before the beast, the defender can only gasp in shock as he clutches his newly acquired gem-encrusted steel shield. Before the beast can strike, the mysterious girl descends from above, her eyes gleaming with absolute madness as she realizes her perfect prey is right in front of her. She laughs maniacally, completely overjoyed by the sheer luck of finding both the terrifying S-rank predator and a potential new weapon in the very same place. The giant mantis looms over the stunned tank, its massive razor-sharp scythes twitching as it prepares to slice him to ribbons. Yet, inexplicably, the apex predator pauses, its insectoid mind baffled by the lack of fear emanating from the bizarre intruders. Trembling behind his defenses, the veteran hunter cannot comprehend why a normally hyper-aggressive killer is standing completely motionless. On her knees, the injured hunter stares in pure disbelief, wondering what kind of terrifying pressure is forcing this S-rank nightmare to hesitate. Step by step, the unhinged girl approaches, a chilling, mocking smile playing on her lips as she casually holds her crude wooden shield. The tank feels a sudden frigid gust of wind whip past his face as her dark hair brushes by, carrying an aura of pure dread. She completely ignores the presence of her terrified allies, marching straight into the beast's lethal strike zone without a single care in the world. Suddenly, her hand darts forward with blinding speed, wrapping around the handle of the tank's prized shield. Stupefied, the veteran screams in panic as she begins to violently yank the shield away, completely ignoring his frantic cries that he hasn't even paid off the installments for it yet. He tries to pull back, but her monstrous grip is entirely unbreakable, leaving him utterly horrified by her supernatural strength. Seizing the moment of distraction, the mantis unleashes a lightning-fast scythe strike, cutting through the air like a guillotine. With an effortless leap, the girl evades the incoming blade, leaving her disoriented companion to crash face-first into the dirt. The colossal scythe connects with her discarded wooden shield instead, obliterating the sturdy defensive tool into a million flying splinters. Looking at the shattered remains, her playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a terrifying, burning fury as she curses the beast for destroying her favorite gift. She stomps her foot hard into the ground, shattering the stone beneath her heel as she prepares to unleash absolute hell. Launching herself into the sky like a rocket, she roars with primal rage, descending upon the colossal insect with her fists clenched. With a devastating, ground-shaking impact, she slams her fist into the beast's armored head, crushing the S-rank predator deep into the dirt. The spectating hunters are paralyzed with fear, their minds completely failing to process the raw, godlike power she just displayed. She kicks the twitching carcass in frustration, pouting as she realizes her experience and power stats haven't increased at all. Desperate for answers, the terrified group leader frantically asks his companion if they are actually allies with this terrifying monster in human skin. He demands to know her official hunter rank, but his companion can only break out in a cold sweat, unsure if it is even safe to reveal her unbelievable classification. When the truth finally slips out, the entire squad is plunged into absolute confusion, unable to accept that a terrifying apex power could be registered as a mere C rank. Completely unbothered by their existential crisis, she snatches the tank's glittering shield, casually declaring it her own since her old one just broke. She happily skips away with her stolen prize, leaving the distraught tank to chase after her in a desperate crying panic. But the comic relief is cut short as the massive mantis screeches in agony, slowly rising from the crater with a dark, vengeful aura. Admiring the stolen shield's heavy weight, she ignores the tank's frantic begging, marveling at how incredibly sturdy her new toy feels. As the S-rank beast charges with renewed bloodlust, the crazy girl runs straight toward it, eager to test her new defenses. Pushing off the ground with explosive power, her heel digs into the turf as she propels herself forward like a bullet. She glides beneath the monster's lethal sweep, using the heavy shield's momentum to slide effortlessly across the grass. With a graceful mid-air spin, she flips over the predator's secondary claw, turning a deadly ambush into a beautiful acrobatic display. The massive claw slams into the earth where she stood a millisecond ago, causing a violent shockwave to rip through the clearing. Smiling with pure, unadulterated thrill, she raises the solid metal shield, ready to deliver a crushing blow. She winds back her arm, channeling her immense mana into the heavy frame of the stolen weapon. She hurls the massive shield forward, sending it spinning through the air like a lethal silver buzzsaw. But instead of letting it fly, she catches the returning weapon in her hand, redirecting its explosive force for a direct physical slam. She collides with the giant insect with the force of a meteor, sending shockwaves of dust and blood spraying into the atmosphere. She lands gracefully on the beast's collapsing body, her dark eyes locking onto her prey as she casually states she has a question to ask. Stalking forward, she notes that while this creature looks different from the mutated mantises of her past, it must still possess the answer she seeks. She stands proudly atop the colossal beast's face, staring down at it like a merciless queen inspecting her conquered territory. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she extracts a strange glowing ring from the beast's flesh, completely captivated by the mysterious artifact. But before she can inspect it further, a bizarre static-filled warning interface flickers in her mind, throwing her off guard. The warning red alert intensifies into a critical system error, unleashing a violent wave of energy from the dying beast. A deafening high-pitched screech echoes through the plains, forcing the nearby hunters to clutch their ears in agonizing pain. Utterly annoyed by the grating noise, the girl raises her stolen shield high above her head, her eyes flashing with a murderous light. With a brutal, earth-shattering slam, she drives the edge of the shield straight down to silence the screaming anomaly once and for all. A horrific geyser of black blood erupts from the impact, cementing her terrifying supremacy as the helpless hunters look on in utter silence. The brutal impact tears through the beast's skull, unleashing a horrific torrent of thick, dark blood as its dying shriek echoes through the clearing. The spectating hunters can only watch in stunned, paralyzed silence, their minds completely failing to comprehend the terrifying violence unfolding right before their eyes. Nara's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as a chilling realization washes over her, recognizing that this girl has completely transformed into something utterly monstrous since that fateful day. Covered from head to toe in steaming blood, the unhinged girl stands tall, her wild eyes brimming with an insatiable, terrifying hunger for battle. Deep within the shadowy, whispering caverns, the dying gasps of the mangled beasts crawl through the dark, muttering a chilling, single-minded vow to slaughter their intruders. A mangled, half-severed creature desperately drags its broken body toward the blinding light at the cave's exit, fleeing from the unimaginable terror that has invaded its territory. Its spiny skeletal tail trails through the blood-soaked dirt, completely unaware that a pair of cold, predatory eyes is already locked onto its desperate retreat. With a violent, blinding flash, a razor-sharp claw descends from the shadows, mercilessly slicing the fleeing beast in half with a sickening squelch. Hovering in the gloom is a colossal mutated mantis, its massive sides still dripping with fresh gore as it brutally turns its attention to the weaker prey. The apex predator lets out a deafening metallic screech, its purple, multifaceted eyes gleaming with a savage, primitive bloodlust. In a horrific display of raw brutality, the colossal insect begins to violently tear the lesser monster apart, greedily feasting on its flesh to fuel its own dark evolution. Deep within the subterranean hive, a terrifying swarm of giant mantises aggressively gorges themselves on the remains of their own kin, desperate to grow stronger. Suddenly, the feeding frenzy halts as two colossal mantises snap their heads back, their hypersensitive antennae twitching at a sudden, intrusive vibration. A high-pitched, agonizing screech echoes from the surface, sending a violent ripple of panic through the dark tunnels. The desperate distress signal erupts from the cave entrance, blasting across the vast, endless forest canopy as the swarm prepares for war. Emerging from the carnage, the unhinged girl rides the giant insect's thrashing head, completely unfazed by the violent shockwaves of its agonizing shrieks. She looks down with an annoyed, cold glare, utterly irritated by the deafening noise and casually demanding the colossal predator to shut its mouth. Pivoting on her heel, she drives her foot down with explosive force, shattering the stone beneath her to anchor her final, crushing strike. With a devastating, earth-shaking slam, she brings her heavy stolen shield directly down upon the beast's armored head, crushing its skull into a pulp. Letting out a dark, twisted giggle, she admires the horrific splattering of brains and blood, completely finding the brutal execution adorable. A massive fountain of gore erupts into the sky as she ruthlessly bisects the remaining shell of the S-rank predator, leaving nothing but a ruined carcass behind. The split remains of the colossal insect slide apart in the dirt, finally silencing the screeching anomaly that threatened to tear the dungeon apart.
But deep within the subterranean darkness, the rest of the colossal swarm looks on in absolute silence, their hive mind registering the sudden, violent death of their vanguard. A massive, heavily armored clog grips the fractured stone floor as a dark, menacing commander of the hive locks onto her location with absolute certainty.
Surrounded by a terrifying horde of glowing-eyed predators, the true boss of the S-rank dungeon prepares to unleash an absolute bloodbath upon the arrogant intruders. Meanwhile, a glowing system notification blinks in the girl's vision, signaling a disappointing, insulting reward for her overwhelming triumph. She stares in absolute disbelief, utterly offended that slaying such a formidable S-rank beast yielded a pathetic, singular stat point. She pouts in deep frustration, loudly whining about how unfair the system is and complaining about getting her clothes dirty for absolutely nothing. Watching from a safe distance, Sangwoo breaks out in a cold sweat, completely horrified that a C-rank hunter just soloed an S-rank apex threat without breaking a sweat. He frantically tries to rationalize her identity, knowing that any tank capable of wielding a shield with such godlike power should be a world-famous celebrity. He desperately wonders what rock this terrifying anomaly crawled out from, while she casually sprays herself with a magical cleansing item to erase the bloodstains. Suddenly, a cheerful, energetic blonde hunter in a beanie arrives at the clearing, staring at the carnage in absolute awe and wondering if this newcomer is a dealer or a tank. Surveying the massive, blood-soaked pile of slaughtered monsters, the elite squad can only describe the scene as a boring, effortless walk in the park. Two veteran male hunters exchange a quick, serious look, deciding they must bypass the petty conflicts and head straight toward the S-rank boss's chamber. The squad leader steps forward, commanding the group to maintain their formations and prepare a clean exit strategy before wasting any more precious mana. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, the blonde girl in the beanie asks the leader what has caught his attention in this deceptively quiet zone. Gazes deeply into the whispering forest, noting that it is incredibly bizarre for an upgraded S-rank dungeon to have so few active monsters roaming around. The beanie girl tries to stay optimistic, pointing out that an easy raid is a blessing, but the seasoned leader warns her that life never goes according to plan. Walking along the dirt path, she argues that since a powerful S-rank hunter went ahead, everything should turn out fine, but the leader bitterly points out that S-rank hunters are notoriously selfish and terrible at teamwork. She laughs off his worries, recalling that the mysterious girl rushed in specifically to rescue her companion, proving she might actually be willing to cooperate. The leader crosses his arms in deep contemplation, sweating slightly as he reluctantly agrees that they have no choice but to trust this unhinged newcomer. Back in the clearing, the girl completely ignores the approaching elite squad, casually wondering if she should go hunt down another S-rank beast to satisfy her boredom. Horrified by her casual disregard for their safety, Sangwoo screams in panic, asking if she is seriously going to abandon them after coming all this way. Nara stands in stunned silence as the unhinged girl cheerfully reveals that she didn't come to rescue them at all. She simply took her friend's place to have some fun. Sangwoo grabs his head in absolute hair-pulling terror, finally realizing that she is associated with the notoriously chaotic hunter Kim Dong-ju. Terrifying premonition flashes in his mind, envisioning a disastrous battle where her complete lack of teamwork and chaotic nature will lead them straight to their doom. In a desperate, tearful panic, Sangwoo dives to the ground and grabs her leg with all his might, screaming that their lives are at stake if she leaves them behind. She violently shakes her leg to fling him off, utterly annoyed as he stubbornly clings to her ankle like a pathetic, crying child demanding protection. But the chaotic display is abruptly cut short as the cool, black-haired squad leader steps into the clearing, staring down at the pathetic tank in absolute confusion. The leader dryly announces that they have arrived to rescue him, while the beanie girl giggles in the background, leaving Sangwoo to scream in pure, soul-crushing embarrassment. With the arrival of the elite rescue squad, the unhinged girl casually asks if she is finally free to leave, completely unbothered by the life-or-death situation they just escaped. Sangwoo stares at her in absolute shock, desperately reminding her that she supposedly broke into this dangerous dungeon to rescue her dearest companion. The stoic squad leader watches the bizarre exchange in silence as Sangwoo pleads with her to at least act like part of a team and leave together. But as the leader looks closely at the shiny shield in her hands, a sickening realization washes over him about her true, incredibly selfish motivations for rushing in first. She beams with pure, childlike joy as she cradles the stolen weapon, completely captivated by the glowing gem and entirely obsessed with her prized new trophy. A massive vein pops on the squad leader's forehead as his composure completely shatters, unable to tolerate her blatant disrespect and thievery for another second. He flies into a murderous rage, roaring in fury as his teammates desperately pin his arms back to prevent him from attacking the smiling, oblivious menace. Completely ignoring his violent outburst, she casually turns her back on the chaos and walks away, leaving a panicked Sangwoo to scream after her in sheer desperation. Standing in the background, Nara watches the departing girl with a hollow, haunted look in her eyes, a heavy silence settling deep within her chest. Trying to restore order, the squad leader gathers the remaining hunters to outline a calculated strategy to defeat the C-rank boss and secure their only exit.
He coldly asks if anyone has any objections, all while the chaotic girl continues to drift further away into her own bizarre world.
The red-haired hunter steps forward with a trembling voice, terrified that accepting this forced rescue means they have officially failed their critical guild exam. Sangwoo nervously scratches his head, unable to offer any comfort as he admits that their unprecedented situation will have to be decided by the higher-ups. The grim confirmation sends both girls spiraling into deep despair, realizing their hard-fought dream of joining the prestigious guild is turning to ash. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Nara turns to Sangwoo and desperately asks if they can salvage the test by continuing the hunt on their own terms. Sangwoo shuts his eyes and sighs heavily, bluntly reminding her that this dungeon has already mutated into a lethal, unpredictable S-rank nightmare. Nara refuses to back down, her voice rising as she suggests they can simply avoid the apex predators and focus on clearing the lesser beasts to prove their worth. Her reckless desperation only draws a sharp scolding from Sangwoo, who sternly warns her that throwing their lives away for an exam is absolute madness.
His harsh words strike Nara like a physical blow, leaving her utterly speechless as she confronts the devastating reality of their hopeless situation.
She bites her lip in bitter frustration, her mind racing to find any possible way out of this crushing failure. Her desperate gaze drifts over to the unhinged girl who is silently watching the emotional meltdown with an empty, unreadable expression. With cold, detached indifference, the girl looks right through Nara and casually suggests that giving up and leaving is the only logical choice. The casual dismissiveness causes Nara's pent-up resentment to explode, fiercely snapping at her for acting like she understands her desperate circumstances. Nara raises her voice, bitterly pointing out that the chaotic intruder never cared about saving anyone and only entered this death zone to play her sick games. But the girl only offers a serene, infuriating smile, empty platitudes spilling from her lips about how there will always be a next time. Her cheerful attitude pushes Nara completely over the edge, her voice cracking into a raw, desperate scream as she insists she has no other opportunities left. Tears well in her eyes as she demands to know why she is always the one forced to walk away empty-handed while others succeed. Blinded by grief and anger, Nara completely breaks down, weeping over the sheer unfairness of her fragile existence. The girl's expression remains chillingly calm as she observes Nara's tearful collapse, noting with eerie detachment that her injuries must be clouding her mind. She delivers a cold, brutal warning that Nara only has one life to live, and wasting it on a foolish dream is a luxury she cannot afford. Sensing the dangerous shift in the air, Sangwoo frantically steps between them, desperately pleading for everyone to calm down and focus on escaping. But Nara only chuckles bitterly through her tears, feeling mocked by the immense, effortless power of the monstrous girl standing before her. She confesses her deepest, most agonizing secret, that because she is weak, every single chance is a matter of absolute survival for her. The heavy weight of a past betrayal hangs thick in the air, casting a dark, inescapable shadow over their broken relationship. Nara bows her head in absolute shame, drowning in the suffocating regret of a fateful day that ruined both of their lives forever. A suffocating, murderous silence falls over the clearing as the girl's face darkens, her warmth completely vanishing into a void of pure malice. Nara's eyes suddenly widen in sheer terror, her primal instinct screaming at her that she has just crossed a fatal, irreversible line. Sangwoo tries to utter another cheerful plea for cooperation, completely oblivious to the sudden, suffocating pressure crushing the clearing. Without warning, the girl explodes forward in a blinding blur of terrifying speed, her predatory focus locked entirely onto her target. In a horrific display of raw violence, she lunges at Nara, her hand ready to deliver a crushing, merciless blow. A chilling, demonic whisper echoes in the darkness, declaring that Nara would be much better off simply dying right here in the dirt. As the terrifying threat hangs in the air, a dark void opens within Nara's fracturing consciousness, pulling her deep into the memories of their shared past. Years ago, in the neon-lit streets of the city, they were once surrounded by laughing friends, living a life that seemed full of endless promise. Back then, Nara often watched the girl with a mixture of pity and admiration, wondering why she tolerated being treated like an absolute shadow of a person. But the girl had always carried a quiet, broken sadness, constantly pushed to the sidelines and treated like an outcast by those she trusted.
Now that fragile past is violently shattered as Nara chokes on the blood pooling in her throat, pinned helplessly to the cold earth. Tears of pure agony stream down her face as she looks up, silently begging for mercy from the monster her friend has become. But she finds no warmth in those cold, demonic eyes, only a ruthless predator asking if she has any last words before her flame is extinguished. In a sickening display of dominance, the girl strangles her former companion beneath the quiet canopy of the forest, completely unmoved by her suffering. Her grip tightens like a steel vice, slowly crushing the final gasps of air from Nara's throat as the tragic cycle of betrayal reaches its horrific conclusion. Clinging desperately to the painful memories of the past, Nara's voice cracks as she reminds her assailant of the day she begged her to save her. Pinned to the ground, Nara weeps bitterly through the crushing grip on her throat, admitting she only clung to her back then out of a desperate primal urge to survive. Looking up at the cold, unyielding face of her former companion, she chokes out the heartbreaking confession that she should have simply died on that fateful day. But her tearful regret meets only a gaze of absolute void, those piercing red eyes betraying not a single shred of hesitation or warmth. The relentless pressure around Nara's throat tightens further, cutting off her breath as her vision begins to blur in the face of imminent death. Squeezing her eyes shut in sheer agony, Nara prepares for the final, brutal end of her tragic journey, completely helpless under her former friend's wrath. But just as the light begins to fade from Nara's eyes, a heavy black pistol is suddenly pressed firmly against the attacker's head. The cold, gleaming edge of a sword follows immediately, resting dangerously close to her neck as a voice commands the violent girl to stand down. The elite rescue squad has finally intervened, holding their weapons high as they demand to know what she plans to accomplish by murdering their rescue target. With a chillingly detached expression, the squad leader coldly tells her that if she must commit murder, she should at least do it outside of his active mission zone. The chaotic beanie girl giggles in amusement at his brutal pragmatism, cheerfully agreeing that completing their primary mission is far more important than a petty execution. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shakes the clearing as a massive crimson rift tears open, signaling the arrival of a terrifying threat. Ignoring Nara's heavily bleeding, mangled body on the ground, the beanie girl casually suggests they find the exit first since the boss monster is rapidly closing in on them. With a slow, silent release, the cold grip leaves Nara's throat, leaving her to gasp for air in disbelief as her attacker stands up. In a sudden, shocking declaration, the detached girl turns her back on the squad, flatly telling them to leave without her as she has no interest in escaping together. The squad stands in absolute disbelief, with the beanie girl screaming in pure exasperation at her stubborn, utterly nonsensical refusal to cooperate. But as she turns her head, a terrifying blood-red glare silences the clearing, conveying a silent, lethal warning that anyone who stands in her way will die. Sighing in exhaustion, the squad leader tells his teammate to stop wasting her breath, confidently claiming that the erratic hunter will crawl back on her own once she cools off. Left behind in the dirt, Nara clutches her heavily bleeding, agonizing wound, the harsh reality of her physical limits weighing heavily on her shattered spirit. Drowning in quiet despair, Nora finally surrenders to her hopeless fate, whispering that she will finally give up and leave. Meanwhile, the blonde tank hunter cradles his precious shield, weeping in absolute relief that his valuable weapon was returned to him after being so carelessly thrown aside. But his joy is brutally snatched away in an instant as the unhinged girl aggressively rips the shield right back out of his hands. The squad leader and the beanie girl watch the pathetic exchange in stunned, silent disbelief as she effortlessly reclaims her stolen trophy. Walking past the bleeding Nara, the unhinged girl mockingly hums that Nara is far too weak to ever stand on a battlefield again. Gathering the last of her strength, Nara looks up at her departing back and softly confesses that she was wrong about everything before. But the girl doesn't even look back, cold and detached as she declares that her job here is officially finished. She walks away into the dark forest with the stolen shield in hand, leaving her broken friend behind without a single ounce of remorse. Within moments, a warm golden light envelops Nara's torn abdomen as the squad's healer desperately begins to mend her life-threatening wounds. The healer's eyes widen in absolute shock, astonished by the unnaturally rapid rate at which Nara's severe injuries are knitting back together. Pausing in deep thought, the robed healer gently calls out Nara's name to address the bizarre phenomenon. Looking down with a heavy heart, the healer softly remarks that the violence she just witnessed seemed far too brutal to have come from a true friend. Nara hangs her head in deep shame, bitterly admitting that her own pathetic weakness is to blame for pushing everyone away and ruining the team's escape. But the healer gently counters her self-deprecation, explaining that she completely understands her desperation, but finds her complete lack of trust baffling. The healer looks directly into Nara's eyes, asking her why she refuses to believe in her friend's true intentions, and more importantly, why she refuses to believe in herself. Offering a warm, comforting smile, the healer reassures her that everyone in this cruel world has faced the exact same crushing despair at some point. The unexpected kindness strikes Nara like a bolt of lightning, leaving her in stunned, wide-eyed silence as she processes the healer's profound words. The tender moment is abruptly cut short as the blonde tank shouts from a distance, asking if the treatment is finished so they can prepare to face the approaching horde. Instantly, the battle-hardened hunters spring into action, launching themselves forward with incredible speed to intercept the incoming threat. The beanie girl spots two pale, faceless monsters lunging from the trees, her eyes lighting up with playful excitement as she readies her weapon. With a deafening gunshot, she fires directly into the lead creature's head, the high-caliber round tearing through its flesh with ease. The monstrous beast screeches in agonizing pain as dark blood erupts from the devastating wound. In a rapid, fluid motion, the beast is violently shredded to pieces, completely overwhelmed by the squad's ruthless combat efficiency. Smiling cheerfully amidst the flying blood, the beanie girl playfully praises the remaining beast's combat instincts. The surviving monster lets out a demonic roar as it flies through the air, completely unfazed by the death of its companion. But before it can land a blow, the beanie girl leaps onto its head and drives her blade deep into its skull, instantly ending its life. Lighting a cigarette amidst the chaos, the squad leader calls out to check on his team, while secretly noting that the beanie girl is far stronger than she lets on. Suddenly, a massive swarm of serpent-like winged beasts descends upon the leader, while the beanie girl jokes that he can't keep them as pets. With a cold, focused glare, the leader draws his sword in a blinding flash, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. In a single, breathtaking slash, the entire swarm of monsters is cleanly diced into a shower of severed limbs and dark blood. As the gory rain settles over the clearing, the beanie girl looks on in absolute awe of his overwhelming monstrous power. The relentless onslaught continues as another pale, mouth-covered monster is violently ripped in half by a devastating lightning-fast strike. Blood erupts in a massive crimson geyser as another winged abomination is brutally torn apart, completely helpless against the sheer ferocity of the counterattack. Amidst the rain of severed limbs and flying feathers, the purple-haired hunter moves like a hurricane of death, prompting her teammate to scream in sheer bewilderment at her insane offensive power. A thick, violent spray of black blood coats the battlefield, a brutal testament to the absolute slaughter occurring in the blink of an eye. With a final agonizing screech, the last of the winged beasts is shredded to pieces, leaving the clearing littered with the gruesome remains of the horde. Standing amidst the carnage, her face splattered with blood, the purple-haired girl stares forward with a cold, unyielding intensity that chills the very air. Deep within her fracturing consciousness, a haunting, agonizing question echoes in the darkness, demanding to know why she hesitated to end her former friend's life. As the echoes of battle fade, a heavy silence falls over the clearing, leaving her trapped within the suffocating weight of her own unresolved hatred. Suddenly, a piercing, demonic shriek shatters the temporary peace, signaling that the nightmare is far from over. A colossal, faceless winged beast rises from the shadows, its massive form radiating an overwhelming, suffocating aura of death. With blinding speed, the purple-haired hunter raises her heavy shield, meeting the monster's colossal descent with a devastating, earth-shattering deflect. Fresh blood splatters across her face as she grinds her teeth, her crimson eyes burning with a chaotic mixture of rage and desperation. Glancing back through the crimson haze, she catches sight of Nara in the distance, still desperately clutching to life under the healer's care. Looking down in quiet contemplation, Nara's brilliant blue eyes reflect a deep, aching sadness as the ghosts of her past begin to resurface once more. Pushed to her absolute physical limits, Nara bitterly recalls how she once begged for her life on that fateful day, her voice cracking with tearful regret. Within the depths of her memories, a softer voice calls out her name, pulling her back to a time when their bond was still unbroken. Long ago, in a secluded alleyway, her friend had found her weeping in secret, immediately demanding to know who had dared to hurt her. Wiping away her bitter tears, Nara had softly confessed her deep insecurities, admitting that she felt entirely useless as the team's vanguard. She spoke of the paralyzing, suffocating terror that gripped her heart every time she stepped foot inside a dungeon, dragging everyone else down with her. Looking away in deep shame, she confessed how desperately she wanted to do better, to finally be a shield her friends could truly rely on. But her friend had fiercely cut her off, shouting in passionate defense that standing at the front to protect everyone was the most honorable, amazing thing anyone could do. Blushing at the sudden, fiery praise, Nara's tears finally stopped as her friend stubbornly insisted that she was far stronger than she realized. Clasping her hands tightly, her friend promised that on their next raid, she would pour every ounce of her magic into buffing her, making the darkness a little less terrifying. Stunned by the unexpected warmth, Nara looked up, her tear-filled eyes wide with a fragile, beautiful hope. Though Nara playfully scolded her for wasting her magical reserves on just one person, she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of comfort in her presence. With a bright, genuine smile that could melt the coldest ice, Nara softly thanked her friend for giving her a reason to keep fighting. Back then, their promises echoed under the city lights, a sacred vow of mutual protection that felt completely unbreakable. But in the harsh reality of the present, Nara stands quietly in the clearing, staring at the distant, blood-splattered back of the person she once cherished. Offering a soft, bittersweet smile, Nara silently acknowledges the painful distance that now separates them, accepting her own path. Glancing over her shoulder, her former friend offers a fleeting, enigmatic look, her cold demeanor betraying nothing of the warmth they once shared. Meanwhile, deep within the dark, crystalline depths of a collapsed sanctuary, a new and terrifying mission begins to unfold. Deep inside the frozen cavern, a massive stone-carved celestial statue stands sentinel, radiating a chilling, ancient power. Keeping his eyes locked on the looming threat, the cigarette-smoking squad leader explains that the stone facade is merely a disguise for a lethal living predator. Though the massive beast is classified as a mere C-rank threat, its presence sends an unsettling shiver through the battle-hardened hunters. Taking command, the squad leader directs his team to secure the area and prepare the rest of the party for a swift evacuation. The energetic beanie girl cheers in excitement, raising her hands high as she playfully promises to wrap up the execution in record time. Suddenly, the massive stone angel begins to stir, its brilliant white wings unfurling as a blinding divine light fills the dark cavern. Squinting at the intense glow, the beanie girl gasps in playful surprise, teasing her leader that the elegant beast seems to be stripping down for battle. But the divine illusion instantly shatters as the statue's face splits open, revealing a grotesque, cavernous maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The tank hunter bursts into hysterical laughter, relentlessly teasing the annoyed leader for falling for the monster's bizarre, terrifying transformation. Shoving his teammate's face away in sheer exasperation, the squad leader barks a harsh command to shut up and focus on the battle, while the purple-haired hunter watches silently from the shadows. Staring with cold, dead eyes, the purple-haired girl remains completely detached, her silent glare radiating an aura of pure lethal intent. Approaching her with a serious expression, the squad leader quietly reminds her that the exit will materialize shortly, urging her to escape with the group. Instantly, the transformed beast unleashes a deafening, glass-shattering shriek, its massive maw gaping wide as it prepares to strike. The colossal beast lunges downward with terrifying velocity, its massive form casting a shadow of pure dread over the clearing. Without a hint of fear, the beanie girl swiftly draws her massive high-caliber pistol, locking her sights onto the descending nightmare. Keeping his eyes on the purple-haired hunter as blood sprays from a nearby clash, the leader sternly warns her of the hidden A-rank and S-rank monsters lurking in the dark. But his warnings of certain death fall on deaf ears as she stands in defiant absolute silence, refusing to show even a flicker of weakness. Pointing back to the injured hunters, the leader insists they must retreat until their forces are fully recovered, only for her to coldly declare that she is never leaving. Clutching his head in pure, unadulterated frustration, the squad leader curses her maddening stubbornness, desperately begging her to cooperate just this once before the entire cave collapses on top of them. With the threat seemingly neutralized, the energetic beanie girl cheerfully plays off her incredible performance, keeping the mood light as her comrades gather round. Relieved that the terrifying boss is finally dead, the squad takes a collective breath of relief, eager to locate the dungeon exit and escape this nightmare. Her teammates nod in quiet agreement, exhausted but glad to have survived, though a strange, lingering tension still hangs heavily in the air. Taking the initiative, Gam Sangwoo and his shield-bearing partner offer to scout ahead to locate the portal and ensure a safe path out. But as they step into the ruined courtyard, confusion turns to dread when they realize the exit portal is nowhere to be found. Perplexed, they question if the monster is truly dead since the system notification definitely confirmed its defeat. Pushing their anxiety aside, they decide to search further outside, hoping the exit simply spawned a bit further down the path. As they tread deeper into the unfamiliar forest, a sickening feeling of isolation creeps over them, realizing they have never had to search this far. Sensing an imminent suffocating danger, Sangwoo suddenly stops in his tracks, shouting that they need to turn back immediately. Before his warning can register, his partner gasps in sudden agonizing shock as blood violently pools from her lips. A massive, horrific insectoid claw drives cleanly through her chest, lifting her lifeless body high into the air as Sangwoo watches in paralyzed horror. Screaming her name in absolute despair, he can only watch as her blood drips onto the forest floor, his mind fracturing at the sudden tragedy. In that moment of pure terror, a chilling blue system notification suddenly flashes directly before his trembling eyes. Reading the digital text, a wave of cold realization washes over him, his wide eyes reflecting the true hopeless gravity of their situation. Looming directly over him is a colossal, grotesque praying mantis beast, its massive jaws snapping as it prepares to claim its next victim. A blood-curdling scream pierces through the forest canopy, signaling a swift and brutal end as the nightmare claims another soul. Back inside the cave, the squad leader grows increasingly impatient, wondering what on earth is taking the scouts so long to find a simple exit. Suddenly, blinding blue system windows pop up in front of every remaining hunter, shattering the temporary peace in an instant. The glowing screen delivers a devastating decree: the dungeon boss has been replaced, forcing them to face an entirely new ungodly threat. Staring at the prompt, the purple-haired hunter remains deathly silent, her crimson eyes locking onto the grim reality of the system's message. Panic instantly erupts among the squad as the beanie girl frantically tries to calm everyone down, while the others realize they are trapped in a living hell. Forcing himself to maintain composure, the leader coldly points out that their only means of escape is to slaughter this newly spawned S-rank terror. His teammates stare blankly in utter shock, the sheer weight of an S-rank threat crushing whatever hope they had left. Adjusting her beanie in sheer desperation, the girl laments their awful luck, while the leader bitterly lights another cigarette, muttering that this is exactly why he can't quit smoking. One of the hunters suggests searching for the scouts who left earlier, but his partner fiercely shoots the idea down, warning that S-rank predators are hunting in the shadows. Realizing they are completely outmatched, the leader glances back toward the silent, purple-haired hunter, knowing she is their only hope.
The entire squad turns their eyes toward her, their silent, desperate gazes pleading for her to unleash her monstrous strength once more. Standing directly before her, the leader addresses her by name, asking her point blank what they should do next.
He explains the cold, hard facts. The system is absolute, and none of them will leave this place alive unless they slay the S-rank boss.
Swallowing his pride, the leader officially requests that she form a temporary alliance with them to guarantee their mutual survival. But before he can even finish his plea, she ruthlessly cuts him off, her cold, mocking voice instantly draining the hope from the room. Smiling with a terrifying, sadistic delight, she declares her hatred for alliances, coldly demanding that they get down on their knees if they want her help to live. The squad stands utterly flabbergasted, completely overwhelmed by her brutal, terrifying lack of empathy in the face of death.
Meanwhile, far away from the active dungeon, a dark, dusty warehouse roof stands still, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding elsewhere.
Sitting in the dim light, a red-haired boy clutches his head in sheer, agonizing frustration, desperately praying that everything will be okay. He vividly recalls their chaotic past interactions, remembering how he had to drag her back to keep her from throwing herself directly into danger. Sighing deeply, he hides his face in his hands, terrified of the absolute chaos she might cause if left to her own devices. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man in a suit approaches, interrupting his spiral of worry to hand him a ringing phone. The boy's heart stops as the man informs him that the guild leader himself is on the line and demands to speak with him immediately. Trembling, the red-haired boy presses the phone to his ear, greeted by a chillingly polite voice noting it has been a month since they last spoke. Forcing a nervous laugh, the boy tries to play it cool, reminding the guild leader that he has only been away on a business trip for a single week. But the polite facade quickly vanishes as the guild leader cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why the boy and his sister were missing from the S-rank clear list. The heavy silence stretches as the guild leader's perfectly polished shoe steps onto the dirt, symbolizing his absolute authority. The cold voice on the line warns that all the effort spent to make the boy powerful has been entirely wasted if he has simply reverted to his original weak state. Looking down in deep, suffocating shame, the red-haired boy can only whisper a soft, powerless apology into the receiver. But the guild leader sharply replies that the boy shouldn't be apologizing to him, but rather to the hunter who sacrificed everything for his sake. Pressing further, the guild leader demands to know the identity of the mysterious, unaffiliated C-rank hunter listed on the official dungeon report. The screen reveals the true force behind that name, the cold, unyielding, purple-haired hunter whose sheer power defies all logic. The guild leader admits he has never heard of such a person, demanding to know if this mysterious powerhouse is someone the boy knows. Clinging to the phone, the boy softly confesses that she's a close personal friend, as the guild leader realizes she is the sole reason he vanished for an entire month. Slumping back in his chair in the dim warehouse, the red-haired boy groans in pure, uncomfortable misery, cursing the unbearable weight of his anxiety. Seeing his distress, the suited handler asks if something is wrong, only for the boy to quickly dismiss it and pivot directly to the urgent support request they filed. The handler grimly reveals that some of the most powerful guilds are already mobilizing, as the terrifying S-rank dungeon has drawn global attention. High above on a rocky peak, an influential figure takes a call, coldly ordering an immediate deep investigation into the mysterious hunter, Hyun Choi. Tapping his gloved fingers in a slow, calculated rhythm, the mysterious leader whispers her name, his mind plotting his next strategic move. Sitting under the harsh glare of the sun, the powerful guild figure smirks, noting that the useless weakling has finally done something worthwhile. Back inside the dark cavern, the cold purple-haired S-rank hunter sneers at the squad, demanding they bow their heads and kneel if they want her to keep them alive. Flashing a beautiful but incredibly mocking smile, she giggles that she has her own agenda in this dungeon and has absolutely no time for weaklings. Enraged by her blatant arrogance, the hot-headed tank hunter screams in her face, demanding to know if S-rank status gives her the right to treat others like trash. Turning to the calm, sword-bearing squad leader, the beanie girl desperately urges him to ignore the stubborn girl and head out alone to wait for external reinforcements. But ignoring her pleas, the squad leader resolutely steps forward, prompting horrified gasps from his team as they realize he's walking straight toward the deadly hunter. Standing face-to-face with the S-rank powerhouse, the leader stares into her eyes, preparing to do the unthinkable to secure his team's survival. Instantly, the purple-haired hunter's crimson eyes widen in absolute stunned shock as she realizes what the man is about to do. Desperately screaming his name, the blonde teammate reaches out to stop him, his heart pounding with dread at the ultimate sacrifice of pride. Dropping heavily to his knees without a single shred of hesitation, the squad leader humbles himself completely before her, stunning the entire room. Screaming in utter disbelief, the beanie girl demands to know why he is throwing his dignity away and playing directly into the sadistic hunter's hands. Looking down at him with cold contempt, the purple-haired girl mocks his complete lack of pride, asking if his own life is truly worth humiliating himself for? Staring back with unyielding resolve, the leader calmly states that his own life and pride were forfeit the very moment he decided to walk the dangerous path of a hunter.
But as his shocked comrades look on, he fiercely adds that the lives of his team are not his to throw away, and he will never gamble with their survival.
Locking his gaze onto her, the leader vows that he will get every single person out of this hellscape alive, fiercely declaring that his promise includes her too.
Seething with anger, the blonde teammate violently grabs him, screaming that a true man has his pride and should never grovel before anyone.
Shoving him back, the leader snaps that dead men have no pride or knees to stand on, warning him to think of the loved ones they'd leave behind.
Slamming the hot-headed teammate flat onto the dirt to force him to listen, the leader grits his teeth, completely exhausted by their endless petty arguments.
Unmoved by his dramatic display, the purple-haired hunter coldly questions why she should ever place her trust in complete strangers.
Nearby, the young blue-haired healer trembles in silence, her wide eyes reflecting the suffocating fear of their hopeless situation. Keeping his focus, the leader explains that while standard dungeons require a minimum of 3 ranked hunters to clear, S ranks are a completely different beast. He warns that even with multiple allied guilds and several S-rank hunters combined, the actual success rate of clearing such a nightmare is horrifyingly low. A chill runs down their spines as he describes the S-rank king of predators, a legendary nightmarish boss famous for its utter ruthlessness. Looking at her with absolute sincerity, he admits he doesn't expect her to trust them instantly, but survival in S-rank gates is mathematically impossible without cooperation. Grumbling from the dirt, the blonde teammate complains that the speech was incredibly boring, only for the annoyed leader to snap back in frustration. Turning her head away, the purple-haired girl scoffs that their frontline tank doesn't stand a ghost of a chance of surviving a single blow from an S-rank boss on his own.
But their tense argument is violently cut short as a blood-curdling monstrous shriek echoes through the cavern, freezing the blood in their veins.
Shadows twist in the dark as a sickening, skittering chorus of screeches confirms that the swarm is fast approaching.
Peering through the shadows, they gasp in absolute horror as a massive army of colossal insectoid monsters completely swarms the ruins.
Panic erupts as they realize the scouting party has been brutally slaughtered, but the leader frantically shouts that the narrow stone archway will block the giant beasts.
Trying to rally his trembling team, the leader screams that if they can just hold their ground inside the chamber, backup will eventually arrive. Suddenly, a deafening, bone-shaking crash reverberates through the cavern walls, shattering their desperate hope in an instant.
Massive boulders and debris explode inward, sending a shockwave of dust and panic through the trapped survivors.
To their absolute horror, the massive razor-sharp claws of the insect beast begin relentlessly hacking away at the stone entrance. The entire archway completely disintegrates into a shower of rubble, leaving the defensive barrier totally destroyed. Realizing the horrific intelligence of these creatures, the beanie girl gasps that they are deliberately widening the passage to invade the chamber. Despair grips the team as the beanie girl screams in terror, weeping that they are all going to die because the dungeon exit never spawned. Stepping to the front, the squad leader fiercely barks at them to get a grip and draw their weapons, refusing to let them die without a fight. Glancing back one final time, the leader desperately asks the silent purple-haired hunter if she is truly going to watch them all get torn to pieces.
Closing her eyes in deep, maddening silence, the powerful hunter refuses to offer a single word, leaving their fate entirely in their own hands.
Accepting her silence, the leader immediately barks out tactical orders, deploying the frontline tank and placing the melee dealers on the flanks. Turning to the trembling buffers and healers, he commands them to stay tightly in the rear and focus every ounce of their magic on keeping the tank alive. He orders the ranged dealers to unleash a barrage of fire support from behind, while the beanie girl hands a high-caliber firearm to her injured comrade. Instructing the blonde teammate to stay alert, the leader commands him to protect the rear support and be ready to swap places with the front line at a moment's notice. Drawing his twin blades, the leader screams for the tank to unleash his massive provoke skill, preparing to plunge directly into the jaws of the oncoming S-rank swarm. Assured that their rear is secured, the squad leader tightens his grip on his blade, knowing a single breach at the front line spells certain death for them all. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the chamber, sending a violent shockwave tearing through the cavern. Ground fractures under a massive, crushing weight as the ceiling begins to cave in. Amidst the rising chaos, the squad leader stands unyielding, staring directly into the heart of the dust storm. But a sinister, overwhelming surge of dark aura erupts from the shadows, threatening to swallow them whole. To their horror, a pair of colossal razor-sharp insectoid beasts emerge from the dust, ready to slaughter. Strangely, the beasts halt in their tracks, tilting their heads as if sensing something deeply unnatural. A thick, suffocating black haze floods the cavern, freezing the monsters in absolute terror. Out of the darkness, the purple-haired hunter's eyes glow with a deadly crimson light radiating pure, suffocating pressure. With blinding speed, a lethal strike slices through the cavern, tearing the air apart. Blood sprays violently as the colossal beast is brutally impaled, shrieking in agonizing pain. Staring at her blood-stained hands, the hunter looks down in sheer sudden shock at the power she has unleashed. Suddenly, a flashing red warning demands the total eradication of every single living soul within the dungeon. Illuminated by the harsh, ominous pink glow, she realizes the dungeon itself is turning against her. Her heart freezes as the system delivers a terrifying new decree. She has been branded as the dungeon's new boss monster.
High above, the celeste carcass of the massive beast falls hopelessly through the air.
Standing tall with her shield, she looks up as a torrent of hot blood rains down upon her.
From below, the trap squad can only stare in absolute breathless awe as she wipes out the threat in a single effortless blow. Filled with sudden hope, the blonde teammate shouts that they might actually get out of this nightmare alive. Seizing the moment, the squad leader calls out to the powerful hunter, desperately pleading with her to join their defense. She pays them no mind, her gaze locked onto the persistent system notification hovering behind her. Enraged by its mocking presence, she violently strikes the holographic window, shattering it into pieces.
Her eyes burn with fury as she rejects the cruel system, disgusted that she is being treated like a mindless beast.
Standing before the approaching swarm, she fiercely declares her humanity, refusing to be categorized with monsters. But a colossal mantis beast answers her with a blood-curdling screech, lunging forward to tear her apart. Clashing with the swarm, she realizes with dread that these high-ranking monsters are completely silent, unlike the chatty beasts of lower dungeons.
Another glowing screen materializes, relentlessly reminding her of her horrifying new status as the dungeon's ultimate boss.
Gritting her teeth, she scoffs at the absurd system that insists on stripping away her humanity. Behind her, the squad leader watches her tense posture, while his teammates tremble in raw, paralyzing fear.
Staring back with a cold, unyielding eye, she prepares herself to face whatever horrors lie ahead.
The squad leader steps forward, vowing with absolute conviction that he will get everyone out alive, including her.
He remembers the bitter truth of their past, where cowards abandon their allies just to save their own miserable skins.
Refusing to falter, her blades flash in the dim light, effortlessly cleaving the first wave of attackers.
Blood coats the stone walls as she carves a path of absolute destruction through the insectoid swarm.
But she abruptly halts, realizing with growing confusion that the beasts are barely even trying to defend themselves.
A horrifying realization hits her. These monsters aren't fighting back because they think she is one of them. The remaining insects stare at her with wide, vacant eyes, waiting for their new leader's command. She sneers at the bizarre situation, finding their passive obedience incredibly annoying. Deciding to end it, she unleashes a devastating shockwave that cracks the ancient stone bridge beneath them. She charges forward, raising her heavy shield against a monster that refuses to raise its claws. A manic, terrifying grin spreads across her face as she decides to slaughter them all regardless. With a brutal swing of her shield, she cleaves the massive beast in half with terrifying ease. Severed limbs and black blood rain down from the sky, plummeting directly toward the terrified squad. The blonde teammate watches the slaughter in disbelief, shouting that the monsters are acting completely bizarrely around her. He watches another colossal insect fall from the cliffs above, utterly helpless against her wrath. The massive carcass crashes into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud, kicking up a wall of dust. Instantly, a shimmering magical barrier flares to life, shielding the squad from the crushing debris. Panting heavily behind his shield, the blonde hunter desperately asks if the rest of the team survived the impact. The thick smoke slowly begins to clear, revealing the shattered, broken remains of the swarm. Their brief relief is shattered as a shadow looms over the ruins and a colossal, newly evolved beast screeches from the shadows. The violent screech of an enraged insectoid beast echoes through the air, its mandibles dripping with fresh blood as it lunges forward. The beast shows absolutely no mercy, slamming its razor-sharp claws directly against the blonde teammate's shield as he struggles to hold his ground under its unnatural ferocity. Sweat pours down his face as he looks up, his eyes widening in pure horror as a massive shadow-drenched blade cuts through the air directly toward his skull. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of dual energy tears through the darkness, forming a radiant cross that slices clean through the air. With blinding speed, the squad leader leaps into the fray, his blade carving effortlessly through the torso of the attacking beast in a shower of dark blood. He lands with a grim expression, clicking his tongue in annoyance at how unnecessarily tough these high-ranking monsters are to put down. Before he can even catch his breath, another massive screech pierces the air as another beast advances, making him bitterly mutter how jealous he is of S-rank hunters. Steel resolves in his eyes as he dashes forward once more, a blur of motion as he readies his sword for another lethal strike. Spinning gracefully through the air, he unleashes a perfect aerial slash that cleaves the oncoming monster with absolute precision. He stands tall amidst the rising dust, his grip tight on his blade, refusing to let his guard down for even a fraction of a second. With a single fluid motion, his sword swings in a massive arc, unleashing a devastating strike that tears through the flesh of yet another attacker. The severed head of the colossal beast bounces heavily on the stone ground, leaving the squad leader standing victorious as the dust begins to settle. Behind him, the blonde teammate and a beanie girl watch in utter disbelief, shocked by the sheer, overwhelming display of strength their leader is unleashing all on his own. But their brief moment of awe is shattered as a sickening chorus of screeches erupts and more monstrous shadows begin to flood the ruined corridor. Panicking at the sheer size of the oncoming wave, the blonde hunter yells out in desperation, wondering how many more of these creatures are waiting in the dark. Realizing they are about to be overrun, the squad leader frantically barks a command to the beanie girl, asking her how many illusionary allies she can summon to buy them time. Hearing her answer, he quickly tells her to limit the summons to conserve her precious mana, knowing they cannot afford to run dry in the middle of a war zone. With a fierce nod, she unleashes her magic, a brilliant violet light erupting from her weapon as she activates her summoning ability. The newly arrived insectoids halt in their tracks, tilting their heads in complete confusion as they sense the strange artificial magic manipulating the battlefield. One of the real beasts screeches in sudden fury, completely disoriented by the bizarre presence of the magical illusions. Under the influence of the mind-bending magic, the disoriented beast suddenly snaps, turning its massive claws on its own kin and brutally stabbing it. A chaotic, bloody civil war erupts as the monsters begin violently tearing each other to pieces, turning their lethal claws inward. Seizing the perfect tactical opportunity, the Beanie Girl commands the rest of the squad to move in quickly and eliminate the injured beasts. She raises her weapon to provide crucial covering fire, urging her teammates forward as the chaotic battlefield descends into pure mayhem. The red-haired teammate leaps boldly over the leader's shoulder, charging directly into the fray with her fists clenched. On the ground, a heavily mutilated mantis beast twitches in agony, hissing a desperate final gurgle as its life slips away. Refusing to show any hesitation, the red-haired hunter slams a brutal finishing blow into the downed monster, completely crushing its skull. Nearby, the squad leader finds himself facing down two more oncoming beasts, his eyes sharp and focused as he prepares to finish the job. With a decisive leap, he spins through the air and unleashes a series of lightning-fast lashes, completely shredding the monsters to pieces. Exhaling a heavy sigh of relief, he finally lowers his blood-stained sword, glad that their side of the battle is finally settled. But his relief is short-lived as he looks back toward the deeper chamber, urgently declaring that they must move immediately to assist the purple-haired hunter. In the distance, a massive spray of blood erupts as the purple-haired hunter continues her own ruthless slaughter, completely unmatched in power. Watching the carnage from a safe distance, the blonde teammate and the Beanie Girl sigh with relief, thinking they have finally cleared the most dangerous hurdle. But their smiles vanish in an instant as the summoned beasts suddenly turn around, abandoning the fight and heading in a completely different direction. Cold sweat breaks out on the blonde teammate's face as a horrifying suspicion begins to form in his mind, his voice trembling in fear. Deep inside the ruins, the purple-haired hunter suddenly pauses, her crimson eyes widening slightly as a loud, bone-chilling screech echoes right behind her. A deafening roar fills the chamber as a pair of colossal, high-ranking mantis beasts emerge from the shadows, their intent completely murderous. To her utter confusion, the two massive beasts ignore their own passive instincts and lunge directly at her with their razor-sharp claws. She mutters in genuine bewilderment, wondering why these monsters are suddenly attacking her when all the others treated her like their supreme leader. But as the thrill of combat washes over her, a manic, terrifying grin spreads across her face, fueled by the intoxicating rush of battle. The beasts screech in unison, completely blind to the fact that they are throwing themselves directly into the jaws of a godlike entity. Her smile turns cold and lethal, a chilling expression of pure bloodlust as she prepares to completely obliterate the insolent creatures. From the entrance of the chamber, the blonde teammate watches in absolute horror, screaming in confusion as to why the dungeon's monsters are suddenly recognizing her as an enemy. He remembers a dark, forgotten truth of the dungeon system, how the rules of this twisted place change in ways no normal hunter can comprehend. Standing tall with her heavy shield, she stares back at the oncoming swarm with a sinister, mocking smile, completely embracing the violence. With a single blinding flash of her blade, she slices clean through the massive body of the first attacker, leaving a trail of black blood in her wake. Without missing a beat, she vaults high into the air, using her shield to crush the second beast under her absolute terrifying power. Suddenly, a massive system-wide notification flashes in front of her face, delivering a chilling decree that she has officially replaced the dungeon's boss monster. Back at the archway, the blonde teammate drops to his knees in sheer, paralyzing despair, begging the universe that this nightmare isn't real. He looks out over the endless sea of severed limbs and dark blood, whispering in absolute terror that while they have hunted countless monsters, they have never had to kill a human being. Deep within her subconscious, a familiar voice cries out in absolute terror, shattered by the horrific transformation unfolding before her eyes. But out on the bloody battlefield, the purple-haired hunter stands frozen in a daze, completely unaware of the lethal shift happening in the air around her. Suddenly, the dungeon's cold mechanical system flashes in crimson fury, issuing a terrifying directive to eliminate all human intruders who dare set foot in this domain. The colossal mantis beasts hiss, their vacant, submissive eyes suddenly burning with a primal, bloodthirsty rage. A brutal system notification echoes in her mind, announcing a severe penalty that will completely change the terms of her survival. The beasts loom over her like towering shadows of death, fueled by a deep, instinctual sense of betrayal toward their former leader. The system commands her to calm their lethal fury, but a massive razor-sharp claw instantly tears through the air, aiming to crush her into the dirt. Leaping back with supernatural grace, she sneers at the monsters, declaring with absolute venom that she was never on their side to begin with. With a brutal swing, she carves through the first beast's torso, unleashing a torrent of black blood that paints the sky. But the remaining monsters do not hesitate, screeching in agonizing fury as they relentlessly close the distance. Dodging by a hair's breadth as she feels the icy wind of a lethal claw grazing her face, the threat of death closer than ever. Sparks fly as she barely deflects a crushing blow, her heavy shield vibrating violently under the beast's immense physical power.
With a sharp twist of her body, she counters with a blinding diagonal slash that cleaves the oncoming monster with terrifying ease.
She pivots on her heel, her blood-stained face turning back toward the rest of the swarm with a cold, piercing glare.
A massive claw crashes heavily onto the stone floor, shattering the ancient bridge beneath them and sending debris flying.
Refusing to back down, she vaults high into the air, gravity-defying and ready to deliver a crushing blow from above. A manic, ecstatic smile spreads across her face as the sheer bloodlust of battle takes complete control of her senses. She drives her blade down with cataclysmic force, splitting the giant beast's skull wide open in a single, fluid motion.
A deafening explosion of black blood and severed limbs rains down, completely obliterating the creature's massive form.
The colossal carcass collapses into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. Standing amidst the carnage, she pants heavily, her eyes searching the dust for any sign of remaining threats. Out of the smoke, a pair of enraged mantis beasts scream in absolute fury, accusing her of the ultimate betrayal. She only laughs at chilling and sinister chuckle escaping her lips as she realizes that slaughtering them is the only way to make the exit appear. Watching the sudden shift in battle, the blonde teammate and the beanie girl panic, utterly confused by the monster's chaotic turn of aggression. Seeing his team falter, the squad leader barks at desperate command, warning them not to get distracted in the face of death. He charges forward to keep the rest of the swarm at bay, demanding his squad focus on the immediate threat instead of letting their ally fight alone. The ground tumbles as massive footprints approach, a stark reminder that they must clear the smaller beasts before the true nightmare arrives. A colossal shadow-drenched silhouette with glowing crimson eyes emerges from the depths, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure terror. Determined to survive, Hyun Choi slides low beneath a swinging claw, her blade ready to strike at the swarm's blind spot. Her weapon becomes a blur of lethal motion, slicing through multiple beasts simultaneously in a brilliant display of raw power. She swings again, tearing flesh and shattering bone as she refuses to let up her relentless assault for even a second. Every strike is fueled by pure instinct, her body moving faster than thought as she carves a path of absolute ruin. Her eyes lock onto her next target, cold and completely detached from any sense of fear or pain. With a clean, decisive snap, she severs a giant mantis arm, rendering the beast completely helpless. Suddenly, the squad leader leaps into the fray, his own blade flashing through the air to intercept a monster lunging at her blind side. Landing beside her, he checks her condition, urging her to stop pushing herself so recklessly on her own. He steps forward to take her place, insisting that if she continues to fight without rest, she will collapse before they even reach the dungeon boss. She looks at him with genuine bewilderment, coldly rejecting his help and stating that she has always survived by fighting alone. But his words cut deep as he explains that no true party abandons its members, warning her that a lone fighter will only bring down the entire team. Instantly, a dark, long-buried memory flashes in her mind, taking her back to a time when she was young, weak, and utterly terrified. She remembers her former guild leader's false, manipulative smile as he pressured her into risking her life for their sake. The sinister voice of her past echoes in her head, mockingly asking why she is hesitating when her sole purpose is to be sacrificed. Back then, she had no choice but to submit, hiding her tears and promising to sacrifice herself so the others could survive. But the squad leader's warm, resolute voice snaps her back to reality, promising that they will stand by her side and fight together. She stares at him in stunned silence, her hardened heart wavering as she experiences true camaraderie for the very first time. Behind her, the red-haired hunter leaps boldly into action, proving with her actions that they are indeed in this fight together. Gritting her teeth, Hyun Choi mutters that she still doesn't believe in such fragile promises, but her grip on her weapon tightens with newfound strength. The blonde teammate roars in defiance, ready to face whatever horrors the dungeon throws at them next. Fierce, unyielding resolve burns in her eyes as she prepares to tear through this hell alongside her new allies. But their moment of hope is shattered as a massive black-furred tail whips through the air with terrifying speed, aiming straight for their lives. The black tail strikes, but the hunter twists away at the last second, the wind of the near miss howling in his ears. Before he can even recover, another brutal strike tears straight through his chest, painting the battlefield in a sickening shade of crimson. The blonde teammate's eyes widen in sheer horror as he screams his friend's name, his voice echoing off the ancient chamber walls. Shockwaves ripple through the group as they realize one of their strongest allies has been skewered right before their very eyes. From the darkness behind Hyun Choi, a massive, towering, demon-like entity emerges, its terrifying pressure paralyzing the remaining hunters. The giant beast leans down, its glowing eyes locked onto her as a chilling, familiar voice echoes through the cold air. To everyone's absolute astonishment, the colossal nightmare drops to its knees, submitting completely to her dark presence. The ancient boss speaks of an old, forgotten promise, a pact forged in blood that was meant to be fulfilled long ago. Heavy silence fills the chamber as the beast offers its loyalty, leaving her completely stunned by the sudden weight of her own forgotten past. But the beast's tail twitches with a dangerous, unstable energy, signaling that this temporary truce is far from peaceful. She looks down at the bloodied hunter on the ground, her mind racing as she tries to process the horrific reality unfolding around her. Wounded and gasping for breath, the fallen ally looks up at her, realizing that she is no longer the girl they once knew. A dark, parasitic temptation whispers in her mind, urging her to consume the raw power of the fallen and ascend to something far worse.
The voice grows louder, begging her to feast on the blood of her allies to secure her ultimate survival. It promises her godlike strength if she only surrenders to the darkness and takes what is rightfully hers. Rejecting the voice's sinister demands, she unleashes a blinding, explosive strike, determined to carve her own path through the madness. But the backlash is instantaneous. A searing blast tears across her back, sending fresh blood splattering into the dusty air.
Instantly, a flurry of razor-sharp energy slashes erupts, slicing through the battlefield with terrifying speed and precision. She strikes again and again, her blades becoming a storm of raw fury as she battles the overwhelming tides of the dungeon.
The force of her attacks cleaves the very earth apart, shattering the stone foundation of the ancient chamber. Rocks and debris explode upward in a cataclysmic blast as the violent clash reaches a fever pitch. A massive shockwave ripples outward, kicking up a blinding dust storm that threatens to swallow them all whole. The sheer destructive force levels the battlefield, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in its wake.
Deep in the dust, the injured hunter groans in agony, desperately clinging to consciousness amidst the suffocating debris.
He watches the devastating battle unfold from afar, realizing with absolute dread that this level of combat is far beyond any mortal human. Seeing the carnage, the blonde teammate rushes forward, screaming out for his fallen ally over the deafening roars of the wind. He angrily berates his wounded friend for breaking formation, his panic masking the deep terror in his heart. Pulling his friend to his feet, he checks his severe wounds, relieved to hear that the injury isn't fatal but desperately needing to escape. As they stumble back, the blonde teammate whispers a terrifying realization that Hyun Choi looks less like a savior and more like the dungeon's true boss monster. Grim-faced and clutching his bleeding chest, the wounded hunter declares that no matter what she has become, they must do what they've always done to survive. Hovering in a blinding white aura, Hyun Choi stands completely isolated, feeling the heavy burden of her monstrous transformation. A final earth-shattering explosion rocks the cavern, signaling the end of the colossal monster's brief rebellion. As the dust settles, the once grand chamber is reduced to a barren, silent wasteland of shattered stone and dark blood. A single echoing footstep breaks the eerie silence, drawing all eyes back to the center of the ruins. Standing amidst the rubble, she slowly turns her head, her gaze landing on her trembling comrade standing far in the distance. Cold sweat drips down her face as a suffocating dread grips her heart, realizing the terrifying distance that now separates her from humanity. Her eyes widen as a chilling thought pierces through her mind, shattering whatever sanity she had left. A dark, agonizing question echoes from the depths of her soul. Are they going to betray and abandon her just like everyone else did? She looks at the vast wasteland between them, the silence stretching out like an unbridgeable chasm of betrayal. Suddenly, a traumatic memory floods her mind, taking her back to a locked wooden gate where her old teammates left her to die. She remembers pounding her bloody hands against the cold wood, weeping and begging them to open the door as the monsters closed in. Back in the present, the injured hunter watches her, sensing the volatile, explosive shift in her dark aura. A terrifying, manic grin spreads across her face, completely consumed by the madness of her past betrayals. Her crimson eyes flash with absolute malice, her gaze completely devoid of any remaining human warmth. Sensing the shift, the remaining hunters draw their weapons, their faces hardened with a desperate, tragic resolve.
Her smile turns lethal as she officially designates her former allies as her next targets, ready to slaughter them all.
Right on cue, a Crimson System notification flashes before her eyes, issuing a chilling command to eliminate all intruders. The traumatic ghosts of her past merge with the violent instincts of the dungeon, driving her into a state of unstoppable bloodlust. With a roar of defiance, the beanie-wearing girl raises her gun and fires, initiating the most tragic battle of their lives. The chamber explodes with blinding energy as Hyun Choi unleashes her full monstrous power, ready to paint the ruins in the blood of her friends. Hyun Choi stands frozen in the center of the chaotic battlefield, her mind fracturing under the weight of her dark, blood-stained instincts. Seeing her break down, the squad leader shouts a desperate order to rally the remaining hunters and shield her from the incoming slaughter. But before they can move, the colossal shadow monster leaps back into the fray, its terrifying speed throwing the entire cavern into pure chaos. Looking up at the towering beast, Hyun Choi sneers with absolute venom, spitting out a cold, venomous rejection of its loyalty. The ancient boss freezes, the biting insult striking deeper than any physical blade could ever hope to pierce. In a shocking display of grief, a heavy tear falls from the monster's glowing eye as it mourns the loss of its true master's soul. Infuriated by her rejection, the beast whips its massive, razor-sharp tail through the air like a lethal black whip. The strike hits home, the dark tail piercing clean through her side as she stands paralyzed by her own internal madness. Nearby, the squad leader screams in sheer agony as the shockwave rips through him, spitting up blood from the sheer force of the beast's rage. The monster looms over the fallen hunter, mockingly expressing pity for the pathetic weaknesses of humanity while lamenting its own failure to protect its lord. Tightening its grip on the impaled girl, the beast declares that it has no desire to end her life, only to reclaim her.
It whispers a chilling command directly into her fading consciousness, urging her to surrender her weary mind to a deep, endless slumber. As her eyes slowly flutter shut, the violent screams of the battlefield fade away, replaced by the gentle rustle of a quiet wind. Drifting away from the horror of her reality, she falls backwards into a vast, silent dreamscape of endless white reeds, letting the darkness finally take her.